Hey there, Knicks fans. How you doing? Ooh. Ah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Mission accomplished. Wait, oh man, I ordered the banner. It didn't come yet. The mission accomplished banner. I thought it was going to get here by now. It didn't arrive in the mail on time. Andrew, I blame you.
Ha! You ain't blame me for nothing today. All right. I did nothing wrong, including, get here on time. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for our live stream. John, I believe you have some breaking news to open the show with.
Sure. The news that just came across that everybody got to see, but what?
No, I'm reading text messages. You're good.
Oh, yeah, not that breaking news. So according to Shams Charania, free agent Jalen Brunson intends to sign a 4-year, near $110 million deal with the New York Knicks in free agency. Sources tell The Athletic and Stadium Mavericks never received the chance to make an offer. First impression, Jeremy.
How much is this tampering charge going to cost the Knicks?
As long as it's not one of their own first-round picks.
Well, no. If there's any precedent, it should be only second-round picks. Not the Knicks have any more of those, apparently. But my impression is I'm happy. I'm happy because I have wanted Jalen Brunson for a long time. I recognize it's a lot of money. I'm very curious as to how the math shakes out with a lot of these things, specifically with the Evan Fournier potential sign and trade. This felt like a fait accompli. So what comes next? What's the other shoe dropping? And I know it was $110 million, but I'm still a little curious if there might be a little bit of wiggle room for cap purposes, where it might go down just a tiny bit in order to create a situation.
Well, also near 110.
Yeah, which again, like that could be 110, but I think there are other things that are in the works. Maybe something I'll get into, something I probably will get into eventually. But that, and then is it descending? I would imagine it is. Is it a player option in year 4? A lot of things to still keep in mind, but I'm excited. I'm really happy.
Here's how. This is a tough, not a tough conversation. It's a multifaceted conversation to have because, like, there's so much that goes baked into this. Like, there's an LOL Knicks aspect to this that everybody, every Knicks fan watching this, prepare yourselves because you're going to get it. You're going to get it from all corners. $110 million for a guy who was essentially Luka Doncic's backup. It's coming. Whether you want it to or not, it's coming. That's out there. But at the same time, and again, maybe this is a little Knicks fan PTSD, which I can acknowledge that I certainly have, and I was reminded of where I was 3 years ago, earlier today when some other news broke. We'll get to that in a bit. But I also remember, and this is my key takeaway, I remember how I felt just yesterday when the tweet came across saying Jalen Brunson was going to get a meeting with the Miami Heat, as well as the Dallas Mavericks. And it was just, oh shit. It was just fuck. Please no. And then a few more fucks. Okay. You want to read it?
I do, because this is actually playing perfectly into, or it could be playing perfectly into something I'll bring up. Mark Stein, most recent estimates for New York's formal offer to Jalen Brunson, league sources say, estimate a 4-year deal worth roughly $105 million plus incentives. Exact numbers will be known after July 6th when deals get processed through the league office. But I think they're going to be unlikely bonuses for cap purposes.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I didn't want to lose this guy. And I didn't want to lose this guy because I think you could argue this is the biggest free agent get in Knicks history. And I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of pushback on that. I do remember Amare. Hell, I'm old enough to remember Allen Houston. That was a pretty big one at the time. But even like if you want to count Carmelo going back to them when he had the chance to go take a lot less money with the Bulls, and back then it was a lot less money. So I think that factors into it. But this is a player who there's no injury issues like there was with Amare.
None.
the Knicks are not a contender or a quasi-contender, which you could argue that Allen Houston was coming to. And they aren't the incumbent team. So when Melo re-signed here, he was already here. This is a guy leaving arguably the best player in the NBA, one of the 2 or 3 best players in the NBA. And it's not like he's 3rd or 4th on the depth chart. He's number 2 on the depth chart there, at least at the moment. And they were in the conference finals last year, and they lost to the world champions. And he decided to come here. Again, all of the reasons why he decided to come here will get discussed and written about and argued about, and this and that and the other thing. I do not want to brush those reasons under the rug. They are every bit as much a part of the Jalen Brunson story as him as a player. But he still picked the Knicks. And to me, maybe because I've been beaten down one too many times, that means something. So that's what I have to say.
Plan A went according to plan.
For once. When's the last time we say that?
I don't think we've ever said that. I don't think I honestly don't know we have certain. I mean, God,
we have never said that.
No. It's nice. It's nice to know you have a direction. This is heading in that direction. That's great. It's just what's next. We want to know what's next, right?
Yes, we do want to know what's next. And just on that note, I'm reminded of what I wrote in today's newsletter, because I do think the other, putting aside like the generic LOL Knicks takes which will be out there. I think most people watching this are immune to that, but like, that's not going to bother them too much. I do think there is a segment of the Knicks rooting population that is like, okay, so we just paid $110 million to fight our way into the 7th seed next year. And there is, as you just said, there is a sense of, okay, what is next? And I would, maybe famous last words, I would caution everybody to just like be a little patient. And I understand it's been 2.5 years since Leon Rose came aboard, but this is the first big get. So he got a big get, maybe needed the family aspect of it to get the big get, but he got the big get. And now I think because he got the big get, he deserves a little bit more time to try to figure out what is the next step in this. That I don't know if I'm going to be in the minority in arguing for a little bit of patience, but that's where I'm coming at this.
So very possible. Yes. There's also the theory that
or
the other shoe drops, whatever it might be. So let's talk. Can we talk about 2 stars first? So the first one being
start with?
Well, Kevin Durant, the big shoe that officially dropped today. Sorry, the guy in Brooklyn, not named Kyrie Irving or Ben Simmons, who wants to leave. That guy. Who 3 years ago to the day signed reportedly with that team and is now gone.
Cam Thomas.
I know a lot of no, Kevin Durant. It's Kevin Durant. So I know a lot of Knicks fans are thinking like, yes, this is why you have all your picks and do it. They have the matching salary. The Nets are not going to trade Kevin Durant to the Knicks because the opportunity for the Nets to trade him and the Knicks win a title or get really good with Kevin Durant because he's Kevin Durant, they would never live it down, ever. And he wants to go to the Suns or the Heat. The Suns have a good package to offer. I just think he's
minus 225 betting odds, by the way, for Phoenix right now.
Mm-hmm. The second one, Donovan Mitchell. So speaking of the Nets, Royce O'Neal went to the Nets in what's a kind of head-scratching move for Brooklyn. He went into the James Harden traded player exception. And I think the prevailing thought was, are the Jazz tearing it down? Are they trading Donovan Mitchell? What's going on? I don't think so. What I think is that the Jazz found a way to create a traded player exception and get a first-round pick out of it. And my theory, we'll see if it's right or not, I think they want to build with Donovan Mitchell because why would you not? I still think they're going after OG Anunoby. I think they're going after Gary Trent Jr. I think they want to trade Rudy Gobert. And the thing with Anunoby and the Raptors was, I mean, the Raptors wanted the 7th overall pick and an additional first-round pick. That's a lot. So if you're the Jazz, maybe you're saying, okay, Gobert and a first-round pick for Anunoby and Gary Trent Jr. Right? That at least, if you're the Raptors and you're insatiable about what comes back for Anunoby and Trent Jr., that's like you're closer to that. Does that seem fair to you?
Yeah, no, it does. I just want to be clear that neither of the players you just named fit into the traded player exception, but that's neither here nor there.
Yes. So, but then it's the other prevailing thought of, what if Donovan Mitchell comes to the Knicks? Well, like I said on Cream, last night, why is it that the Knicks are dumping salary? If anything, when there's a big star trade, you would trade salary for salary. It's very rare that a team would trade their best player for very little salary coming back. Now, the Knicks could find a way to make matching salary work, for sure. It could be Rose. It could be Cam. It could be, like hypothetically, you do all these things.
Sure.
But I'm still just skeptical. And so last night, I talked about DeAndre Ayton. And I had what I thought was a compelling theory. And then I kind of left thinking, but it still goes against everything the Knicks have done with their big men. Giving DeAndre Ayton that kind of contract and how they use the big men, it just doesn't really compute. Maybe they do it, but he's a restricted free agent. A lot has to happen. Yep. You deal with base year compensation. And I left feeling like, I think I made a good case, but I don't think it's going to happen. And then this morning, we got more news about we heard about potential suitors behind who would back up Mitchell Robinson, which kind of reinforced the idea that Mitch is going to be here. And if Mitch is going to be here, you don't need DeAndre Ayton. And one of the players mentioned was Isaiah Hartenstein, who I'm, as you know, a fan of his game, and I would be very excited to him be here. And I thought, well, but still, we know the Knicks are trying to clear cap space. So you don't need to clear cap space for Isaiah Hartenstein. That doesn't
speak for yourself. That dude's a franchise changer.
He is, but you can get that franchise talent on the room exception. So I left it, and this morning I thought, screw it. Let's play with the numbers. Let's see where we get at. And so here's where I started, right? The Knicks, as of this moment, it's June 30th at 5:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah. The Knicks have $35.16 million in cap space. That's assuming Taj Gibson's waived with no money. You waive Ryan Arcidiacono, Farron Hunt, all those types of players. And Mitchell Robinson's cap hold remains.
Yep.
So the first plan, let me start with phase one. Phase one has 5 different parts to it, and you can do them really in any different order, but they all have to be in the first phase. And so what I wrote as phase one was sign and trade Brunson, right? So let's say it's
check
4 years for $106 million. It'll be interesting to see what the math is. There could be likely bonuses, like I said, that maybe it's 4 years for $100 million, and they're unlikely and likely bonuses. Well, if it's a descending contract that starts at least $28.7 million, you can then create a traded player exception for Dallas that's $14.35 million.
Mm-hmm.
The matching salary rule for the TPE that Dallas would be creating is $14.35 million times 125% plus 100,000. So if you do $14.35 million times 125%, that is $17,937,500. If you add the extra 100,000,
get you
that's $18,037,500.
Who makes $18 million, Jeremy?
Evan Fournier makes $18 million on the nose. So let's say the Knicks find a way to get Evan Fournier to go to Dallas. And again, let's say they decide to become a cap space team, renounce the TPE that they would get, for Noel and Burks, and the one they get for Kemba. So right now, the Knicks would stand at $24.52 million.
Next, after signing and trading for Brunson and sending out Fournier. Got it.
Yes, with the salary starting at like 28.7 for Brunson. Cam Reddish, right? You've certainly talked about how the idea of him not being on this team. If the Knicks find a way to move him with no salary coming back, they're at $29.46 million. That's still not enough for a 30% max player or a 35% max player. But again, it's like, well, who's even coming? Then what you could do after that, you could trade Derrick Rose to the Celtics into their traded player exception that was created for Evan Fournier. The one thing that Celtics do really need is a guard that can attack the rim. That's not who Marcus Smart is. And if you basically get Derrick Rose for the cost of maybe a couple seconds, that's a really good deal. But again,
great
it's the
trade
cap
for them.
space. Yes, absolutely. It's the cap space that we're focusing on. And then when you consider a roster charge for Derrick Rose and for Cam Reddish, we're now up to $42.96 million. And then lastly, if you trade Deuce McBride, just get his salary off the books, nothing coming back. Find a team that has trade player exception, or if it's a minimum contract, it should be able to be moved very easily.
They can move Deuce McBride.
When you factor in his salary and the difference with the roster charge, you go from $42.96 million to $43.5 million. Now,
Jeremy, real quick.
Yes.
Jeremy, real quick. Before you reveal where this is going. Can you just recap all of that for everybody, the players that are going out?
Yes. So it's Fournier going out for Brunson. It's Cam Reddish going somewhere with no money coming back. It's Derrick Rose going to Boston with no money coming back. And it's Deuce McBride going anywhere with no money coming back. And we have now made $43.5 million, right? And we have, I think it's like 7 players on the books, which means 5 roster charges, right? Because the minimum for math with the cap is 12 roster spots, 7 players on the books with cap holds or contracts, and then 5 roster charges because 12 minus 7 is 5. So you could then sign Jericho Sims. You sign him to a minimum contract. It's the same math because the roster charge is the minimum contract. At least it should be. It's pretty much just around there. Although he would have 1 year of experience. So the math now I'm thinking about might be like a fraction different, right? Just a fraction, but it's still $1 million. It's a little around $1 million. So what have we done? We've created pretty much like, well, actually now I want to look this up as we're talking, but like you've created a situation where you have $43.3 million, something like that, right? Because if I John, talk while I say a little bit while I
$43.3 million. I'm doing the math right now. Is that a 30% max or is that a 35% max? It's whereabouts of one of those. I forget which one.
It's 35%. So actually, again, it's a 35% max.
35% max. So 35% max is the most you could pay another player with 9 or more years of NBA experience. And as a reminder, if you're going to sign another team's free agent, even if you're signing someone else's free agent, it doesn't change the most that free agent could get in 1 year from a different team. The only difference is that you can't give them 8% raises. You can only give them 5% raises. And obviously you can only sign him to a 4-year contract as opposed to a 5-year contract. Those are the 2 advantages built in for incumbent teams to re-sign their guys.
Exactly. So the other thing to consider with Jericho Sims is years of experience. So actually this would be a little different. So it would be just a fraction less because he'd be making, well, actually, no. It'd be like $200,000 or so. Maybe that's less than the full max, right?
We should also be saying if where you're going with this is where I think you're going with this, Jericho Sims might not be the thing to stand in the way of this happening.
Yes. So
we love Jericho Sims here.
We do. But I've gotten to the point now where we're pretty much maybe a few $100,000 under a 35% max contract. And I just think about it. If the whole point is to clear Fournier, to clear Cam, you could still have Rose on the books, but then you're kind of in no man's land, right? Because you can't afford a max salary for Zach Lavine at 30%. But if you move off of Rose, then the only thing standing in your way is Bradley Beal. And then I understand this theory is going to excite people. It's the Knicks, so it's going to let us down. It's all these different things. But here was my thought process. It's expected he's going to re-sign. That's certainly what the prevailing thought has been.
Yeah, but it hasn't. I just want to step in there because there's reports of like it's happening, and then there are reports of like everybody figures he's going to. To me, the Beal re-signing reports are more in that second group. It's like everybody figures it's going to happen because like where else is he going to go?
Exactly.
Right.
Is he everyone just expects he's going to take the money and run with it. And if that's what he does, understandable. But he knows that Washington's in a tough spot. Like he wanted a larger guard. They got Monte Morris. There's the interest with Victor Oladipo, which like how far does that really get them? Maybe he's content being in Washington. I don't know. But the other angle that I want to talk about is Mark Bartelstein, his agent, has repped a lot of guys in the past. And here's some favors that the Knicks have done. Wayne Ellington received $8 million in the 2019 offseason, plus a partial guarantee of $1 million in the following season. Bobby Portis made $15 million. Not bad. $15 million in that 2019 summer. Oh. And then Taj Gibson made $8 million, also got a partial guarantee the next year, then came back later on in the season. And then for this past season, got a nice little favor done, which was that instead of getting paid the veteran minimum, he received the room exception. So
extra $2.5 million or so, right?
Yep. Extra $2.5 million for Taj. Some of that will go to Bartelstein's pocket. So I'm sure the Knicks alone have financed his pool, assuming he has one. Maybe a nice new wing of his house. So if there's anyone who knows about you scratch my back, I scratch yours, it's got to be something with Leon Rose. We know there's a connection with Worldwide West and with Beal. Even Michael Kay last year, he's not the guy you necessarily think of breaking news, but he said that there was a report that the Knicks were interested in trading for Beal and that they were trying to get it done. And so here's then the prevailing thought. You've created all of this cap space. Bradley Beal has opted out. Sure. Would I bet that the Wizards are the favorite to get him? Sure. Like, unless you leave the 5th year and whatever on the table, understandable. But
and the loyalty thing too.
And the loyalty, sure. But he also knows that the Wizards are not going to contend. And that's a problem. And so then you think about, well, what happens if 2 things? Number 1, he could just walk for cap space. Number 2, he could walk and do a sign and trade into the cap space the Knicks have, give the Wizards like the largest trade player exception ever. They throw in a 2nd-round pick just as a way to keep it, or they keep the cap space open, either way, and they move on from there. That's essentially, yes, but that's phase 2.
Out of 5 phases?
No. First, this isn't Marvel. The first phase was 5 steps.
I was about to say,
this is phase 2, and I'll
what
keep
Infinity
going,
Stone are we on?
But you go.
I'll take any Infinity Stone. We've been dealing with pebbles of shit here for a long time. I remember there being a conversation that took place on, I want to say Wendy's pod. I think it was Wendy's pod. Might have been Lowe's pod. I don't know if that counts as a drink. Where they were talking earlier this season about the relationship between Beal and the Wizards, and the fact that, like, if Bradley Beal decided he wanted to play for a different team, the assumption was that he would work closely with the Wizards to ensure that they got something that they wanted out of something valuable, like that, that he wasn't leaving them in a lurch. And it is interesting, as I'm hearing you talk, that what draft pick did the Knicks just acquire in the draft night trade? Now, I'm literally just
but here's the thing
here.
It would not be, hey, we're signing Bradley Beal for free. Like, there's no incentive for the Knicks to give back that pick.
But if Bradley Beal wanted to do the right thing by his franchise, and they were about to pivot into a tank, having that draft pick would be incredibly valuable to them.
But the incentive isn't, hey, we'll give you back the pick. The incentive is, we will unlock the pick.
Fine, that's fair.
We will protect it. We will do heavier protections so that if you are tanking, because they're still protected, right? There's still the benefit of the pick is it's 1 through 14, then 1 through 12, then 1 through 10, then 1 through 8. So they're not in danger of losing that pick, but maybe they can still redo the protections in some way. But yeah, like that's the potential. Again, like, if you're the Knicks and you're saying to Beal, we can sign you for just cap space, why would you want to hamstring us by giving your old team the pick that we own? It doesn't make sense to me. That would be the opposite.
Maybe not, but I wonder if he wouldn't want to do this in a certain way where he's leaving on, again, because you can't argue he's the greatest player in that franchise's history. But certainly within the last, 20, 30 years, he's better. He's tops Wall in my book. He tops Arenas in my book.
Yeah.
Is there anybody from the 90s you'd even consider? Or 80? Like, yeah, no, I think that means something to him. Anyway, we'll cross that bridge if and when we come to it.
So then we get to phase 3, which is re-signing Mitchell Robinson. And I think that then the report makes sense. 4 years, I think $60 million is too much, but probably comes with bonuses. It's probably structured as a descending contract. Maybe there's a team option on the 4th year, decreases by 8% annually, which will then help because that's the max that the Knicks can do. So it's basically, hey, Mitch, thanks for waiting. We now can go over the salary cap, pay you, and you're good. And then after that, I guess you could do phase 4. It's maybe this is 5 phases after all. Sure, let's say 5 phases. Phase 4 is then you go after Isaiah Hartenstein and you say, or Stein, and say, hey, we've got the room exception. You fit in perfectly as a backup. It's 2 years, $11 million, easy enough. And at this point, the Knicks are not at risk of the luxury tax. They're not at risk of the tax apron. They would have done really 2 incoming sign and trades. So they would, you can't be double hard capped, but you are hard capped twice over. So what we're now looking at is a team that's, in this theory, Brunson, Beal, Barrett, a lot of B's, the killer B's, Randle, Robinson, and then you have Quickley, Grimes, open spot, Toppin, and Hartenstein. But then it gets interesting, John.
Oh, it's not interesting already?
Well, I think it is. But then what happens is you have to think about Julius Randle. And the reason
why do we have to do that?
Because of the fact that you are now bringing in two guys who need the ball in their hands. They need to make plays a little bit more. There's too many high usage guys on the team. And so I now have two potential trade partners I want to run by. The first one, well, actually, this one probably goes out the window with the other news. I was going to say the Phoenix Suns, but I don't think they're a candidate anymore. So I'm going to go to the next one, which is the Los Angeles Clippers, which I had ruled out before. I didn't think they were a good fit, but then I still think about the fact that Marcus Morris is on the block. And I think about how, even though that trade with Luke Kennard was shot down, the idea of it, I still wonder if there's something there. The salaries match, you get Randle over there. Ballmer doesn't care about probably luxury taxes because he's got all the money in the world, but it's still saving them money, saving them some even with the trade bonus. And maybe if you're the Knicks, you say, look, we're even willing to throw in a first-round pick, right? Because at that point, it's sure, let's just find a way to get more complementary players and a more cohesive team because we have Bradley Beal in the building. We just got Jalen Brunson as well. That's how we do it. And so if that's the case and you're able to pull that off, then you're talking about Brunson, Beal, Barrett, Toppin, Robinson. And then you've got Quickley, Grimes, Kennard, Morris, Hartenstein. And then, you probably sign Arcidiacono, bring him back. You probably still have Sims. You might bring back Old Man Taj. And again, let's face it, if you're looking for depth and you're looking for someone and you're a better team, let's call it as is. It's probably someone like Carmelo Anthony, and that leaves one open roster spot.
Why would we have to end with that?
And again, like I say this knowing none of this is sourced. None of this is. It's me looking at the cap space situation and wondering why the hell are the Knicks shedding salary for no money to sign players that won't elevate them further than they'd probably be if they just kept Evan Fournier, if they kept Cam Reddish, Derrick Rose, any of these guys. It's something that's been sticking in my craw for a few days now. And as we get closer, I just wonder. And if this is wrong, then it's clearly just passing the time until 6 o'clock comes by. And if for some reason it's right, then that's awesome because this team sounds pretty good.
I love it. I hope you're right. I remain skeptical that Bradley Beal is going to be going anywhere, but
makes two of us.
Crazier things have happened, right? Andrew, do we have any super chats that we want to get to?
We do, but can I just say a couple things before we move on to the super chats for a little bit?
Please.
So I got three things in particular. One, Jeremy, I love your brain, and I'm so sorry that that's not going to happen because that brain of yours worked tremendously throughout this. This is like a kind of a season finale for Cap or No Cap as well. So It's amazing that you snuck in a Cap or No Cap, the Bradley Beal Plan at the last minute. And we should be thankful that we got Jeremy's brain with us throughout this entire offseason. If you want to show Jeremy your love, just get those likes up on this video because Jeremy deserves it. So thank you, Jeremy, for all the work you've done in educating us this offseason. The second thing, in fact, now I realize it's four things. The second thing, so John, the LOL Knicks that are going out there, can I just respond, go to hell to all of the LOL Knicks? Because every single conversation from a national person that has commented can you believe Jalen Brunson to the Knicks for all that money? And then they turn around and be like, I love Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson's good.
Listen.
He'd be an asset to potentially trade in the future, but he's going to the Knicks. LOL. Just your bias is so on display. You just don't like the Knicks. Just you love making fun of the Knicks because they have the greatest fan base in the world. And as a result, you know that you can irk them when you want. And Max Kellerman, now that you're off in the middle of nowhere on morning radio nowadays, right? Now that LOL Knicks is not in favor for you, it'll lead into my next point. I did this on the draft live stream. Can we laugh for 10 more seconds at the Brooklyn Nets?
I'm laughing.
3 years to the day the clean sweep got up out of here.
Can I just say something about the Nets? Can I just say something about the Nets?
Go ahead.
I here's the thing. what has happened to the Nets is, in no uncertain terms, the most disappointing outcome.
Yes.
When you factor in excitement at the genesis of something versus what actually it accomplished and then how it ended, the ratio of those three things, I know that's not how a ratio works, but just go with me here. It's unprecedented in sports history. And for that, they should be lambasted. And if anybody wants to lambaste them, and I will do so in my own private moments. I want to get our shit sorted out. Meaning the Knicks.
And it's of course goes without saying, John.
It's tough for me to sit here and like dance on. And by the way, it's a grave. It is absolutely a grave. I don't care how many picks they get back for Kevin Durant. I don't care what their team looks like next year. It doesn't matter. It is a grave, and if you want to dance on it, it should be danced. They deserve to have it danced on, quite frankly. But I want to get our shit sorted out.
I like dancing. And look, you gave the politically correct JC Macri NBA answer.
It's the truth, though.
I agree with you. Okay, I get it. I'm coming from the perspective of a Mets fan and a Jets fan and a Knicks fan. Like, all I have is laughing at other people's pain because misery loves company, you know? So as a result, I'm going to get all my laughs off. For everybody that got all of their laughs off at our expense 3 years ago, well, where's little brother now? Okay, now they're, for the second time in the last decade, they've rebuilt another franchise with a trade. Okay, enjoy all those picks, Houston. And last but not least, we have 1,500 people watching live with us.
Hey, shout out to
right? Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Let's get to the super chat first, but certainly not least. CT Pittman, of course. I got the first question. Does free agency end with Julius still being a Knickerbocker?
I think there is a 75% chance that he is a Knickerbocker still at the end of free agency.
I'll go 80.
I'll say it doesn't in my Bradley Beal plan.
I love it. I like that. That's a good opening question. Jacob Slavitt. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Brooklyn Basket. Those fucking idiots.
Let's go in a circle. We'll reach one at a time. Jeremy, you're next.
Kevin Danishevsky. Two friends have brought this question up for debate. Does culpability lie with the Nets front office, or is this just the price for dealing with Kyrie? Yes.
Oh,
I'd like to. I mean, just both. But here's the thing: the Nets. I think where the Nets first messed up because they were so desperate to get these players in the building that they started to cave. And after a certain point, the players realized we can have like anything that we want. So they just had no backbone. And then when the Nets said, no, we're laying down the law, it's like, well, why are you taking Kyrie out of the situation? Like, you've let us run wild this far. Now you're laying down the rules. Now this is when it's a problem. And I think it just spiraled from there. So had the Nets probably from the get-go been not treating them with kid gloves, I think we would not have been quite in this situation, but they chose not to do that. And can we call this their birth die? Because the Big Three was born today and it dies today.
I like that.
Although the Big Two, I guess, born today and dies today. So yeah, I'm going to go with more the Nets front office. And it's a player empowerment league.
How about the big zero?
Man, I will just extend friend of the pod, Evan Roberts over at WFAN. I literally tuned into the Odyssey app when I saw the Shams tweet, and he was very much like, this is just why you pay Kyrie. Like, you pay whatever you wanted and go with the ceiling of trying to win a championship. You accept that it's a player empowerment league. And he's like one of the 7 Net fans that I actually feel bad for today. All 80 of the rest.
I was about to say, you don't feel bad for the other 80?
No, I don't. Okay. The city is under new management, my ass. Okay.
Next up, it's your turn.
My turn. Ryan Huang. What up, Ryan? Thank you for your contribution. So once we trade Julius and Fournier for KD this offseason, will the Knicks still have enough assets to get Mitchell at the deadline? Man.
I'll say this about obviously they're not trading KD to the Knicks because Joe Tsai would never. And Joe Tsai is actually, I think, the one who on your point was spot on, Jeremy, but I think Joe Tsai is the one to blame because by all indications, he's the one that got sick of them having carte blanche. So if you want to talk about shitty basketball owners in New York sports, that conversation now needs to extend just past James Dolan.
Agreed. John, you're next.
Jesse Barbalato. Geez, what a week. I'm glad to be here with the KFS crew. Outside of signing Brunson, do you guys see the Knicks making any surprise moves? Jeremy already gave his plan. I'll say this. I think there is going to be, here's what I will say. I would actually, at this point, be very surprised if it was not a Fournier sign and trade. I think Fournier is a guy that makes sense for Dallas. I think the Ian Begley report about there are some members of the Knicks organization who have fears about a Brunson Fournier backcourt. That was not an accident. Again, they're the Mavs. Beggars can't be choosers. Fournier does the thing that typically players around Luka you want them to do. So that is going to open up money for them. I wouldn't be shocked if that money was spent on a lesser player, even if they can't get. I don't. Let me rephrase that. I don't see them emerging from all of this with cap space. I think they're going to spend all of the money that they have to spend.
Well, they have to.
Yeah,
because they're going to re-sign Mitchell Robinson.
But that's my point.
Unless it's TPEs. Yeah.
So I should have phrased that differently, which is that like they're not going to go over the cap with the Robinson. Like they will go over the cap with the Robinson contract, but they're not going to leave money on the table, so to speak, that they could have otherwise spent.
Yeah, and that's why I'm still like there isn't anyone who's worth signing per se to the cap space the Knicks seem to be trying to create. Because with the Fournier and Brunson sign and trade, it would be like $22 million. That doesn't get you anything really worthwhile. And then so it's like, why were you taking a loss on Burks, right? I understand you did it to clear Noel, but like there were other ways too. It's why I go back to, is there something larger that's going on here for why they are still trying to move Fournier, why they are still trying to move Cam, why they can move Rose, why
we'll find out soon enough.
The salary.
Jeremy, you're up.
Nets stole the first. Oh, sorry. Harry Donner.
What's going on, Harry?
Hey, Harry.
Hooray!
Nets stole the first night of free agency from us again. Yeah. I mean, it depends though. If Kevin Durant is,
they can have it. I don't
care.
care.
Like that's fine.
For this reason, they can have it at this point.
Didn't you know that the Knicks aren't cool? So it's fine.
They're not cool, right? Well, they weren't cool right now 3 years ago. Apparently, Brooklyn's not cool right now this time around.
I guess not.
I remember when the coolest kid in my school, after he was there for a few years, he demanded. My daughter's making her presence known. He demanded to be transferred to a different school. That was his cool move.
Can we just point out how hilarious it is that the Suns are on his list and probably the favorite? So for the second time in Kevin Durant's career, he's probably going to force his way to the team that just had the best record in the league.
That's how he rolls.
Yeah,
I know the front running involved here. And as John, as you know from our Patreon pods, my Warriors, okay, all this happening after they won a title, okay. Strike the numbers, baby.
Quick thing that has been mentioned, but let's actually. Is Jalen Brunson technically part of the Kristaps Porzingis trade?
Oh, come on. Let's move on.
I want it to be. I want it to be.
We'll see. We'll see. But
how would it be? Just that they cleared the cap space to get him?
Yes. The question then is also like, are they unlocking the pick? Because if you're a Knicks fan, you also want that pick to be unlocked. And the Mavs probably want it too, because they have more access to doing something this year. Because if their best move is just signing someone with the mid-level exception, the tax mid-level, and Christian Wood, and losing Jalen Brunson, and maybe getting Evan Fournier back, not a great summer. As
we'll see.
The teams around them get stronger too.
Janky AF, thank you for your contribution, Janky. I just want to hear you say Antonio McDyce's name. Thank you to everybody who enjoyed the montage I created in the beginning. Ghosts of free agent signings past. Yes. And happy free agency. Congrats to KFS. We appreciate all your hard work. Yes, this is the first time we'll say it. This is also our celebration of 500 episodes of the Knicks Film School podcast.
We did not plan that, by the way.
We did it. Literally, the calendar just broke that way. If another reason to get those likes up and to subscribe to this channel. We said all the stats last night on Cream, but we hit 1 million downloads for the year over the past couple of days. We hit 200,000 downloads for the month, literally today. So thank you for that. We're in the top 150 on iTunes, top 20 in basketball podcasts. All of these, I want everybody watching and eventually listening to celebrate with us. We greatly appreciate it. John, you're up.
Next up, Drew P. 2 teams ahead of us has just collapsed. Playoffs. Who else collapsed? The Nets collapsed. Who am I forgetting? What other team collapsed? Are you talking about the Hornets?
Maybe the Hornets? Oh, yeah. Miles Bridges.
Well, yeah. Well, that's TBD.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there.
That's just very sad. So, look, I think it's early. We don't know what the team's going to look like. Sitting here right now, do I think the Knicks are going to be playoff team? If you ask me to put money on right now whether they will wind up as one of the 8 teams that get to compete in the playoffs, I would probably say yes. I don't say that with a ton of conviction, but I will say yes as of right now, completely not knowing any of the other stuff that is going to unfold.
I'll say yes too.
Is my mic better, by the way?
Yeah.
Yes, now it is.
Okay.
All right. My turn.
The problem with me being the audio guy is that when I can't hear my bad audio and no one tells me except the chat. So I apologize, everybody. We're back to normal. Jeremy, you're up.
Frank Corona Jr. Today made me realize that all fans are delusional with their young players. I was reading Phoenix threads and they were arguing about not wanting to trade Bridges and Cam Johnson for KD. LOL. Yeah. If you have Devin Booker and you have Chris Paul, your window's now. It's 3 years, maybe 4. Kevin Durant is your window. He is a superstar. Mikal Bridges is not going to be a superstar. He's a damn good player. Cam Johnson, not going to be a superstar. If the value of Kevin Durant for 3 years is better than Bridges and Johnson and a lot of picks that you have, you make the trade. So I think what a lot of fans try to do is say, how can we build a dynasty? How do we win a title? Just one title.
Especially when you're the
one
Suns.
title validates everything.
When you're the Suns and you've never won one, I mean, they should be like, don't worry about the future. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Jessica? Oh, Andrew, you're muted. I can read it if you can.
We good now? Do we good now?
Yeah, we're good now.
Jessica Clarice Elsner, thank you. Yes, it's a rousing start so far. Jessica, thank you for your contribution as always. LOL Nets in all caps. I dig that energy. Looking forward to other non-Brunson moves tonight. Reading is
Me and
fun.
you both.
Really lovely to formally meet you all last night, John and Andrew. Wait to call Jeremy was on there too. I guess, was she off by the time you got there?
I don't know.
I'll circle back. Okay. Wait to call the Brunson signing back in 21, Jeremy. That's right. You did last year. You're truly a mensch.
Well, thank you, Jessica. Just had a feeling then, and it came true.
Go look at if you have a Twitter account, go look at a tweet we just retweeted that Jeremy had, or just go to Jeremy's Twitter account. And he apparently had a dream last March in 2021, that the Knicks were signing Jalen Brunson, and
good dream
came to fruition.
Great dream.
All these years later.
Can I tell you another dream that I had not too long ago?
What
came through? Recently, it was that in 2025, the Knicks find a way to turn Brunson and picks into SGA. But
God,
one dream at a time. Brain. One dream at a time. Brunson is here.
And I'll add to that. I want him to stay here for a while, and I think he's going to be here for a while. I think Jalen Brunson is going to be a Knick for a long time.
I hope so. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll just add context. Last night was our most recent town hall for Patreon. So if you want to join us in July for the next town hall for Patreon town hall, just sign up on Patreon. The link is in the description of this video on YouTube. Sign up for the Mellow or Monroe tier. Holy shit, Woj bomb.
Oh, wow. That's not good. Woj tweeting that Jaren Jackson Jr. underwent surgery to repair a stress fracture in his right foot. He'll be sidelined 4 to 6 months.
Oh, wow.
That is pretty tough.
So you know what that tells me? It coming out now is that like Memphis it's the same way the Knicks were getting the Alec Burks medicals out. So like here, just letting you know if you're looking to trade for this guy, which now that Memphis may be a Kevin Durant suitor. Oh, by the way, probably the headline of that trade, Jaren Jackson Jr., is sidelined for the next few months.
Yeah, nothing that wasn't leaked accidentally.
That's
there was a clear purpose there. It also, then it goes back to I still just wonder, is someone like DeAndre Ayton, does he want to go to Memphis?
Yeah,
because now it's like, hey, DeAndre, you fit in next to him, and you can also make all-star. You can put up all-star stats in the front court as long as we move Steven Adams, because you just can't. And also, Steven Adams next to Kevin Durant in Phoenix would be a lot better than like a Miles Turner type, because they need rebounding. And
I think they would take you at center if they got Kevin Durant to pair with Jalen Brunson and Chris Paul.
Maybe two of me
on top of each other's shoulders.
Yes.
Dan Hidalgo, here we go, boys. In the name of Brock Leon and Pastor Claudio, amen. I'm glad people are happy. I'm glad there's positive energy in the chat. We're seeing super chats. I hope there's as much positive energy in the chat.
There is.
I really
nice.
I feel pretty strongly. This is a good day. This is an accomplishment, and this is something that, like, again, there's gonna be a lot of shit that's gonna be talked about what the Knicks did today, in many different contexts. Knicks fans should absolutely tune it all out. So, amen to that.
Jeremy,
you're right. It is me. From Alpha, are any of the KFS crew coming to Summer League? Also, Jeremy, can I get an autograph? Which I assume is just a giant cap table. Yeah, I can do a digital signing of my John Hancock. It's probably not going to look great, but happy to do it. If I were going to Summer League, which I'm not, which I know John and Andrew are not either, I would set up a table, and maybe you'd be the only one to come by where I would sign something. But no, unfortunately not going to be there this year, which we decided like a couple months ago.
Yeah. So last year it was on the table because Blue Wire was having like a thing there, and they were bringing us out there. They have a studio out there that they want us to use eventually, so we will eventually take a trip out to Vegas to the Wynn Hotel to use their studio, but that opportunity is not available this year. I know you guys love the content we put out, and we've loved doing the content, but I think I speak for the three of us that we're going to need a little bit of a break over the course of the next couple months. So we'll obviously be doing post games throughout the time of Summer League and all the games, but we will not be attending Summer League live in Vegas this year, at least. Yes. I will go next. 007 Angelo. Am I reading that incorrectly, or is 007 Angelo? It's 007 Angelo. We'll go.
I think you're fine.
Okay. Thank you for the contribution. Have a new name for the show. Mac and the Cap Dog. I love it. Mac and the Cap Dog.
That's phenomenal.
By the way, we're ahead of Mike Francesa, the Mike Francesa podcast. And
eat your heart out, Francesa.
Okay. Horse. Have another Diet Coke.
All right. I got this one. Next one.
Hoping we get Brunson. What the hell? Nowhere to go but up.
That's actually true in terms of enjoyable product from last year. Can't be worse, right? Kevin Danishevsky, is OG a possibility for the Knicks with the additions of Brunson and the potential loss of Cam Fournier? I'm wondering if he is a good fit. # LOL next. I don't think it's happening. I don't foresee what we would have that the Raptors would want. I think they're saving him for Gobert, and I'd just be shocked. Is he a good fit? I don't know. With Randle and RJ here, it's a little bit too many like guys who just like kind of want to, live in the same area. That's my 2 cents on OG.
Yeah, same. I think it makes a lot more sense for Utah. John Perez was surprised that IQ wasn't giving keys to be PG. I wasn't, just because it seems like the Knicks have really been trying to find more of a veteran presence, but I still think that there's a chance that they could move Derrick Rose, which would clear the pathway for Immanuel Quickley to be the backup point guard and hopefully get, 25 minutes a game.
I will just say that nobody organization related has given us the indication they view him as a point guard. I know they tried to get him point guard minutes in Summer League and he had stretches as a point guard, and obviously the last couple games he played high minutes at point guard, but I think they view him as a sixth man, and whatever that is, whether it's a Jason Terry role or an instant scorer that can handle the ball. That is what I think. I think Immanuel Quickley is viewed as right now by the organization. Mark Gagliardi, thank you for the contribution in the super chat. Let's see. Let's get caught up before free agency opens in 5 minutes.
By the way, if Brunson wears there was a Photoshop of him wearing number 11.
Mm-hmm.
Then my Frank Ntilikina jersey. That's used again. But it's true. I think there should be a battle to the death, a trial by combat to the death between Fournier and Brunson for the number 13. But something tells me that's not going to be needed.
I don't think so either. Yeah. Christian Cruz, great signing by NYK today. I guess Simmons will be doing promos for the buy one get one free Nets tickets next season. Ben Simmons, I swear. John, are we losing you right now for a few minutes?
I'm going to read one more and then you'll lose me.
Okay, then let me just mute real quick because we can hear.
Oh, no, sorry. That was my bad. I forgot that everybody could hear that.
You're good. Let me get
this is like my first one of these things. I don't know how the audio works.
Yeah. You're good. Jessica's next super chat.
Jessica, one more. Thank you again, Jessica. Saying Jeremy joined last night after we said hello. And there just wasn't time for me to say hi to Jeremy and Ben. Happy 500th episode, LOL, and that's hashtag. Oh, I like this one. Hashtag 53 laughs.
I dig it. Good. So, John, you're jumping off for a few minutes?
I'm going to jump off for a few minutes to go speak to some fellas by the name of Ian Begley and CP, the franchise, on SNY. And then I'll be back here at 6:15.
Cool. So we're going to reset. If you want, we will hold it down. I wish I could say go check John out on SNY, but they're right now.
Don't go check John out. Stay right here.
So John's going to go join them. We will keep you rocking, but we'll reset in the meantime. We are headed into hour number 2 of our free agency live stream. The breaking news so far is that Jalen Brunson intends to sign a free agent deal with the New York Knicks for 4 years and around $110 million. There has not been really anything else of note other than that Jaren Jackson Jr. is injured and out for 4 to 6 months. We've got a couple minutes before start, and we will get back to the super chat, we promise. But Jeremy, do you have any predictions for what you think? Other than the Bradley Beal plan that you mentioned, what do you think is something we see in the first few minutes of free agency when this breaks?
I think I need to go to sleep for that.
You needed to have a dream.
No, a few things. Well, first of all, if you're expecting, like a Zion contract, a Ja contract, maybe even an RJ contract, not until midnight. So nothing will happen between that time. Other than that, we'll see a flurry of signings because it's tampering is just doesn't really exist. That's just the whole philosophy of it. So I'm sure we'll see most of it will be players re-signing with teams. I would not be shocked if we saw Zach Lavine re-signing in the first few minutes. It's a lot of the larger names. Maybe Collin Sexton comes to an offer. It's not going to be someone like DeAndre Ayton. The prevailing thought that Keith Smith talked about was that with Kevin Durant in the market, that it might change the dynamics of things. Players might be less inclined to sign, maybe, but I don't know how much of the market's going to be held up by Durant. And I think there are a lot of other teams that know they have no shot that want to just handle their business, and other teams who might be in on Durant want to just not do that. Like, I bet James Harden comes to a decision pretty quickly. Opts out, signs a new deal. PJ Tucker comes in. Maybe they trade Tobias Harris, that sort of thing. Other than that, I think it's, our phones might be blowing up pretty soon, but we'll see.
I'll push back on the idea that, so I don't know, was it Keith Smith or was it Stein that said like the league was put on pause when the Durant news? So it was Keith Smith that said that. The Philly thing is interesting because I wonder if they're a Kevin Durant suitor, and then as a result, Harden waits to see after the trade what he can re-sign for,
Yes.
So I do think some of this will be put on pause. Some of the obvious extensions, like I think this was Stein that said Jokic extension, Booker extension. there's a couple others, the other obvious extensions that were going to happen. One 601 hits in a couple minutes.
I'm also curious with the Booker extension, because it's like 4 years, $212 million, something like that. I wonder if that last year is going to be a player option. Wouldn't surprise me. Just curious as a result. Cat also is another guy who Supermax eligible. So he could potentially get something. So yeah, those types of moves.
So we're now
off and running.
Christ,
Devin
the money.
Booker, 4 years, $214 million.
And Nikola Jokic, Jesus, 5 years, $264 million.
Malik Monk to the Kings. That's interesting.
Okay.
I'm guessing that might be the mid-level exception. So they don't have a lot of cap space. So it could be a portion of it. It could be the full one. So yeah. Interesting. And Booker's going to be the cover athlete for NBA 2K23. That's pretty cool. Good for him.
There you go. Shout out to all of you who still play video games.
DeAndre Jordan to the Nuggets.
Whatever that means.
By Shams. Yeah, that's Isaiah Hartenstein. Wow. So he's signing for cap space. 2 years, $16.7 million for Hartenstein. So first of all, Bradley Beal dream, dead. Victor Oladipo back to the Miami Heat.
Malik Monk is for $20 million. For 2 years, $20 million. That's a good job by Malik Monk. He was like a productive player on that Laker team.
Let's talk about Hartenstein for a moment. Again,
that officially happened, but
that officially
people watching it missed it.
Yes. Oh, and there's Beal for the Wizards. So I'm glad I said my piece before it didn't happen.
Go ahead,
5 years, $251 million for Bradley Beal. Good for him. Nicholas Batum, that was not a surprise. Oh my God, we're never gonna get through this. Batum, 2 years, $22 million. They basically had his early bird rights, I want to say, because he was on the team for 2 years. This is the most they were eligible for. So that makes sense. Here's what I'm going to do. There's actually a great article on Hartenstein that was by Ethan Fuller at ETHman43. He launched it in March 31st, 2022. PJ Tucker goes to the Sixers on the full mid-level exception.
Hold on. I got to pause you for a second.
Yes. I know I'm talking a mile a minute, but I'm just reading it a mile a minute.
And the chat never heard us say Isaiah Hartenstein to the Knicks, and they're like,
we did.
Where?
We said it. Okay.
So they're saying Isaiah Hartenstein where? Isaiah Hartenstein signed a 2 years, $60 million deal with the Knicks. Go ahead, Jeremy.
So, like I was saying, Ethan Fuller at ETHman43 had a great article on Isaiah Hartenstein in March 31st, 2022. I'm going to retweet it for those of you who might be interested, because it was a very good way of showing who he is. Highly recommend it.
I want to just warn people that saw it. And look, I appreciate Tommy Beer and his digging through Basketball Reference, and this is like not a knock on him, but he put up the differences between the Isaiah Hartenstein had shot 40 some odd % from 3 last year, and Mitchell Robinson shot a specific percentage from the free throw line last year. And as much as we might say, as like, oh, the Knicks got a stretch 5, great, this will add a new look to their offense. Isaiah Hartenstein took 37 attempts from 3?
Might have been less than that.
Yeah, like that's like saying Taj is now a stretch 4. Like might give him a new look, and maybe they'll try to push him for volume. But yeah, the Knicks now have a center. Who knows if it's a backup center? Go ahead, read the next one.
Woj reporting that Anthony Simons, 4 years, $100 million. So that's 25 a year.
Who's better, Anthony Simons or Jalen Brunson?
I mean, Brunson's the lead guard. Yeah, I think it stacks up pretty well.
Yeah, my point being, Simons gets $100 million, and the league would be like, "Oh, Anthony Simons, good job, Portland," and the Knicks for $5 million more.
Here's the biggest difference: Simons is he's a restricted free agent. 2 differences: restricted free agent versus unrestricted free agent. Brunson had to be pulled away from a team. Simons just re-signed. So Simons on the open market as an unrestricted free agent probably nets him more money than that. So the tax of $5 to $10 million over 4 years to get Brunson, that's worthwhile. But I do just want to talk about Hartenstein because we don't know if the Knicks are going to operate above the cap or Above it or below it? My guess is they're going to go below it because they can, but they don't also have to. If they didn't Evan Fournier sign and trade, it's possible that they stay above the salary cap, and then what they would do is sign him to the mid-level exception. So that's kind of the prevailing thought that we're going to have to find out. So if you're looking for more info on cap stuff, it's a little bit tricky at the moment to determine unless the Knicks can't pull it off, but I think they can. So let's hold off on whether the Knicks are a cap space team or not for just the moment.
Bobby Portis, 4 years, $49 million, back to the Bucks. For those asking where John is, John's not here. He may or may not be on another channel that I watch the Mets on religiously right now with CP the franchise and Ian Bagley at the moment. But John will be back, I think, in the next 20 minutes or so. We'll keep you cool over the next couple minutes. So
a lot of signings.
Isaiah Hartenstein. We're eventually going to need to learn if it's Stein or Stein. I'm sure someone will correct us on that.
Do you know how big of an issue that is in the Jewish community?
I was going to say, for you, it's
so
probably the biggest issue.
I don't think he is. I think he's German, not Jewish. But yeah, we'll find out. I'm sure it'll be
the opposite. Jeez.
Okay, so interesting from Haynes. All right, I gotta say this with an asterisk because Chris Haynes went through the ringer. He's saying 4 years, $104 million. If that's the case, then that means a sign and trade for Fournier would not be shaking out. And if it's not shaking out, then it's either a sign and trade where the Mavs get a traded player exception, or there's no sign and trade at all. So we'll see about if Haynes is finally getting one correctly recently, or if he's just a little bit off, because that does matter. Also, I think for Isaiah, it was 2 years. Let's see, 2 years, $16 million plus deal, fully guaranteed for Hartenstein. So curious actually, it wouldn't be a team option. But this also tells us that the Knicks are probably going to operate over the cap next year, which then fits into the plan of keeping him along. Daniel House to the 76ers. And again, I'm sorry, if this is all a mile a minute, it's just as much a mile a minute for us as we're reading it and processing it, but it's a lot of fun. So this is really cool.
You said Daniel House. PJ Tucker to the Sixers, by the way.
Mid-level exception.
That. Yes.
Yep.
3 years, though.
Yes.
Do you think this Hartenstein, is this like a lack of confidence in Jericho Sims? I think you were talking about this on Twitter today about whether signing Hartenstein takes them out of, was this him or Mitch, or are they still going to bring Mitch back and now Hartenstein just replaces Noel?
I think it's more that it's
okay.
Hartenstein being. Here's the thing about Sims. It's not that I don't think he's capable. He is. It's just a matter of, let's say Mitch goes down and you're the Knicks. Are you putting Sims in the lineup? Probably not. Hartenstein is further along in the development curve.
Man, if that's your worry about Mitch, why are you resigning him?
Well, because the fact that Hartenstein's not a starting caliber center. He's good. He's a quality backup. He has a better backup than Noel. Noel was very much a rim runner. Hartenstein's one of the best. I'm not exaggerating. He's one of the best passing big men in the NBA. Yes. What were you saying, Andrew?
No, there's just those who were in the chat the other night for the emergency live stream know why I'm upset. Let's just say spam is back. Yes. Okay. Daniel House's deal is officially 2 years, $8 million.
So that's I think that's going to be the biannual exception.
Sure.
It's a good deal for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, Malik Monk got most of the non-taxpayer mid-level exception.
I apologize. Someone reached out to me about becoming a moderator for our chat to help me out. It's the homie Bricks Nation. When you will be on the roster next year. Don't worry about it. Or honestly, the next time we go live, don't worry about it. So where things stand now, where's your confidence in something else happening other than Mitch resigning?
Well, it's not Mo Bamba, who just resigned for 2 years and $21 million in Orlando.
Really? A lot of going back.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
You asked about with Mitchell Robinson?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like indication he'll be back. It's just the Knicks can go over the salary cap for him.
My point was more something else besides Mitchell Robinson.
It's tough to say because it all depends on, sign and trades, cap space. Are they going to be over the cap or under the cap? So it's a little tricky at the moment. I'd love to predict more, but it really all comes down to what happens with Brunson. If Fournier is going back, questions we can't really answer right now.
Fair. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Live producing, by the way. Apparently, I could just make someone a moderator on YouTube. Like, it doesn't take as much. I could just click a button.
It'd be kind of funny if the person who's moderating
is
actually the one
putting the links.
Yeah.
All right.
Daniel House got the biannual exception.
That is why we have you to point that out. Thank you, Jeremy.
Anytime.
Okay, so where things stand right now. What are your thoughts?
I think the Knicks recognize that Noel's he wasn't the option that they wanted, backing up Mitch. Hartenstein is younger. He's better. He's an advanced stats darling. He's beloved by the advanced stats. But again, like the passing is just really good. But what's fascinating to me is, and this was a reason why I said I really want him on the Knicks, be great. The reason why I didn't think it was going to happen is because the Knicks have traditionally just had centers as rim runners, and that's not what he does. He adds an entire dimension to this team that is very different from anything that they've done before. Like Taj is an okay passer, but all these guys, Mitch, Taj, Sims, Noel, their usage rates are in the toilet. I think when we were talking about the Mitchell Robinson cap or no cap, the four of them were the 4 lowest usage bigs in the NBA last year. So to have Hartenstein, who is not quite that low usage, it comes down to 2 questions. Number 1, are they going to use him in a low usage way? Or number 2, are they going to take his game and tailor the offense around him a little bit more? That is something to be seen.
Tyus Jones back to Memphis, 2 years, $30 million. Jeez.
15 million a year. Wow. Joe Ingles to the Bucks. Interesting.
Oh, that is interesting. What's the deal?
It's probably a minimum contract. He's off of his ACL tear, so he's not going to play for a bit. But
who said Joe Ingles to the Bucks?
Renee Ingles.
Oh, okay.
His wife. She said sources very close to free agent Joe Ingles can confirm he has agreed to a 1-year deal with the Milwaukee Bucks. CEO of the house, Renee Ingles, is thrilled for Joe and their family. Joe himself is said to be very bucking happy. #NBA, #NBA news. So good for them.
Here I thought I had all of the appropriate people set to alerts. No,
that was RT by Keith Smith.
Apparently I needed to I guess Keith Smith I don't have on alerts. Okay, let's read a couple super chats in the meantime.
Yes, please.
Christian Cruz, great signing by NYK today. Also, I guess Simmons will be doing he did this.
Yep,
we read this one already. Okay, Christian Cruz, thank you for the contribution. You just got your contribution read twice. I-95 Bully, thank you for your contribution. I'm on delay, started late. Andrew, more rants. They're coming. Don't worry. They're coming.
Hopefully not too many.
Well, it depends what the rant is about. It could be in favor of the Knicks and anti-national media that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Jeremy, you're up.
Well, speaking of media,
go ahead.
Chris Haynes just said league sources tell Yahoo about Joe Ingles. His wife just tweeted it. Just credit.
Now, Chris Haynes is not having a banner. I will say this. I really like Chris Haynes.
Yeah, it's just like this is not your week.
Rough 7 days. Yeah. Go ahead.
Michael Mirando, given Brunson signing, I find it hard to see Beal being the plan with Tibbs as coach. Well, Michael, come from the future. This was not in my dreams, so it didn't come true. Especially the legitimate talk about Murray. They'd probably rather clear Fournier and roll Grimes into starting 2, potentially. Yeah, definitely possible that they do that.
Chris Haynes. So apparently that first tweet had a typo. He said fee agent signed, so he retweeted it. He deleted it and reposted it. Had a second chance to credit Joe Ingles' wife. Didn't. Poor guy.
Chris.
Okay. I missed that. Did we read Michael Mirando's?
Hartenstein. Hold on. Ian Begley, league source, confirms Knicks and Isaiah Hartenstein are in agreement to your deal. Barring something unforeseen, Hartenstein will back up Mitchell Robinson, who's been expected to re-sign. So
the plan is Mitch and Hartenstein.
Oh, and Jeff Passan. This is cool. Aaron Judge guaranteed a starting spot in the All-Star game after receiving the most votes in their respective and Robert Acuna Jr. Everyone's here for baseball talk, I know, but
definitely. I mean, I'm here for Yankee talk, right?
Yeah, anytime.
Wait, so the All-Star game was announced today?
I think the top vote getters, they cleared the
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's it for baseball talk. We promise. Oh, now I have the same thing. Okay, Wesley Matthews back on a 1-year deal to the Bucks. Why did I retweet that? I meant to retweet something else. It's actually, I appreciate good Photoshop. SNY's picture of Jalen Brunson and looking clean in the Knicks City uniforms. So,
yeah.
Shout out to them. You read Michael Mirando's?
I did indeed.
Okay, so next, the thing.
It's back
down on me. No, it jumped down on me. I'm trusting our moderators that they will delete stuff if y'all don't mind. Jay Bago, thank you for the generous contribution in the super chat.
Thank you.
Also says congrats to 1 million downloads and all the success. You deserve it. Jay Bago, we appreciate you. You all deserve to celebrate this with us because we're not here without you. Go ahead, Jeremy. You read this one. Amir
Coffee has a 3-year, $11 million deal with the Clippers. Man, Clippers are spending so much money. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but that's a lot. That's I mean, they're just spending because they can. That's what a good franchise does. They're deep. They have star talent, and they have an owner or governor who's willing to spend as much as they can. Super chat contribution. Let's see. Manny Campos. I'll get to a couple of second. Noted Knicks hater Richard Jefferson just said he likes the Brunson move for the Knicks. That's all I need to know. It was a home run move. Hell just froze over. Yes, I would say so. A couple moves that also came in. Damian Jones to the Lakers. We talked about Damian Jones a bit. I thought he might be more in the backup Hartenstein type role. That's a good deal for them. He's a good player, a good backup. And Javon Carter is back in Milwaukee, 2-year deal. So, yeah.
Got to be honest. When you said Damian Jones, I was thinking like LeBron's old friend that used to play for the Cavs that's been out of the league for like 10 years, you know?
Oh, yeah. Wait, you don't mean James Jones, do you?
No, so there was a Damon Jones when LeBron's first stint in Cleveland. He had like a big playoff shot against the Wizards in like 2004, but probably closer to 2006 because they didn't make the playoffs in 2004. But like that's the Damon Jones I think of when I think of guy playing with the Knicks. You can read that tweet. You just retweeted. That made me laugh.
Derek at the Strickland at D_Rife. New York is making a clean sweep tonight. New York will sign Jalen Brunson, Isaiah Hartenstein. League sources tell ESPN.
I appreciate that one. I very much appreciate that.
If you know, you know.
Adam Koplik had back-to-back contributions in the super chat. We appreciate you. Go ahead. This is you.
So from Ryan Huang. So if Jeremy had a dream, DREAM, last year for us to get Brunson, do we need Kris to have a cream soon for us to draft Wemby next year? With all due respect, I think Kris can cream in his own time off camera, but
I have none of the comments. No comment from me whatsoever. I'm just
actually I'm the one who's putting the spam in the comments. That's me.
I knew it.
You got me.
Oh my gosh. Jason M. Hartenstein coming in. I think they sign and trade Mitch. How would that work, Jeremy?
I mean, it'd be base year compensation, essentially. So we'll see. We will see. That would be an interesting move for sure. A lot of other things that would have to happen beforehand. I mean, it could happen, but it's just other chaos going in. So, but yeah, Jason, I wouldn't rule it out, but they can go over the cap to re-sign him. Also, one thing I should add is that Hartenstein can't be. I don't believe he can be signed and traded to the Knicks because the Clippers don't have his early bird or bird rights. So it's like that. If they're signing him, if they're getting him, it's signing him, and if they're signing him, it's either with cap space or staying above the salary cap and doing the non-taxpayer mid-level exception.
Gotcha. Kris Pursiainen is returning to Toronto on a 3-year. Not a lot of movement right now. 3-year, $35 million.
Oh, Joe Ingles just went to the Bucks. Hello.
My apologies that's the big.
He's a good mate.
Well, okay, not for nothing. There has been some movement. It was Jalen Brunson going to the New York Knicks.
That's such old news by this point.
I apologize. Yeah.
You or me? Is you right?
This is you. No, I read the last one. Go ahead.
Bad eyesight. Brunson isn't the guy I wanted personally, but it feels great that the Knicks got their guy. I'm excited. Awesome. Again, I understand people who might feel like bad eyesight in terms of not loving Brunson, but I think there's a lot more to his game that he hasn't been able to show because he's been with Luka Doncic. Clearly, Luka was not where he wanted to be with or who he wanted to be with, and he didn't want to be in Dallas. So yeah, they got their guy. That's great.
I have a comment before we add John back. Lou Dort.
Wow.
What the fuck?
5 years, $87.5 million.
I like Lou Dort, by the way. I remember when he was like a barely like the Frank Ntilikina role on the Thunder when Chris Paul was there, and now he's 5 years, $87 million worth.
Yeah. So here's the thing about the Thunder. The Thunder are an over the cap team now, so like cap space isn't really going to matter.
Yeah.
So they're fine.
That was.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Can
John.
I just refer?
By the way, welcome back, John Macri.
Yes.
How are the people over at SNY?
They were great, but I miss my home.
Welcome.
We had a flurry of signings, as I'm sure you saw.
This gives me a chance to refer to why I really love the Hartenstein signing. Because no one who speaks German could possibly be evil.
What?
Simpsons quote? No.
You talk.
Jeremy got it.
Yeah, Jeremy got it. I'm not a.
I
Simpsons
got it.
guy,
I just forgot it was the Simpsons.
It's the Cape. It's the Cape Fear episode.
Ah.
Our top 5 all time Simpsons episode.
Obviously, the Cape Fear episode.
Also, love all of our German-speaking fans out there. Who,
Yes. Oh wait, I had the T-shirt on.
We want to put the history behind them.
I had my New York German Austria fan club T-shirt on earlier today, and then I showered, so I took it off.
I had a Wu-Tang shirt on most of the day.
From my home country.
Yes, Wu-Tang.
There you go.
Before we get John's take on Isaiah Hartenstein, guys whose name we'll learn before training camp, hopefully. Let's catch up on the rest of the super chats. John, your turn.
Keith Peckman, what's going on, Keith? Thanks for your contribution. Randle plus Fournier plus a maximum draft package plus any other non-RJ player for KD. Talk to me. I wonder if this is going to turn into the topic of the day until he actually gets traded.
It's just not happening.
It's just so if you're we can talk about this for a half a second. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that the Nets were willing to trade Kevin Durant to the Knicks. I don't believe that it is something you could do without a blue chip prospect back. For the record, and this could get aggregated. I don't really give a shit. I wouldn't trade RJ Barrett for Kevin Durant. That is an insane. That is an objectively insane take. I'm just going to say that right now. It is objectively insane and incorrect. Like talking basketball, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because when you're trying to build something, you don't make the mistake that the team across the river just did. RJ Barrett hopefully will be here for 15 years. Is he ever going to be as good as Kevin Durant? Of course not. That goes without saying. But do you give up RJ and all of the contracts and all of your future draft equity for Kevin Durant? I'm not doing it. And I'm not even sure the Nets would do that. Probably not. If I had to guess.
Can you assemble a legitimate contender around Kevin Durant today? I
mean, he's Kevin Durant.
Right. But that's not my question. I'm saying, like, yes, it elevates your status, but we just saw, like, wasn't the criticism last year, like, he's having trouble because his supporting cast is to do everything himself. Like, is that going to be that different this year?
No.
Or would it be? No.
So
there's the answer.
I like Kevin Durant too. I don't even think your take is that insane, John. Like here, drinking game. Zach Lowe saying it when he and what was it, Marks or Gavoni, when they were going through all the different young players that all of these other teams wouldn't like. Evan Mobley, the Cavs say no. The Scotty Barnes, the Raptors say no. I get it. Knicks fans might have a little bit of too much love for RJ Barrett, but that's like all right as
that's
Knicks
not
fans
me
too.
Though. And I'm saying that I wouldn't trade him.
Right. I gotta be honest, there's a part of me that's also seen what's happened to Brooklyn in the past 2 years. I just want no part of that.
I don't want to go that route
here. You know, if it all of a sudden becomes championship or bust, it just becomes less fun. Yes, the championship would be a lot of fun, but
we got Hartenstein.
Yeah.
What the fuck you need Kevin Durant for? Come on.
There's your aggregation. We got Hartenstein.
That Hartenstein, baby.
The fuck you need Kevin Durant for?
Fill up my Stein. There we go.
You gotta have Hart and Stein. Shout out, damn Yankees. My theater people. You know what I'm talking about.
It's 6:24. We're already off the rails with the musical theater references.
Yeah, it's
only
also
at KFS.
Just tell me, is there any world they could get Durant without RJ in the deal?
No.
Okay, Jeremy.
If you trade him next door, no, you're taking them for everything they're worth.
So
everything.
No. Yes, I agree. The non-RJ part, because I know it is a fascinating thing. Like if you wanted to trade RJ there, you could, or if you wanted to keep RJ and be like, well, Randle's an all-star, like you're not able to tank because Houston owns your picks, so they might not be looking to do what San Antonio is presumably or evidently doing, and just like we're trying to have nobody good on our team next year because there is a big prospect in the draft. Dwayne Dedmon to the Miami Heat, returning to Miami Heat, 2 years, $9 million. I don't think there's a scenario where Kevin Durant is a Knick. I also don't think there's a scenario if that did open up that RJ Barrett remains a Knick if Kevin Durant is a Knick. So that is my take.
Can I just throw one random little thing I just thought of? The Knicks spend as much money annually on Jalen Brunson today as they did on annual money 3 years ago for Bobby Portis and Elfrid Payton.
Wow.
Yeah.
Or if you prefer, Taj Gibson, Wayne Ellington, and Elfrid Payton.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the prevailing thought of Brunson, again, there's more. It's got to be more complex than just this because there's more out there. But as of this moment, it feels like coming in Brunson, Hartenstein, going out at the very least. Well, no, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying at the very least, Noel, Burks, Kemba, and a bunch of seconds.
Yeah, you got better.
And then also coming in 2 first-round picks in the future and going out the 11th pick, or 2 additional first-round picks. Or you could say 3 first-round picks and the 11th pick going out. So far, like, it feels like they're coming out ahead on this one, but we'll recap at the end.
Jeremy, you're up.
Junkheart Athens. Andrew, bring the hey KD. Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks guy on the show, please? Love from Greece. Let's go.
I gotta be honest. We could say it in hindsight. I don't hate that video. I hate how much it was used against the Knicks this year more than anything else. I'm not a fan of Bing Bong. That guy is my second favorite part of the video, though. I'm sure you can guess my favorite part is, you know what? I'm from New York. Hey, listen, I'm from New York. And you know what? Fuck Tom Brady, y'all. Fuck Tom. Tom Brady is a fucking bitch. Fuck Tom Brady. Yes. Apologies to the children listening. Yes. This is a day where you can laugh at the Nets. I'm all in on this. Hush Zoo. Thank you for your contribution. Hyped about Brunson. Wow, I like that energy. Hyped about Brunson. And finally, a spacing 5 in Hartenstein.
He's a playmaking 5. He's a playmaking 5.
Yes, when you were off, we were talking about
the
ability to, his passing is very strong. But he's a higher usage guy than the Knicks have operated with beforehand. So it'll be interesting to see how they tinker with him and cater to his strengths versus just making him a roll man who dives to the rim and sits in the dunker spot. But he stretches a tiny bit more.
Continuing with the comment, won't lie, he's very underrated. Might even outplay Mitch. Something to look out for. Maybe we'll see.
I don't think it's a hot take at all to say that there will be situations where he will be the better option for just whatever the game flow might dictate. That's not a crazy take.
So speaking of Brooklyn, the game KD had 54 against the Knicks. Thad Young to the Raptors. Where was he? Returning to the Raptors. He was
traded from San Antonio to Toronto.
2 years, $16 million. The game that KD had 50 plus in Brooklyn against the Knicks. He had 40 something going into the fourth quarter, and then the Knicks used Jericho Sims to just blitz the entire fourth quarter. And Mitch never came back in the game, or at least maybe didn't come back until very late because in the situation this called for. This is one of the things that Tibbs is underrated, where he will actually read the game and decide that this is the situation where this lineup works more. I get it. There's 100,000 other reasons why people don't like some of the other rotational decisions, but that was a decision where it's like, oh, he's actually like reading and reacting with the lineup changes.
Yeah,
he might do the same thing with Hartenstein, where it's
if
like,
you're trying to switch,
this guy's cooking. I'm gonna keep this guy on the court right now.
Yeah.
Can I add a little bit more context to Hartenstein?
Yeah, go ahead.
So again, we've got 1 year of real significance from his value because he played a little over 1,100 minutes. But in the Mitchell Robinson cap or no cap, we talked about the importance of offensive rebounds. Last year, he graded out in the 70th percentile.
You were on this. I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
You were all over this.
Yes, indeed. Block percentage, he was in the 93rd percentile. Steal percentage, 89th percentile. Those were things that are really important. He went to the rim frequency. He was in the 66th percentile, which is actually lower than he'd done in years past, but small sample size as well. Super efficient, 82nd percentile there. And, again, he's good at the rim. He's good from short mid-range. He didn't take a ton of shots, but it's a little bit more of a diversified shot diet than what Mitchell Robinson has been taking. So, and again, his assist percentage, he was in the 92nd percentile among bigs. That's really good. Consider how Mitchell Robinson, I don't think he's ever broken like 5%, something along those lines.
He had that one game this year where he had, 4 assists in the first quarter or something that broke. It was a new career high. And I don't think he got any more for the game.
Yeah, so 7th percentile for Mitch for assist percentage. That's where he topped out. It was this year, and that was his career high. So just a very different player the Knicks are now getting.
Very different player. Who's up next? Me? You? Andrew?
Yes, you, John.
Me. Okay. Zach Smith. What's going on, Zach? We were sad at the trade deadline, but we got our guy. Jeremy, talk your shit. And for those of you worried about IQ, he's got 4 years to become a star. You know what? I honestly, out of all the takes that are going to fly around, the one that I actually I'll respect the most, I think, is like this blocks quickly. And from this sense, it does block quickly in that he's not going to get like genuine point guard reps. If you think that he is a guy who could be a point guard, the Knicks do not. The Knicks may be proven wrong about that fact. But, and this is an important but, he could still be, I don't want to say a star player, but an incredibly important piece on this team. And I think he will be an incredibly important piece on this team. The one thing that I kept hearing over and over and over again this offseason is that they just had absolutely no appetite for parting with Quickley in any trade, talks that they've had. They just don't want to do it. And I think Tibbs loves him. I think the front office loves him. I think they're universally in love with him as a Knick. And he will get opportunities to be a very good player, even if it's not probably at the nominal point guard position.
Well said.
Yeah.
Don't disagree at all. Jeremy, you're up.
Juanon. Robert Randolph says Anthony Davis is on the way. If there's a Mendoza line for trade calls, he would be buried 30 feet under it. Thanks for the hard work, fellas. So,
if Anthony Davis gets traded to the Knicks, what will we do live on the air?
I don't know if I'd say anything. I'd be speechless. Almost like how I'm speechless with how Robert Randolph just got absolutely buried by Juanon.
So, what was that tweet earlier?
Oh my God!
Oh, go to Robert Randolph's tweets.
Foster picks.
Oh my gosh! It's like every now and then I wonder if I could send a tweet while blindfolded, and I think that's what might have happened. And that was a thing that
I just want to know if he's in on the bid.
If he's in on it, like Magic Johnson.
Magic has to be in on it.
He's in on it.
Yeah,
no, he's acknowledged that he's in on it. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Chris M. Thank you for the generous contribution.
Thank you, man.
Chris.
That's awesome.
We
Thank you, Chris.
greatly appreciate it. Okay, so his comment. Okay, so I feel guilty. I've been watching you guys for 2 years and never commented or chatted until now. Love what you do and want to be part of chats going forward. Don't forget me, Chris. Not at all. We don't.
Don't you
forget about Chris.
me?
Yes. Chris, thank you, and we don't. Thank you. You're welcome aboard, sir. You didn't even need to do this, honestly. Thank you for your generous contribution. We greatly appreciate it. 500 episodes, guys. Oh, this is from me. John, ask it.
Mark Ham, quick question for Andrew. What is the capital of Germany?
I know.
Berlin?
Yes.
That's one of the easy ones.
That's where the Reichstag is.
They had a wall up for a while, right?
They did have a wall. Yes, the Berlin Wall was in Berlin.
Yeah.
Yep. Good call.
Yeah, it divided North Germany and South Germany.
East and West, but
you were
East
close.
and
You
West.
had two choices. You went with
Yep.
the wrong one.
The wrong side.
yeah, Northeast and Southwest Germany were feuding for years. One was Soviet occupied, the other was Italian occupied. It was a mess.
Listen, the way my own country's going lately, I might be, shopping. So we'll see if I
I was
learn.
about to say you might
want
want to put up a wall.
Yeah. Well, no comment.
Yeah, let's keep going.
John, Jeremy, this is from Mello from Toronto.
Mello from Toronto, what's up, my guys? I prayed for the Nets' demise. LOL. Love these two moves so far, but guys, I'm smelling something more. Maybe Ayton. Yeah, again, like John, I was saying this before you hopped on. I'm still not entirely clear if Hartenstein is being signed to cap space or the MLE, because I don't know if the Knicks are going under the salary cap or staying above it. So it'll be interesting to see how they operate.
Wait, Sim, you get more than 2 years on the MLE if you're Sims, right? Yeah, of course.
If they do the MLE and they sign Sims, then yes, you get 3 to 4. But
it's the buy. Yeah, okay.
The room exception is 2
room.
years.
Okay.
Biannual would only be 2 years as well.
From WG, Heat submitted trade requests for Mitchell. Thoughts? Where's that reported?
I hadn't
seen
that
either.
come up too.
I mean,
I don't even need to see it. I mean, of course they're going to try to trade for, if they can't get Kevin Durant, that Donovan Mitchell's the guy that they're going to go after.
From the Jazz, I don't entertain it. At least not this year.
He's not gonna get traded. I mean, look, I think for what it's worth, and I sent out a tweet which I was ignorant of what is probably actually going on, which you correctly pointed out in terms of the Jazz clearing some room for traded player exception to make some kind of a bigger move. I think they're gonna give it one last go of things this year to try to retain Mitchell. I think he's gone. I think he's gonna be gone in a year, and I think it'll still come down to the Knicks and the Heat. By the way, can I just shout out Brad? I'm not shouting out Brad Townsend, but I want to say Brad Townsend, who covers the Mavs for the Dallas Morning News, his entire Twitter feed for the last several hours has purely been about how is this not tampering? This is they should file a grievance.
Oh God,
this is a joke. What a joke! It's very.
I saw someone a week ago or so, a Mavs account. I'm not going to put them on blast, but basically they were laughing at the Knicks because the Knicks are clearing cap space for Jalen Brunson to re-sign, and then the other day basically was resigned to tweeting they're going to lose him for nothing. And it's yes, the Mavs are going to lose Jalen Brunson. Maybe not for nothing. Maybe they'll get Evan Fournier or TPE back, but not. Mavs fans are going through all 5 stages, and I think they're at acceptance, or at least they were a couple days ago. No, you can't. You cannot.
You saved it for the live stream. Well done, Jeremy.
That's good.
Continue.
Moving on. Yeah, John.
Oh, how much of the fact that we have not heard that it's a Fournier sign and trade yet do you think has to do with the fact that the Knicks could still be negotiating with someone or multiple someones, and if they don't get the guy that they want, they're not going to do the sign and trade?
Definitely that. I think the fact that the number itself has not been fully decided yet, or at least it hasn't been aired. Because again, there's a way to get Fournier out. It does not start below $106 million. It starts pretty much above it. Yep. So it all depends on the cap hit and how that operates. Once we get we probably won't even know the actual figure for a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see when it comes up.
I just texted you guys.
I saw
it. Yeah.
What the fuck does that even mean? Submitted a trade offer.
So according to Greg Sylvander, he is a Heat insider for a legit Miami for the Miami Heat. Oh, for the 5 Reasons Sports Network. Okay, that's a Miami-based blog network, like the Miami Strickland, basically. According to him, Miami has submitted a trade offer for Donovan Mitchell. So that is where that came from. Shout out to at NYK247. Shout out to someone who tagged us on Twitter that this happened. Also, according to Jaden, it's pronounced Hartenstein.
Okay.
Hartenstein. I even read it wrong. Hartenstein.
That's what I thought it was.
So we'll go Hartenstein until he corrects us going forward. This is Alondro Trier all over again. Okay.
Oh,
his mom told me his name.
Uh-huh.
I think she's wrong. By the way, interesting tweet from Keith Smith. Where is that Zach Lavine max? It's coming. I would imagine it's from the Bulls, but also if you're Zach Lavine, do you kind of want to be, treated, wined and dined? Feel like you're, get a few free meals out of it. Although probably it's more Zoom than anything.
Zach Lavine once said of Tom Thibodeau after he was no longer being coached Tom Thibodeau that if you want to win basketball games, go play for Tom Thibodeau. Doesn't mean he liked the experience.
Yeah,
probably hated it, but he respected it. Who's up?
You.
Meet Maravich. What's going on? Excited to see how a real guard elevates RJ. I want to talk about this for a half second. Think we'll get a good idea of his potential after seeing his game through that lens. So, look, let's be very clear about what Jalen Brunson is not. Jalen Brunson is not Chris Paul. Jalen Brunson is not. I'm trying to think of some other guys. Like, you watch him and like I remember I went through a lot of his assists from this year. He's not the guy that's making like the live dribble, across his body passes and stuff, and finding guys that know, like seeing guys open before they actually become open. That said, there's gravity to his game. Defenses have to respect him. They can't not pay attention to him when he has the ball. And what I will say about Jalen Brunson is what he's very good at, because he needed to be very good at this, playing with Luka Doncic. He moves when he doesn't have the ball, which is nice, which is not something that like a whole lot of Knicks do, except for, oh, by the way, RJ Barrett is a smart basketball player who likes to move when he doesn't have the ball. So I do think there is an element to like, maybe not in the traditional, like this point guard is going to make this other guy better sense, but I do think that those guys are going to be able to play off of each other really well. And just like from a mentality standpoint, they're both tough as nails. They both want to win. They both want to get better. I'm all in on that.
What he lacks in vision, I feel like he makes up in just intelligence.
Oh, for sure.
He's a really smart player. Again, I don't want to say Kyle Lowry, but they're cut from the same cloth type of mindset of Villanova point guards, maybe a little undersized, just really smart, good basketball players.
Well said.
Yeah.
Scrolling to get to the next super chat. Don't worry.
Thank you, by the way, everybody. How many people we got watching? I don't
we have, over 1,500 still. Looking.
Wow.
1527, and we are live on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. So thank you to everybody watching from all different locations.
If you're watching, subscribe to the channel. We're trying to hit over 10K.
Yes, we're close too. So
yeah.
Jeremy, you're up.
Sure. Colin Reardon, seeing Anthony Simons go for 25 a year extension, or even Dort 17 and a half a year, makes me think the market is higher than expected. And Brunson's actually for 104, 4 years, $104 million. Yeah, like the cap goes up, contracts go up. The fact of the matter is that Hartenstein, assuming he's the backup, he's signing for like 8.5, which is pretty much what Noel got. And then you have to wonder, is Mitch's value closer to like 13 annually? Is it 12? Does it go up? Does it go down? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, and the funny thing about Simons and Dort was their own teams re-signed them. If they're on the open market like Brunson, then their prices go up. And it's just, you have to pay to poach. The fact that Brunson was an unrestricted free agent made him even available. Like if Collin Sexton were an unrestricted free agent, we'd be having a very different conversation potentially, but he's restricted. And that was a huge roadblock for a team like the Knicks.
We could foresee that Simons was going to get this payday. One, because the money doesn't really matter because of the nature of where the Blazers are at with their cap.
Over the cap.
Yep. Yes. But also the way that Danny Meringue, did I get the last name right, Andrew?
Mm-hmm.
Came on our pod and talked about Simons. And I'm not saying he's right or wrong about this, but he knows what's going on with the Blazers. And he basically was like, not that he's going to be as good as Dame, but in terms of like his role on the team and his importance to like what they're doing as a franchise moving forward, he's the heir apparent to Dame. And I was like, whoa, okay. So I'm not shocked by the 25-year. That said, this is a guard who doesn't defend, and his proof of concept was more or less half a season, maybe 2/3 of a season on a really shitty basketball team. And that dude just got paid $25 million a year. Jalen Brunson, we had 20 game sample size of him without Luka this year. Again, I'm going to keep referring to that because it's important. He averaged 23-7 during those 20 games, if you include the 3 playoff games. And then, oh, by the way, there's all the other games where he was impacted winning in a very significant way. So, yeah.
I don't want to say one game sold me on him, but I watched every second of that game 2 against Utah, and I was like, "Oh, this could be us." I'm excited that Jalen Brunson is a Knick. I think the counterpoint to it, I haven't heard many. Like Kris did try to make a basketball reason why not, but his overall point was like, we're not winning the title next year. Now this is like the more of the sentiment is like, we like how much higher does this raise our ceiling? Which if that's your gripe, then it's a philosophical difference of opinion.
Because the Knicks are locked into this roster now for the next 5 years, right? I forgot. That's what happens when you sign someone for $100 million. That's it. You're done. You can't do anything else.
Salary cap goes down.
Yeah. That's another thing I keep going to is like, if like every single one of these big star ask out of their current situation trades has required a controllable young piece going back. I don't think Leon signed his godson to trade him, but they can. Like now they actually have a young, and that's the most, John, it's the most frustrating part about all of this. Jeremy, I'm not, like he mentioned it earlier, but I know you feel this too. The way Jalen Brunson is talked about, and I'll shout out the Le Batard show because they did it today too, where they laughed at the Knicks for signing Brunson, and then they brought up how the Miami Heat could use him as a controllable piece to trade for a star later in the season. Yeah. Why the fuck can't the Knicks do that too?
But very briefly on this, the reason why the Knicks get laughed at, aside from the fact that they're the Knicks, and that is the biggest part of the reason, is because they do not have a star here right now.
Yes.
20-ish other teams in the league, actually that number's probably low, have a guy who, if you squint and you use your imagination a whole lot, you could be like, all right, they kind of have a guy there. We could talk ourselves into it. Maybe at some point that dude could be the dude. The Knicks don't have that guy right now. So by definition, they are flailing around in the deep end, just trying to get catch a breath of air to stay alive for the next day. When in reality, that is not how you have to look at this. It's just not.
I agree.
Bobby Marks just tweeted that the salary cap for the 2023-24 season is likely to be $133 million.
Wasn't it going to be 128?
It was originally 127.
Oh,
and
shit.
Now it's been moving up and up. And I wouldn't be surprised if, similar to how this year, it goes up a little bit more. And then you look at a year after that, and a year after that. And then you've got the TV deal. And it's just like these numbers, they look paltry in comparison. So it'll be really fascinating to see how they operate. Is this me or is
this is me? This is me. Fittingly, Pastor Claudio's Obi Hive. Thank you. Thank you for the contribution. And he says Mitch is a backup on a conference championship team. Wow.
Damn.
Shots fired. Pastor Claudio and his Obi Hive.
He needs to be as good as. There's no reason he shouldn't be able to be as good as Rob Williams was this year.
My thought too.
Doesn't have all of Williams' strengths, but I'd argue he's better at some parts of the game than Williams. I think on balance, Mitchell Robinson can impact the game as much as Robert Williams did, and he was a starter on a conference finalist. So
yeah,
I don't know.
We'll see.
I think the other factor is Robert Williams is a good passing big man. That was like. When you have 5 players who all know how to pass with one another, and it's not just 4 guys and, hey, this person sits in the dunker spot or this person, like he just goes to the rim, have someone who knows how to facilitate better. That's important. And that's something the Knicks were lacking with. And I'm glad that they got something like that in Hartenstein.
John, you're up.
Jeremy E. What's going on, Jeremy? Hear anything on where Julius might be going? I wish I had. No, I think so. The only thing I heard earlier tonight is that they're figuring out Brunson first in terms of what is that going to look like? Sign and trade, not a sign and trade. all that stuff. I'd be very surprised if Randle got traded. But at the same time, didn't we get a report from someone earlier today that
Sam Amico?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
But
he was like
That's-
like a bolo thing.
but
It's
also
be on the lookout.
He does not have the greatest track records.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. But it's just those things, they don't often come to fruition, but they also don't come out of complete fabrication. Maybe sometimes they do. I shouldn't say that.
This
Go ahead, Jeremy.
just very quickly, Marvin Bagley III back to Detroit
For how
3
much?
years, $37 million.
How many years?
3 years, $37 million. That should give you a sense as to, like, this is an average of 12 a year, and Bagley has a very spotty track record. So, like, I can understand why if he's pushing that up for Mitch, and you add another year and some more $1 million. But if, if Mitch is getting 60 million, you would hope that at least a portion of that is unlikely bonuses, and another portion of that is team option.
Honestly, first blush, that's fine.
Yeah,
it's a lot, right? It's a lot, but it's also fine.
Yeah.
They also, I may be overrating it at this point, but I thought they found a better way to use him than the Kings did when he went there the last 20 games.
Yeah,
They clearly did. Yeah.
There's still an element of if he can really figure it out there. I don't know what percent that should be, 5%, 10%, 15%, but there's definitely some percent left of if he can figure it out.
He's got to go ahead, Jeremy.
He was pretty much exclusively used as a 4 last year in Sacramento, and then he was a lot more of a 5. He was still primarily a 4, but he was able to do more in Detroit than he was in Sacramento, and I think that's where he's proving his worth. Good for him. He got some money.
He's now got a great point guard there in Alec Burks that will unlock him and get him to the best of his potential. Don't worry.
We will miss. I'm say it right now, and people will obviously will kill me for this, and I'm fine with it. We will miss Alec Burks this year.
I don't think people hate Alec Burks as much. They hate point guard Alec Burks.
Yes. We will not miss point Burks.
No,
No,
I will miss bench leader, bench heat check, king of the fourth Alec Burks. I will not miss, starter Alec Burks that eventually needed surgery. Jeremy, you're up.
Ryan Huang. I'm going to say this before I step away for 2 minutes. People love to hate Leon, but he just made probably the biggest free agent move this offseason, playing Brunson from his old team on a movable deal to make the Knicks competitive. IDK, how you can complain? Yeah, I think it probably comes down to Ayton as the other big move. Sexton if he moves, but I don't think he will. Lavine. Lavine's the only one who could top this of pulling away. But yeah, players typically re-sign with their teams. So to be able to get someone out of where they're going, that's impressive. Even with the connections, we could talk about nepotism. The point is, in this world, in this life, connections, it's about who you know, not what you know.
Not what you know.
And the Knicks knew Jalen Brunson, and it worked out to their benefit.
There you go. Drew P. RJ fixed the Celtics, who broke KD, and therefore RJ broke the Nets.
Did the Celtics break KD? I think Joe Tsai broke KD when he, as Jeremy said, stopped relenting to Kyrie Irving.
Fair, but does he stop relenting to Kyrie Irving if they get out of the first round?
That's a good one.
There you go.
Like
You're up.
Aaron Plass, what's going on, Aaron? Longtime lurker. We love lurkers here. Big fan of lurkers. First time super chatter. How will Hartenstein and Robinson fit if he returns? Also, Andrew, what is the capital of Mongolia?
Oh,
what?
Do you know it?
I don't.
I don't. Someone in the chat tell us, because that's one I'm glad John doesn't, and maybe Jeremy when he comes back can tell us. We'll ask Jeremy when he gets back.
How will they fit? I hope not ever on the court at the same time. That's for one. I think again, Mitchell Robinson has shown you throughout his career, and I don't want to ding him with the dreaded. Interesting.
Yeah, quick break.
Patty Mills, 2 years, $14.5 million to go back to the Brooklyn Nets.
There's a lot of that. Everybody retaining their players.
Okay. Man,
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see what the Nets do.
Mhm.
So I don't want to ding Robinson with the injury prone label. That's not fair. But at the same time, just so happens to have missed, portions of games here and there over the 4 years of his career. He falls a lot. He has those moments every game where you're like, oh my God, Mitch, get up, get up, get up, get up. And I think also from just like a conditioning standpoint, and maybe that was a little bit of he had too much weight on him earlier this season. I think he's a guy that's best served playing like 25 minutes a game. So if you have Mitchell Robinson as your starting center, I do think you need to have a really good backup, which is interesting because I think the more interesting part of this question is like, should the Knicks have just felt more comfortable relying on Jericho Sims, who's kind of getting lost in the shuffle here? And I think if you consider like the fact that like Mitch is going to miss some games from injury and like there might be foul trouble and like hard, you need like Sims probably should be a third string center at this point. But in terms of Hartenstein paying a guy $8-9 million to be a backup, when it's Mitch as the starter, if it is Mitch as the starter, I don't have an issue with it.
Any concern that Mitch hasn't been signed yet?
Concern? No.
Not concerned, but any surprise that he hasn't been signed yet? The way that we heard that it was like done.
Man, I'm just gonna say this, and if Isaiah Hartenstein's our starting center on opening night, I'll be really happy because I like that dude a lot. I'm not saying he's Mitch. I'm not even saying he's as good as Mitch. He does things that I want my basketball team to do on both ends of the floor. He is good at those sorts of things. And it also may not, still don't know what's going on with Ayton. I'm not saying I want the Knicks to go out and get Ayton, but I don't think I'd hate that.
Ulaanbaatar is the capital of Mongolia. It's a Mongolian city.
That's awesome.
The more you know. Jeremy, what's the capital of Mongolia?
Didn't you just say Ulaanbaatar?
He got it. Told you he'd know. That's Jeremy for you. He always knows stuff like this.
Yeah.
You're up.
Jaden Darcy. Jay from Australia just woke up. Good morning, guys. Ha ha ha. Someone check on.
Oh. Someone check on a
Kristen.
Twitter user that blocked all three of us.
I know she's in a coma right now. If you want to go, she's tweeting through the pain.
Oh, did she not block you?
Somehow no.
Oh, well, I haven't seen her.
Actually, but I didn't look. I actually saw a screenshot.
Do they brush your teeth when you're in a coma?
I think
they probably do some sort of dental care.
When I'm in a coma, when I come out, I'll tell you whether they brushed my teeth or not.
Just wondering.
If you're a doctor that deals with that type of medical stuff, tell us in the chat. Do you brush people's teeth when they're in a coma? Okay, next up.
Yeah, because just so many doctors out there who are.
We have a dentist. I'm the dentist. We have people of all professions that are part of our community. I don't put it past us to have a doctor that brushes people's teeth in comas. Listen, I guarantee we'll get to answer that question from our chat by the time this is done.
I look forward to it.
Evan Janichin, thank you, Evan, for the contribution. Is Hartenstein our first German since Frederick Weiss?
He's French.
I have no idea.
Weiss was French.
Yeah,
French.
Frederick Weiss is.
It's one.
It's Frederick Weiss, friends. Okay.
Yeah.
Who was our last German?
I'm gonna look it up.
Okay, John will look that up. We'll go out of order. Jeremy, read the next one.
Luna Samarat. Udoka broke the nets. # once a Nick, always always a Nick. Just wondering, as we hear optimistic rumors, all three of you guys guesses. Hold on. What, Andrew?
No, we got the answer. A nurse does that.
Oh, okay.
The doctor.
Oh, good for
Nurse
Kristen.
brushes people's teeth when
good
they're in a
Kristen.
coma. There you go.
All right. Now
important.
that we got that, just wondering, as we hear optimistic rumors, all three of you guys guesses on RJ deal numbers. Thank you guys for being amazing this offseason. If RJ re-signs this summer, like not October when the deadline is, that's a huge win because it shows a big commitment. So I'll say, I don't know. I guess I didn't think 4 years and like 110 million would be something he'd want to do, but maybe you guys felt this way when there was what was the exact wording that Ian Begley wrote about. Like they'd be willing to not compromise, but they were like looking to work together to make a deal. That to me, that said the max is clearly not on the table. Let's find some common ground.
For RJ?
I think it was common ground that was said, and like that would imply
max for incentives is 10% of the contract value, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 10% per year. So, for instance, if you are making 30 flat, your contract could be for 33 a year, where the extra $3 million is based on performance incentives.
But wouldn't it have to be? I mean, he can't make more than the rookie max. That's the only thing.
No,
the rookie max has to be above 33.
Yeah, I'm just using that as an example. I will say 4 for 115, where it's max incentives in there. So I guess about $2.5 million a year in incentives, something like that.
Interesting. I'm also getting conflicting reports in the chat. So one person
about what?
So one
what do you
person
think?
is saying, I used to be a nurse aide. So in a hospital, brushing teeth of a person in a coma probably be something a nurse or an aide would do. But yes. So yes, they do. Then another person, I'm a doctor. Teeth are not brushed because there's a tube in their mouth. So we have a conflicting reports off going on right now. A doctor off. Exactly. Yeah. We'll get to the bottom of this before we get off tonight. I promise. I don't
think a German has ever played for the Knicks. The closest I could find of one. Oh, wait, did this guy ever play? Blob.
To our friends at Knicks Germany, please let us know if there's a Knick that's ever played, a German that's ever played for the Knicks. We'd appreciate that.
Also sounds like a trip is in order.
Yes.
From Europe to see Hartenstein play.
There you go. Duran Visual Variant. Thank you for your contribution. If we were able to get Donovan Mitchell down the line, am I alone in thinking a 6-1 backcourt couldn't work unless JB goes in the deal? Shout out Mensa Smith. Had this take last night on the town hall that nobody other than Steph Curry and Isaiah Thomas under like 6'4" or 6. Oh, it was under 6'6". No one under 6'6", except for Steph Curry, Isaiah Thomas, and Dwayne Wade has been the best player on a finals team. And it's why he hesitates to give out max money or big money or invest around guards like that, because they don't lead to being the best player on a championship team. My response to Duran's comment is, this is why you signed Jalen Brunson, because if hypothetical Donovan Mitchell deal, he can be the key piece going back to Utah.
Okay, wait, that can't be right. It can't be a 5-year deal. That's not correct, because
that is not correct.
You can't have a 5-year. What was just saying? 5 years, $160 million.
No, he's saying free agent guard Jalen Brunson.
Oh, armed
with a 5-year, $106 million plus Mavericks offer.
They're trying to reverse tamper it. They're using Woj as a way to say, how could we have tampered? Like, news of this signing is premature. It's not the case. This is all about reversing tampering.
So Shams already reported it's done. Haynes already reported it's done. Woj is reporting that, okay, so Brunson's going to go to the Knicks meeting and
Woj is working. The Knicks are saying through Woj, we're not tampering, because basically it's like, hey, the offer for Brunson that the Mavs have given is 5 years, $106 million.
That's a massive IOU. Also, the Lonnie Walker just went to the Lakers. Don't they only have the tax mid-level? Or do they have a traded player exception I'm not aware of?
No, but he could have just signed for the minimum. I don't know if he will. Maybe.
I thought Walker's market would have been higher than that.
It could be. It's possible, but
tax player mid-level.
Yeah,
probably. Interesting.
Oh, breaking another report. I am a nurse. Nurses brush or clean the mouth of patients in a coma or on a ventilator multiple times a day. The story is developing, guys. More on later. John,
developing story here at Knicks Film School.
John,
wait, can I just say with Brunson?
Yeah,
the 5-year, $106 million would mean that if the Mavs started with an 8% raise ascending, his first year would be $18.3 million. That doesn't seem right. And if it were like unless it were descending for that too, it'd be 25.2 million. Something just isn't adding up. If that's the case, are the Knicks able to get him for less? It seems like, I don't know. Oh, and we got a mention as well.
Oh
Frito
my God,
Frey.
he did play for the Knicks. Frito Frey. Thank
This
you,
is from Daniel John and Kiki Vandeweghe and Anthony Randolph. Oh, I guess interesting. A German-born Knicks. So.
Yes. So German-born Knicks, Frito Frey, Kiki Vandeweghe, and Anthony Randolph. Not Robert.
I believe
Randolph.
Frito Frey then had, well, by definition, he had to be the first German player in basketball history because it's 1946. Yeah.
Okay. So before John reads, actually, we're gonna reset. We're heading into hour 3 of our.
I'm gonna grab my
free
phone
agency.
charger.
Go right ahead. We're gonna reset. Head into hour 3 of our free agency live stream. Thank you to the 1,600 of you watching live on YouTube and around the world, just wherever you are right now. Thank you for joining us. To update you on what's happened so far, multiple people have gone places. One, it appears, is Jalen Brunson to the Knicks, according to Shams and Chris Haynes. Woj has reported that he has an offer as he heads into a meeting with the Knicks, which we think is posturing for the Knicks to avoid tampering. All this has been to avoid any tampering charges. The other thing is that Isaiah Hartenstein, a free agent center who will most likely be signed to be the Knicks backup, is signed to the Knicks on a 2-year, $16 million deal. I think that's it. We're just kind of waiting to see what happens next as we head into hour 3 of our program. Thank you, everybody, so far who has joined us. Jeremy, why don't you take the next super chat comment?
Sure. I just want to say one thing.
What's up?
Hartenstein's comment, if his contract is 2 years, 16.7 million is to be believed, he'd basically get 5% raises, ascending or descending, or 0%. If it's a 5% ascending raise, contract starts at 8.1. If it's 0% raise, 8.35. And if it's descending, then it would be a little bit over 8.5 million.
Did we just get news?
No,
no,
I
was just basically saying what. I mean, it's generally $8 million. It's either 8.1. It's somewhere in the range of 8.1 to like almost 8.6. But next question. Bara El Hariri.
We'll swap it for this one. Jeremy, You're next.
Congrats on 500 episodes, KFS. How likely is it for Cam Reddish to be in the starting lineup this coming season? 6'8", 3-and-D wings do not grow on trees. I don't know what's more likely, Cam Reddish not being on this team or Cam Reddish being in a backup role. I don't even know if he's a candidate to be starting, especially if RJ is there. And I don't think they're going to push RJ to the 2. I think they'd be better suited at getting someone who's a little bit better off ball, lower usage than RJ. So yeah, the question is probably for me, how likely is it that Cam Reddish is even on the Knicks?
We've been consistent on this for a while. We don't think Cam Reddish is going to be back.
Cue the Magic Johnson tweet.
Yes. John, read this one, and it's a perfect segue into the next portion of our show, which will be adding someone to our panel.
The 1JP says, Love Brunson is the best point guard we've had in forever.
Marbury is the best we've had since Marbury, right?
Yeah, and like you want to talk about two players who could not be more different. Actually, that's not fair. Both guys could get you a bucket. But in terms of the kind of how they go about their business, in terms of the peripheral stuff, one of those two. This just feels very different. I don't know that there's been 100 basketball players in the history of the sport that have been more talented than Stephon Marbury. That's a different conversation. But in terms of how good Jalen Brunson will be for the New York Knicks, I think there's a chance that you could have to maybe go back even further. If this works out as well as I'm sure the Knicks hope. I'll say that.
Okay. Someone who wasn't pro Jalen Brunson, as you know from our cap or no cap a few weeks ago, was the one and only Kris Pursiainen. Welcome to our stream, good sir. Fresh off a successful season 1 of draft class. He now joins us on our live stream. Kris, how you doing, buddy?
Thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
So your mic's not selected. I'll give you a second to go into settings and do so. Don't
You're
worry.
having as good a day as the Brooklyn Nets. Congratulations.
John, I love you, buddy. I love you.
Selected me for fun. I selected it.
There, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. It happened to me earlier too. I had a whole rant that was being picked up by the audio in my webcam, which is super frustrating. Which is super frustrating for somebody who does audio stuff for a living. Your thoughts on the fact that Jalen Brunson, it seems officially, will be a member of the New York Knicks?
I don't hate the number that they landed at allegedly with him. So I'm fine with it because all three of Kemba, Burks, Noel are off the team, and it didn't cost us any first-round picks to clear those guys. And I think fans are right to be excited about what Brunson's going to bring. I will say congrats to Jeremy, but I think what's more important for us is the Isaiah Hartenstein signing, which is just the ultimate random agenda success. So you got to love it.
It's the small wins, right? Yeah, actually, that's true. Two agendas of mine are doing quite well today. Like multiple, if you count the Nets, just hitting their demise.
That's everyone's
bad.
agenda.
Everything bad happening. Yes. Chris, now that you're part of our live stream, read the next super chat comment.
You got it. Question coming in from Ian. If he's so good at all the analytics, what is Hartenstein bad at? How is he only worth $8 million? John, do you want to know?
No, I was just gonna say, to me, the Hartenstein availability number, the whole thing is just sample size. And he's a journeyman. He's bounced around. Like he's a backup. The Mavs, the numbers are all good. They're all good. There's nothing really bad for him. It's just he hasn't proven it on a larger stage.
Yeah, I think, for example, his 3-point shooting, like some people who just look at his statistical profile call him a 3-point shooting big, which I just don't agree with. As someone who somehow you might even say has unfortunately watched him from back in his Rio Grande Valley Vipers days, he's not a 3-point shooter, like never has been one, right? But what he can do is space the floor out to the mid-range outside of not just 3 feet, the elusive 3-foot mark at which, certain other centers instantly lose all their powers. But, Hartenstein can space things out to like 15, 18, which is cool. He's a good passer. He's, I think, an underrated rim protector, but underrated doesn't mean good or bad, right? It just means underrated. I'm not trying to say he's elite. I just think he's better than he gets credit for. And I think he's decent to good, which is not, some blaring endorsement. I like him as a player, and I like how he fits on our team. So a good signing, in my opinion.
John, you're up.
Chris M. What's going on, man? In Miami now. How's the weather? From Hoboken, New Jersey, and have watched the Knicks fall flat my whole life. The fan base, Twitter fools mainly here, is crazy to think Brunson is an overpay. This is good for us, period. I mean, again, I don't know how to not belabor the point. He's not going to be a top 50 highest paid player in the league next year. And he was the second best player on a conference finalist. I understand that is presenting the evidence in a way most favorable to the party arguing in favor of the signing, because that Mav team was just really well concocted. They were well put together. They were obviously built around a guy who could do some special things in Luka. But this is, I mean, Jesus Christ, Jeremy, you said it. We're going to have $130 million cap next year? $133 million cap next year.
And if this descends, then it's even better.
Yeah, so.
Jeremy, you're up.
Chip Murphy. Hey, Chip.
What's up, Chip?
Chip Murphy.
Congrats, boys. Very excited about Brunson. Nothing on Lavine yet, but what about Collin Sexton? Where's he going? So there was, I think this is also Sam Amico earlier who reported the idea of that the Mavs would be interested in Sexton. I was going to tweet something, but I just decided not to. Mavs have to deal with, first of all, the hard cap. Actually, first of all, Sexton's a restricted free agent. Then you have to deal with base year compensation. Then you have to deal with the fact that a sign and trade hard caps a team. A team that's hard capped can't go above the tax apron. The Mavs are above the tax apron, so they can't get hard capped. I just don't see them doing it unless they can find a way to dump salary and do a 3-team deal with the Knicks and Evan Fournier, and it's complicated. So in terms of Sexton, I think he's probably just staying there. If I'm the Cavs, I just match the offer, and then when the right time comes, I probably trade Sexton.
Claxton. Everybody
years, $20 million. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say everybody make their predictions. 2 for 20. That's
mid-level money.
Whoopee.
Good for him.
I'm not gonna. That's not a bargain. It's not a bargain
because he's not very good.
He's.
You think he gets $100,000 for every free throw he hits? So he
free
winds
throws
up with no other bonuses.
The free throws are a thing, and it's very easy to look good on a team with very good players.
Yeah.
I have some breaking news. Someone who will not be named just slid into my DMs, and I'm happy they did, and made me aware of someone by the name of Courtney Keller. Anybody know who Courtney Keller is?
No.
Well, you should go ahead and type her name into your Google near you, and it followed by NBA. And let me tell you, Mr. Hartenstein.
Oh.
Did you just do that?
All right, John.
Doing well for himself. Just throwing it out there.
So John Mark.
Married. Hold on. Married with kids.
To Isaiah Hartenstein?
No, St. John.
My wife would leave me for this woman.
Oh, my wife would leave me for this woman. I love like the dynamic and all the different Knicks content creators. How like CP basically is like the family-friendly, clean cut. You know, you go there. This is a family show, and here it's after dark. You know,
I'm clean cut. We're shaved today.
We're spamming people in the comments, and we're inviting people to Google supermodels. You know, shout out to Isaiah Hartenstein.
The only thing clean cut about John are the chicken cutlets he stuffs his face with.
Wow,
that was really good.
That's good.
Well done. Wow, that was a in your 20s joke. Well done, Chris. Loved that one.
That was a dad joke.
Yeah, well done. Okay, Jean-Marc next in the super chat. Jeremy, please answer my question this time. What do you think of Randle as a small forward? And then adds Hitler spoke German. Let's take this seriously.
Absolutely
true.
He said Jeremy.
I don't like Randle as a small forward. I think that would be pretty rough. I would like to see him used as a center. A small ball center would be nice, but I don't know if we'll get that either, just based on who Tom Thibodeau is as a coach. And I'll just stick it with that.
Yeah, I think Chris would second that. I think all of us would second that. It's a space. If the league suddenly got transported back to 1995 and you wanted to start the Davis boys and Rick Smits, or you Mason and Oakley alongside Patrick Ewing, fine. We are not in that anymore. James Harden and the 76ers are meeting on the weekend to negotiate his new deal, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. I believe, John, you are up next.
I'm just looking at how Isaiah Hartenstein's Twitter bio still says player for the Houston Rockets.
How dare he?
You know what? That just sounds like someone who's committed to basketball who does not care about social media.
He doesn't care about social.
That's exactly what you want. Cut to Mitch on Snapchat in the back of a pickup truck. With no seatbelt before you sign a free agent contract. What are you doing?
No, you can't say anything about that because he's just a young person having fun. And if you comment on his social media, you hate fun and don't want him to be a person outside of basketball. You're no better than Tibbs.
You know why? You know why I like this Courtney gal?
All right, man.
Now let him get it out.
She retweeted a People magazine article saying that she was engaged to Isaiah Hartenstein.
Is this going to turn into an Anna Benson thing for you? Chris Benson's wife used to pitch for the Mets, and she became bigger than the pitcher that pitched for the Mets.
People come here for high level basketball analysis, Andrew.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, you're up.
Michael Morendo, what should be the shocker for the Knicks this free agency? What would be the shocker? Ayton not preferred, Lavine, or even a Sexton play. My God, if they made a Sexton play now, I'd be shocked. Go KFS. Love the content.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, thank you
man.
very much. Between Ayton or Lavine, what would shock me more? If they actually got him, Lavine, pretty clearly. That would be
Lavine.
That would be.
As we learned today, things change fast, but the last I was told was that he's expected to stay in Chicago, as has been heavily reported. So, that would
Chris Charania
that would back that up.
I'm going to go another direction. I'm going to say Ayton because of the fact that the Knicks just invested $8 million in Hartenstein.
That's fair.
And now they're presumably paying a max or close to it to DeAndre Ayton. That's a lot of money to invest in two big men who cannot share the floor together.
True.
Chris, you're up. Oh, as I didn't realize you were, as he puts a drink in his mouth, but you're good. Chris, you're up.
Ryan Huang. The reason Leon is here is for his connections. LOL. Okay, not a question, but a statement. Maybe like a muse for discussion, perhaps. I think that there's a podcast I listen to a lot, and it's about the Knicks, and the old grumpy man who hosts it always says winning changes everything, winning fixes everything, right? So we'll see how this mindset continues this year with Brunson added to the team. We'll see what they do with Randle, right? And then I just think like once it was exciting on the timeline today when they got Jalen Brunson, who's not an all-star, right? Like this is something we like a lot. Like I was excited when they actually officially landed him because it's done. Like the wait is over. Imagine when they do land a Spida, or so maybe they send in a big offer for Booker once Chris Paul gets to be 43 and the media can't cover up his aging anymore with stories of how he's a good teammate.
Terrible.
I think that as someone who has liked the way this front office operates on the margins, which is like something that was a big deal for me, like what were they going to do on the margins? Just pick up the Michael Kidd-Gilchrist of the world that Wes loves, or actually try to like find young guys that can stick here, and it's like they've been not blown me away, but like they made a lot of the second round picks they used to clear the vets appear out of nowhere, seemingly using the salary cap a la Jeremy. And then now they had the ammo to undo those deals earlier than, we thought they would, but maybe this is when they were planning to do it. I don't know. They backed up the assets and had them ready to go. Now they're loading up first round picks. They're eventually going to trade them for a star, and it's going to be like, wow, the Knicks actually got a star. It's like, yeah, they've only spent the last 1,000 calendar days accruing first round picks and young talent to do so. Like, whoop-de-doo. I don't know.
Well said, Chris. I believe Jeremy is up.
Sure. I want to make one small correction, at least my opinion. Not correction.
Here we go.
Leon Rose isn't here because of his connections. William Wesley is here because of his connections.
Thank you for the clarification.
Leon Rose has found a way to bring in Walt Perrin, who has a great track record with the Utah Jazz. But sure, that's because of connections.
What do you say that?
Let him finish.
Brock Aller. Sure, they're connections, 100%. Because Chris, before you got on here, we said it's not what you know, it's who you know. So it's all part of the game. But if you're Wes, your role is how can I schmooze with people? If you're Rose, it's how can I build something sustainable that also brings in what you know and who you know blended together in a way that best sets us up for success. And that's what Leon Rose has essentially done. So yeah, I mean, sure. Is it very convenient that his first client, his son is now a free agent and he's on the Knicks? 100%. That's part of the connections. But it's for William Wesley, that's where the connections are. It's what and who you know for Leon Rose.
I would also argue Leon Rose, as the president that has assembled this staff and has sought the input of all of these different folks, I would argue his primary job is to manage people, is to manage these different personalities who clearly, as was reported last year and over the last 2 years, actually, have different ideas about how to move this basketball team forward. It's a great idea and concept, but it's up to Leon Rose to execute that idea.
From Danny Gardner, assuming they re-sign Mitch, what do you think the Knicks rotation looks like? Even though they unloaded some players, they still have a ton of solid players left. I mean, Brunson, naturally. Part of me wants to say Quickley if Rose is here, and then you could have Rose and Grimes together. Although I understand why you would have Grimes as opposed to Quickley because he's more off ball. You got Barrett naturally. Until Randle's not here, it's Julius Randle, and if Mitchell Robinson has just signed a new contract, it's Mitchell Robinson. So 4 of them I feel like are pretty set in stone. It's a matter of Grimes versus Quickley for that 2 spot because I don't think Fournier is going to be here, and if he is, it's in the backup role.
It's going to be Grimes. If Fournier is gone and there's nobody that they bring in, I think it's going to be Grimes.
But then you're running Rose and Quickley in the back or in the off the bench, which
They
I know
love
they've done.
that. They love that,
right? Which is fine.
Year.
Which is fine because you get Quickley and Toppin together, and I'm fine with that too. But
and that actually, if they do move Fournier, unless I'm forgetting somebody exists, that would actually open a spot for Cam, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it would.
Yeah. You get to go Rose, Quick, Cam, Obi, Sims, or no, Hartenstein. Sorry. I have Sims just like engraved in my brain from doing these mock rotations for months now.
Until Tibbs goes with the 9-man rotation on opening night. That's
he'd never. He wouldn't. What's
next up? Is me?
Yeah, good.
Sure.
We're so out of order, but go ahead, John.
Nomadic Knicks fan, what's going on? Thank you very much for the contribution, my friend. Financially, Randle and picks, 2 firsts. Oh boy, for Miles Turner and Duarte works. Any interest? I'll read the rest of the comment before I comment on that. Starters could be Brunson, Duarte, Barrett, Top, and Turner. Get RJ a real point guard and space. Let him boom into a star. I know what Jeremy's going to say on this because I know how he feels about floor spacing 5s in concept versus reality. I'm not a big Turner guy. Putting that aside for a second, if it was not 2 of their own firsts, if it was, I don't know, can we just do a quick aside? What are the 2 worst first round picks they have right now?
The worst ones.
The worst.
I would say Milwaukee, although it's only top 5 protected, and then
I would say probably Dallas. The Milwaukee and the Dallas.
Yeah. Well, also because if the Milwaukee pick, for whatever ridiculous reasons, lands in the top 4, it goes to New Orleans.
I'm not even thinking that. I just think it's going to be in the back 5. You know,
man, I got to tell you, I think the Detroit pick is the worst one because it's top 18 for 2 years, and then it goes to Lotto, and by 3 years from now, I have to think that team's going to be pretty good.
But the Bucks pick may not even convey. Like I know that there's all of them, but there's a higher chance that the Pistons pick conveys at some point than to me the Bucks does.
No, the Bucks is only top. It's top 4. Protected.
Yeah, what happens if they land in the top 4?
They're not going. That's the difference.
But I understand if you're talking about the risk involved. Like, yeah, you could say, well, the risk of the Mavs that turns into 2 seconds, but that's not going to turn into 2 seconds. It's going to convey as a first round pick. But like, there's the risk of if for some crazy thing happens,
sure,
they luck into a top 4 pick. It's poof. It's gone. There's no pushing back in the protections. It's that 1 year or it's nothing.
The reason I even brought it up is because I want to give you credit because I think I was too quick to fight back on you when you were trying to build up the Dallas pick for next year. Especially, I mean, if Phoenix gets KD, that's another feather in the pick of that pick being valuable. So let's say whatever the Milwaukee pick and the Pistons pick and what is it, Randle and what was the other player for Turner and Duarte? God,
Randle and picks.
Just Randle and those 2 firsts for man. That's like breaking my brain. Man, is it bad that I'm thinking about it?
This is what we believe Randle's value actually is. Take then,
but you get Duarte too.
Not true. You get a guy. You get a guy. Yeah.
Well, apparently they didn't want to give up. But
I mean, I know this isn't the question. I don't even think the Pacers would bite.
No, I don't think that's. I didn't even think of that, but I didn't think.
I know it's posed as us for the Knicks, but
get the question back up there for people who missed it. Any interest? I do. I like the spacing on that team more than I do Randle on this team, but I think the 4 of us would agree. There's no scenario where. I don't say no scenario, but it's unlikely scenario where Indiana does this.
Yeah, why do they want? They don't want Julius Randle. Okay.
Yeah.
Next up,
I'll read this one. Thank you to the over 1,400 people still watching live with us.
Damn. Thank you, guys.
This is kind of nuts. Next up, Moscow Drug Mule.
Love it.
Amazing name. Hey,
Love
John
it.
and Jeremy. All right, so Chris, we don't get to answer. First time, long time. Now that we have signed Brunson and Hartenstein, is there anyone on the market we should go for?
Well, we're at a point where the Knicks are probably at a surplus if they add someone, right? Because who's on the roster right now? It's let's just say, as of this moment, Brunson, Fournier, RJ, Randle. Can't count Mitch yet because he's not signed. Then it's Rose, Quickley, Grimes, Cam, Hartenstein. So that's 9, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually, they could sign one more. I guess it'd probably be more of a wing, because if they're not trading Rose and they've got and Deuce, right? So that brings us to 10. Even though I don't think Deuce will be in the rotation as things currently stand, it's got to be some sort of wing on the market, and there aren't a ton of them.
It's
who
a
are
weak
available.
class for wings. It's a weak class for wings. The guy
Did you say Obi, by the way? Did you say Obi?
Oh, I didn't say Obi. Crap.
Oh,
So yeah,
there you
there's
go.
10, right?
There's
I don't
10.
think I said Obi. So that's 10 plus Deuce. Or regardless, the Knicks need to move at least one player out in order for this to work.
He doesn't fit on this team at all. I just really like Gary Payton II. I just want to note that for the record.
Noted for the record.
That dude's a good player, and he helps you win games if you have a certain sort of rotation that you could play that limits his weaknesses and accentuates his strengths, which, to Golden State's credit, they had. The Knicks do not have that sort of roster. But again, that's a dude that like I'd go out and get with the understanding that like might not pay off this year, but I like him. Oh my God, is Carmelo Anthony the right answer?
That's the first name that came to my mind, but
Really?
But but we have 10, so I'm not.
You
I
kids
didn't
are
say it.
idiots.
Not just 10. If you have Randle and Obi on the same team, where's the spot for Melo? Because he's
That's
not a
the
3.
problem.
Injury backup, so
The
he
East
has,
is-
he has
listen,
zero
man,
zero guaranteed minutes.
I know where
East
you're
is
going.
big,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
It's big.
Yeah. Chris, we'll reset the order. Chris, you're next.
Carmelo at the 2, yeah.
Oh God. With Randle at the 3.
Point-
There, Randle's your
point
small
Melo.
your
He's
small
back.
forward. There
No,
you go.
point Obi.
Point Obi. So Obi, Melo, Randle, Hartenstein, Mitch. We'll just run over everybody.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, real quick. Who's taking a shot on unless I missed any sign? Who's taking a shot on TJ Warren this summer?
I'm waiting on Dallas.
That's just I mean, he was a guy who looked like Michael Jordan for a month
In the
Yeah.
bubble.
2 years, 2.5 years ago.
All
Whatever.
bubbles. All first bubble team.
Mickey Jordan.
Yeah. Anyway,
Chris, you're up.
Brian Martinez. Again, as a statement, but I think some of our co-hosts here will agree with you. Number one priority is to trade Randle now. Don't want to risk his value getting worse by the deadline. I would say that it takes a lot of prep from Mr. Tibbs, but if you can get Randle going as an offensive weapon, as a 6'9" forward who can pass, shoot, and dribble, as a weapon for Jalen Brunson, our new maestro's offense, I think that is your way of rehabilitating his value. And you can do the whole cat and mouse thing where it's like, oh, if he's hijacking possessions, then stop giving them to him. But Tibbs didn't do that once last year. So
well, he better now.
Exactly. So now he's got someone else to give the ball to. No more excuses. No more Alex, the best we've got. And we'll see how he adjusts. I also know they're actively trying to find a new home for him and have been, right? So it's like this is something to watch, especially now Brunson gonna be like done. We'll see what they do.
We'll see.
How many shots would I do if a tweet came across? The Knicks are trading Julius Randle 2.
You'd have to do 30 for number 30.
I wouldn't even finish reading the tweet.
You want to talk about a legendary moment on YouTube Live? That would be our most legendary moment on YouTube Live if while live a Julius Randle trade came through and our live reaction, was captured live.
Yeah.
John, live on a live stream, live.
Jersey Zone, what's going on? If Donovan Mitchell asks to come here, it's probably the only way he's going to end up here. What are y'all giving in a trade to the Jazz? Also love the content, and Cream has kept me alive at work. Oh, shout out to Jeremy.
Phrasing.
Jesus Christ. I agree with what you said in passing. The Donovan Mitchell would have to ask to come here, first of all, and there'd be an ask to come here. I don't want to get too into what are we giving up, because like he hasn't asked yet. Like when that time comes, we can assess the cupboard, but I don't think it's necessary to do that yet, because we don't know what assets we'll have when that time comes.
Yeah.
It's
With
also
Utah hosting the 2023 All-Star game and then having a new owner.
He's not going to get traded.
He's not getting traded this summer, and he's not getting traded at the deadline. I wouldn't think, because that's before All-Star weekend.
Oh yeah,
John. Actually, John, you said something in passing in one of our one-on-ones when like a guest rescheduled or Jeremy was out for health and safety protocols.
Load management.
Yes. No. No. Quite the opposite.
That was the joke. That was the joke.
Gotcha. That was the joke.
Jeremy does all the reps.
Yes, Jeremy does reps.
John gets more reps than I do, but thank you.
The way that they can spin this is they sign Jalen Brunson, get a 7 or 8, maybe even a 6 seed, and then next summer they're going into the Donovan Mitchell sweepstakes fresh off a playoff berth, just like the Clippers did in 2019, just like the Nets did in 2019. Like, that is how you spin this. The idea that the roster is done and the Knicks, like, this is their move, that the national media just doesn't seem to compute that it's not true. It's just a nonsense take. But
it's not that they can't compute; they don't want to.
But that's my point. I'm saying John, I'm insulting their intelligence that they can't compute because they refuse to do so. Shout out Richard Jefferson. How's the water carrying doing that you have to do for your franchise on ESPN all day? Loved you on our pod, by the way.
But the one thing also with
subscribe, rate, and review.
Yes.
The one thing with Mitchell is, let's face it, any trade that involves him is probably centered around the player that the Knicks have just signed in Jalen Brunson, and there is no ink that is dry. The ink hasn't even been put to paper. So I feel weird putting him in a scenario where we, not even an hour and a half ago, we're like, oh my God, we finally got Jalen Brunson, plan A. This is great. So,
speaking of, Quickley endorsement on Twitter from Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges says, just, no tagging anyone, just, y'all must not know how cold JB really is. So apparently responding to the overpaid comments regarding Brunson, but the defensive player of the year candidates just told the whole NBA Twitter that they are being a little too harsh on this contract. So I'll take that.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, someone who writes for the Strickland is playing PS5 now and found out that Beal is playing, and it's a group chat, and classic Schwinn just writing, how the fuck are you playing PS5 right now?
Right now, during the middle of all that.
I won't blow up the person's spot, but anyways, Luis Marte, long time, first time. Congrats on 500. Thank you, Luis.
Thank you, Luis.
Does Russell Crowe's, Jeremy's Beal Plan work with Lavine? Andrew, what's the capital of New Jersey?
That I knew.
I knew that.
Yeah. I know the U.S. capitals pretty well, actually. It's go outside the U.S., and that's where you got me.
Yeah. The Lavine plan is very close to what was described before. Just instead of Cam Reddish going out, it's everyone else. Pretty much everyone else. Like, and by everyone else, I mean, like, it's finding a way to do a sign trade with Evan Fournier. It's moving Rose, and it's moving probably Deuce if the math works.
Hold on.
It's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna happen.
We got a Fat Joe Twitter scoop here. Chris Splashed, the Nets reporter, Christian Winfield, says, Fat Joe told me he's close to Mitchell and that Mitchell's dream is playing for Miami, not his hometown Knicks.
Oh, so then
that would not shock
your
me.
question. There you go. Thank you, Fat Joe.
Would not shock me.
A sentence I didn't think I'd say on this live stream.
Oh, Juan Toscano Anderson going to the Lakers.
Oh,
no way.
That's interesting.
Nah, they're actually last chance you. Dude, Lonnie Walker.
Well, do you know what
Lonnie Walker,
do you know what his agency is?
Damian Jones. They got
Is it Clutch?
It is Clutch.
That makes sense.
This is a shocker.
Fuck. Big surprise.
I'm still curious if Cam is going. I don't think it's going to happen at this point, but
oh wow, look at this. Is very generous.
We'll see.
Is it me? I'm just reading.
Yeah, go ahead.
Konstantin Moontrakis. I hope I got that right. Hey guys, first time, long time from exotic Glen Cove, Long Island. Hey, I got married in Glen Cove. The Metropolitan. Does that sound like does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does actually.
There you go. You've been a daily. Great. Good job by them. You've been a daily staple for 2 years now, so thanks. Upgrade at the point guard, upgrade at the backup center, and we keep the kids. Trust the process. Yeah, this is crazy. Like, as of right this second, who are like the quote-unquote vets on this team? It's Randle, Rose, and Fournier, right?
Evan Fournier.
Yeah.
And we all think I think Fournier's gone.
You really think Fournier's gone?
Oh, I mean, if you're Dallas, what's better? To get nothing? To get the traded player exception, or to get Fournier? I guess the traded player exception is probably better than Fournier. Jeremy, what do you think?
Yeah, but we also have to consider the other option. What if the Knicks are basically saying to the Mavs, you either don't get anything or you take Evan Fournier?
Or the next question is, what is the Knicks at? How much does the Knicks ask increase for the traded player exception over Fournier? And again, goes back to what I said before. How much is that dependent on something else? What?
So speaking of the Mavs, they just signed JaVale McGee.
Oh, from Phoenix.
Oh,
yes.
That'll replace him.
That'll move everything to make it different. So.
So it's Jeremy, but I'll quickly read Hush Zoo's comment because it's from earlier and I think we addressed it already. Hush Zoo, thank you. You've been very generous. Today he asked quickly, Woj report legit? Is it a tamper cover up? This is the Woj tweet from earlier that the Knicks, that Jalen Brunson is armed with a 5-year, $106 million deal offer, from the Mavericks, that he's now going into his meeting with the Knicks, where we all think it's a tamper cover up because this, we've mentioned this before, when one of these big reporters is reporting something, who it's from. So if it's Shams, it's coming from a player or the player in the transaction. If it's Woj, it's coming from the front office. That's usually how it works. With Chris Haynes, it's probably coming from Portland, Golden State, or LeBron. But mostly Shams is getting the player perspective and Woj is getting the front office perspective.
I think it's worth noting that RJ quote tweeted Bleacher Report. They put out a jersey swap of Brunson next to Barrett. RJ quote tweeted them with an eye emoji, the little looking around. And he's since deleted it. My theory, I just tweeted this out, is that Leon told him to shut the fuck up and to let Woj paint the picture that they are about to meet with Brunson and about to negotiate. So. Yeah, I think he got a call. I think he got a call from whatever, 4Pen, whatever it is.
I think it's 4Pen. 4Pen or 2Pen. Yeah,
4Pen. Jeremy, you're up.
Konstantin Moontrakis again. Thank you, Konstantin. By the way, my other basketball team is AEK Athens. I should tell you about the Clay Anthony early fiasco sometime. I think I read about this.
What happened?
Well, it didn't work out. There was also an issue, and Konstantin can always enlighten us at another point, but my understanding is that there was something with a dietary issue. There was also just things did not match up with what he wanted, and
oh man,
he'll let us know another time.
Jeez.
But
yeah,
hey, Des Bain just chimed in on the McCall tweet off of my retweet, by the way. Because
friend of the pod, Des Bain.
Friend of the pod, Des Bain. Yeah, I'm gonna say it.
I like how you guys are. It's Des, not Desmond. It's
yeah.
Des. It's nice.
Look at this guy, John.
Bro got game.
That's
Speaking of Jalen Brunson.
His endorsement is Jalen Brunson. Shout out to friend of the pod, Des Bain. Lunis and Murad in the super chat. Woj said over 50% of teams called about KD. I'd like to imagine Leon called just to laugh and then hang up.
Hi, can I speak to Seymour Butts about Kevin Durant?
Yes. Is your refrigerator running?
Yeah, is Hugh there? Kevin, is Hugh there? Yeah.
Hugh,
Hugh Jazz,
I was thinking Mr. Janus, but listen, I heard earlier today that
what are we doing?
Mr. Mehoff, you mean? Anyway,
Mr. Mehoff, yes.
Man, I was told that Rich Kleiman, John's figuring out.
Continue, Chris. What's the podcast? Go.
Rich Kleiman and KD are not necessarily best of friends right now, and someone put out a report earlier today saying how the Knicks put in a call for KD, and KD doesn't want to go, but that Rich Kleiman could convince him because of 35 Ventures and stuff. Well, from what I'm hearing recently, they are not close right now. So yeah, I think they are not. I don't think Rich Kleiman's gonna convince KD to come. Man, I don't see that happening.
Fall from grace,
they
Rich
gave
Kleiman.
They gave JaVale McGee a player option.
So Jeremy,
3 for 20 with a player option.
But what I want to.
God, that's a lot of money for.
They gave him the full taxpayer mid-level exception and a player option in the last year. That's
that's
a lot. It's a lot of McGee. Not that we should talk.
It's a good player. Yeah. Well, but we have the experience for what it's like to do that. Yeah. From Luffy, Lowry didn't become an all-star until he was almost 29. Has had so many productive years after that. Brunson's 25 and can have a similar trajectory. Not only that, but we talk about not current head coach of the Utah Jazz in Johnny Bryant. If he's a great development coach, which you know he is, then the hope would be that Brunson develops further, and the Knicks have the infrastructure to make him a better player and talent as well. So, I would hope that he can continue improving.
John, I just saw your tweet at Daniel Greenberg.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, this is amazing. You're talking shit on Twitter. Okay,
Me?
everybody. So Daniel Greenberg, John mentioned earlier, is a Dallas-based reporter. Oh no, he's a Chicago-based reporter. He tweeted
I don't even know what
earlier.
I tweeted.
So he tweeted out earlier, about 2 hours ago, looking forward to the NBA investigating the New York Knicks for tampering. Oh, because the Bulls got investigated last year. They took our draft pick last offseason. They better do the same to the Knicks. And John replied, womp womp. I love you.
I did do that.
Yes, you did.
You know what the philosophy is, if you're Leon Rose?
What?
It's the pointing at head meme going like, can't take second round pick if you don't have any.
There you go.
Trade them all.
Traded all of them.
Yeah.
Breaking from Steph Bondi. Knicks sign Isaiah Hartenstein. Yeah.
Yes,
breaking news.
Whoa!
Yeah. Well done.
Wait,
Steph.
you skipped a.
No, I just read that, I thought.
Yeah, I read that.
Oh no! That's why I wanted to comment on this real quick.
Go ahead, read it. Go ahead. Comment.
Everybody, if the over under on JaVale McGee, my God, my mind is still on JaVale. Jalen Brunson All-Star games wearing a New York Knicks uniform is 0.5. What do we go? I'm going over.
I'm going over. Fred VanVleet made the All-Star team this year.
Go over because he'll probably have more responsibility, but that depends on Julius Randle.
It's gonna be a 30 usage rate this year. Chris, you're going under.
You could say under, Chris.
I don't know if we're gonna have the wins. I don't know if the agenda will be there. I'll say under and hope this clip gets pulled up on me. But I just like guys like Brunson get those nods when they have the usage on the winning team, right? Like look at LaMelo Ball. He didn't make it this year off the first rip. So
DeJounte Murray made it as an injury replacement. Yeah. The Spurs weren't a good team.
Technically, so did Fred VanVleet. So I should like add that.
That
can be the option.
There's incredible players that just like don't. What did Immanuel Quickley make 2 All-Star teams in his career?
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, I mean it's just it happens sometimes, strangely enough, and other times it doesn't. All right, what's next? Andrew, is you?
I think it's me. Yeah. So from Dennis DiSabato, thank you for your contribution. Heat making a play for Spida. Can we poach that deal? Again, I put nothing past Pat Riley. I do not think the Knicks, as of now, have an interest in. I shouldn't say that. Or have an interest. I think the Jazz have an interest in trading Donovan Mitchell. So the Heat can be like, we want him. I don't think it's going to matter. Now, if you're a Miami Heat fan and you're wondering if you can get Donovan Mitchell, you should wonder instead how you're going to find minutes for Duncan Robinson, who couldn't find minutes in the playoffs, yet he's still a horrible contract. Since only the Knicks signed bad contracts, right? Not the Miami Heat. Unplayable Duncan Robinson, limping through the playoffs, Kyle Lowry.
As an aside, it's so funny, and I hope this is not a precursor of things to come this year, but like I'm feeling very much today like I felt during our signings last season, which is like I don't want to talk about Donovan Mitchell right now. Like I don't want to talk about the next guy. I don't want to talk about Devin Booker. I don't want to talk about Joel. Like whoever the next guy you think the Knicks are going to be able to try to like. I am excited to watch this team with the caveat of like I would like to see them find a new home for Julius at some point, but even that.
I'll back up what you're saying in that I'm excited. I don't want to hear about the next person that would involve trading Jalen, like the next summer deal. Yeah, like if there's another guy that's available now, fine. Chris, you have some news. It looks like
Fat Joe has spoken.
What did he say? This is another bit.
I saw someone
Fat
tag
Joe
me.
has spoken.
Quote unquote. Fat Joe has never said this. So
in
one tweet, he not only debunked the Mitchell Miami thing, but he referred to himself as Fat Joe. That's a masterclass.
Third person. Gotta love it.
And you know what? It would have fit in 140 characters. He didn't even need the 280. That's a real goddamn tweet right there.
There you go.
Fat Joe knew big pun. Fat Joe can do no wrong in my book.
Yeah, I agree. Apparently, Chris Splashed can. John, you're up.
Hey, friend of the pod. He was on this podcast once.
Okay, before I was here.
Yes.
City's under new management.
Yeah. Jeremy, well done.
Haitian Ferg, what's going on, Haitian? The only person who would agree with me after games when I would be on my
defend Tibbs, yes,
dying a slow, painful death. Solid content as always, guys. Thank you. Does the Brunson signing put Fournier on the bench? So let's presuppose Fournier is still here and Grimes as a starter. Also, does Hartenstein allow for Obi to operate on the block with the second unit, given his ability to knock down shots? I think, let me take the second one first. Hartenstein's a guy who does, whether he's a floor spacer or not, he's not someone that just has to live in the dunker spot. So I do think that there is, at the very least, some pick and roll potential here. Although it's funny. Oh, Obi's pick and roll numbers as the roll man are not great, but I'm not paying too much attention because the sample size is so limited. Maybe. And if this signing is a way to unlock Obi Toppin, as you're suggesting, good job by the Knicks. As for putting Fournier on the bench, that's a great question. If they didn't do the sign and trade and it was not Fournier going to Dallas, do we think they would put him on the bench? Wouldn't rule it out.
I think they should.
Yeah.
I would argue that they should as well.
Yeah. And also in addition with the Hartenstein and Obi, Obi's obviously incredible in transition. Hartenstein was in the 71st percentile last year. Really good. So that'll be a nice little tandem where you can find both of them running up the floor, someone pushing the pace, whether it's IQ or Rose, whoever it may be. Easier buckets, good defense, and be nice to see.
The backup group is going to be even more fun, assuming Obi stays as a backup.
Also, assuming Derrick Rose is healthy, which you have to make said assumption. Although, listen, I happen to like Immanuel Quickley with primary ball handling responsibility.
I like Immanuel Quickley in his role.
Yes, agreed.
No, never mind.
Oh, was that?
Okay. Yeah.
How's that?
We'll move on.
There you go. Jeremy, you're up.
Oh, all right. Dan Camp, thank you, Dan, for the really generous contribution.
Appreciate it, man.
It feels good that the Knicks got their plan A for once, and the rest of free agency can be spent seeing what else they have in store, rather than the usual attempt to save face when plan A, B, and C didn't work out. I agree. Yeah, a lot of times it ends in heartbreak or apathy, and you're like, okay, what's the next thing? It's not this time. Now it's all right. How much sweeter might this be able to get? Or if it's not sweeter, why is it the case? At least we still have our plan A. So I'm totally with you, Dan.
We have a
Mark Stein.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So as for Jalen Brunson, sources briefed on Dallas's scheduled New York City meeting today say meeting canceled by Brunson's reps. Dallas told money not be a deciding factor because of Brunson's determination to sign with Knicks. Mavs did not formally present an offer today.
That's why Woj said they presented an offer, was because Dallas wanted him to put that out there so their fans would think they did really try to go after him.
And
I think it's the other way around.
It's the other way around. No,
the Knicks wanted Woj to put out that the Mavs had put out an offer, because then it's like, well, he goes to the Knicks. What's your counter offer? The Knicks present an offer. He takes whatever the Knicks offer.
Oh,
which
so
avoids a
at this
tampering
point, the
charge,
Mavs would want them to think they didn't offer him to make sure the Knicks get hit.
So that's where Stein,
How
with his
vindictive.
Dallas connections, and the reporter he was quote tweeting, basically saying, no, this is not something that was offered, and you have to wonder if there'll be some tampering charges.
We should just say Stein and Woj have had. I'm not picking sides. They've had a back and forth thing going back to, well, it's going back a while. Stein worked for ESPN, obviously, and they had
ugly. Yeah,
it ended ugly, and this season in particular, he made it a point in his news. And I'm going to be very clear. I like Mark Stein. I think Mark Stein's a great reporter. Fan of his newsletter. I subscribe to it. It's all good stuff. But he, went out of his way to point out how, as an example, the reporting on the Utah Jazz coaching uncertainty with Quinn Snyder, like he was reporting that, but then like Woj was like making it sound as if he was actually reporting it, when it's just there's some bad blood there. So if you're,
to expand on what John said about the ESPN thing, so ESPN went through a round of layoffs in 2017. Or 20, right. Whichever year it was that Woj got there, they went through a round of layoffs, and one of them was Mark Stein. And their response to that round of layoffs was to hire Woj, to like the biggest deal that a reporter ever got. So they literally got rid of Mark Stein so they could throw a bag at Woj. And since then, there's obviously going to be bad blood there. But to what we've mentioned as far as this report is concerned, this is absolutely coming from Dallas. Mark Stein is like the lead guy from Dallas, other than like Tim McMahon. No,
he's always been the guy.
Mello from Toronto, and this will wrap up hour 3. John talking about Hartenstein's girl, like how people used to talk about Fizdale's wife. Wow, what a throwback. What's good, Chris? It's Fountain of Hoop, by the way.
Oh, what's good, yo?
Yes. What up, Mello?
This is a big Knicks fan.
Yes, Mello from Toronto. He joins us in our playbacks, which you can join us when you join us through Patreon for live watch parties next season, if you're interested. Chris, I'll let you get one more in before we wrap up hour 3.
All right. So we have a note coming in from Greg Film Stuff. Nice to see New York finally get a capable point guard. Trading Randle would make this one of the greatest days of my life. Also, Keels is a better playmaking smart.
Ooh, bold. I love the take.
That is a take.
I love the take.
That is a take.
Thank you, Benjy, for the 25 video thread to get everybody excited about Keels. That's
good. People should be excited about Keels. I thought Keels. I had him 36 on my board with the notion that like if a team like San Antonio took him at 30, it would be fine. And of course, my guy Blake Wesley, John's guy too, fell to them all the way there. So they hit it out of the park with that one at 30. But
25 Blake, right?
Oh yeah, it was 25.
30 was the Nuggets.
30 was Nuggets, Peyton Watson. So yeah, if I would have liked Keels more for them. I think Keels is the kind of guy who I'm trying to figure out how to say this concisely, which is, not something I'm good at. I feel like he's someone who is going to be seen as more raw than he is because of his young age, but that in a streamlined role could contribute in the NBA as soon as like next year, his rookie year. If he never plays for New York, that's okay. And the reason is he'll get to work on his playmaking ability down in Westchester, which is a positive because when he comes up to the NBA, I project him to be a good secondary playmaker down the line, right? But if he gets those reps now, that could help catalyze his development in that regard. And if the Knicks don't necessarily need him out there, that's one thing. I'm a big Fournier guy, right? If we're really doing this youth direction thing, I would rather Keels play than Fournier. I would rather Grimes start than Fournier. I would rather we trade Rose and play McBride than hang around. And I just think that you can keep Taj and get enough of the veteran leadership, right? Like if we're doing youth, do it, right? If Brunson's going to be your veteran steady hand at 25, but he's Leon's, do it. Like, if he trusts him to be the guy for the team, then have a guy like Taj around, have Tibbs around, keep someone, whatever. One of Rose or Randle, not the best vet, but what you get my sentiment.
Noted veteran leader.
Chris, I love you, and we should mention this. You expressed this sentiment on the final episode of Draft Class during the mailbag, and I don't even necessarily disagree with you. Jalen Brunson didn't sign here to play with Deuce McBride and Keels and a bunch of players that may or may not need more time to develop. He came here to try and help the Knicks make the playoffs and eventually get a star. We'll see if
they were better last year when they played the young talent.
The young talent, not Deuce McBride, not the Keels of the world. It was when the Quickleys and the Obi Toppins of the world got more playing time.
Deuce hung toe to toe with Kyle Lowry and
oh my goodness,
was contributing on the court when we were playing Steph. I'm not trying to say that he is half as good as either of those players, but
I hope it works out. I really do.
Those guys are so good. If those guys are so good, if there's a young point guard who can come and hang, go toe to toe with them, give them a rough time out there, I'm gonna take note of that. The Celtics. This is what I talked about with Jeremy, with debating Brunson. Like the Celtics and Heat both just made the Eastern Conference Finals because of the front that they can put up at the point of attack, stopping the other team's first offensive action. Deuce fits that bill perfectly. I'm not saying that starting thicker, good defensive ones is a free ticket to the playoffs, but like that's the kind of basketball we play under our beloved Coach Tibbs. So I don't
sounds like a valuable trade piece.
I don't get why
Deuce. Derrick Rose has never played. I don't know when's the last time he's played more than X amount of games. Wouldn't shock me in the least if they penciled in Deuce as the third string point guard this year. So
third string. I'm not saying. Yeah, we all agree he's the third string.
That's a given.
It's the point of like Deuce will play. Oh, see, that's the other part. Chris is saying what he would do, not what the Knicks are going to do, which is a
Deuce won't play at all, which is
yes.
I don't know. Like I don't know.
There's a G League.
We think we are to. I just wish we took Deuce at 25 because then everyone would think we need to get him to play. We need because we took him at 36. It was like, oh well, who cares? Second rounders rarely pan out anyways. Like if he were a late first rounder, people would be talking themselves into him being better than he even is. So yeah. Whatever.
So we're gonna kick off hour 4 of our program, which means we're gonna start taking some breaks as well. I believe John is gonna take the first one.
Only because my daughter needs me to rub her back so she can go to sleep.
Bedtime duty. I appreciate it.
I'll be back.
Yes. I'll shout out to dads out there. We are kicking off hour 4 of our NBA free agency live stream. Thank you to the over 1,200 people that are still going strong with us. We greatly appreciate it. I'm going to produce this live. Chris, tilt your camera down a little bit. There's still a little bit of headroom. Do you have that trick where you can put it on a book?
The book has been there.
The book has been there. You put another book there. Also, stop turning your mic off. Every time you turn it on, your mic has, because you don't have any type of cushion on it, it gets heard. So I'm just... Producer's note. That's all.
All right.
All this will get cut from the pod. Don't worry.
I'll leave it on the thingy.
There you go. And also, while John is away, we will add a fourth to keep this going. Joining us now, Mr. Ritholtz. Benjy, welcome to our live stream, sir. How are you doing?
Hi. Hello. I'm great.
Yes, you're great. Oh, is your mic? That's right. We had mic issues last time. Is it not working this time?
It's here for show.
It's here for show.
I tried it again. I was just testing it.
Didn't work.
Sorry,
all
buddy.
right. You're good. You're good. We'll do it live. We'll make it work. Okay. We are officially kicking off hour 4 of our program. A quick reset. The Knicks, for what we know for sure, they've signed Isaiah Hartenstein to a 2-year, $16.7 million deal, most likely to be the backup center to Mitchell Robinson. From Shams and from Haynes and from multiple Knicks people, the Knicks have signed or are going to sign Jalen Brunson to a 4-year, $105 or $10 or plus $1 million contract. there are conflicting reports out there from Woj that they haven't officially signed him yet. There is a Mark Stein tweet out there saying the Mavericks are absolutely out. So I don't know who the Knicks would be bidding against. Jalen Brunson looks like he's going to be the next point guard of the New York Knicks. So as we head into hour 4, we are continuing with our super chat. Thank you to everybody that has contributed and joined us live for all of this. Also, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving are apparently available. That's not Knicks news because the Knicks are not going to be part of either of those deals. And we're laughing at the Nets here. Also, one other thing. This is technically our celebration of episode 500 of the Knicks Film School podcast. Thank you to everybody for joining us. We are just overwhelmed by the fact that we're up to 500 episodes, and all of you are responsible for making it a successful 500 episodes. So Benjy, what we've been doing is putting super chats up on the screen, and then we read them. So you're here now. I'll ask you a question. Your thoughts on Jalen Brunson going to the Knicks officially?
I'm glad that it happened, and not after all that. Would have been real embarrassing for the front office if it did not happen. I'm glad it's not the max. I'm glad. What's the final number? 104? Is that what was reported?
They're conflicting reports.
Yeah.
Unclear. Yeah. I'm in the process of writing up the Knicks film thread on Jalen Brunson. I watched his entire playoff run, every single minute of it in the last 2 weeks. And there's a whole lot to like about the player. He is absurdly strong. I think he's faster than most people give him credit for. He accelerates really quickly, which is how he gets step on people, and then the strength takes over. He finishes extraordinarily well in the lane. He's not as much of a pick and roll player as I kind of thought, and I don't know if that's context specific or if it's just because he kind of prefers to isolate, especially on smaller guys, and just handle his business inside. I think the spacing will not be as good as it was in Dallas, but that's and there is something to the fact that he likes to take his time in there. He has multiple kind of combinations of moves that take some time to get off some shots, but that's a small subset of his shot. Like mostly he's just getting in the lane, and he's going to get in the lane a ton, and he's going to finish well, regardless of where he is, regardless of who he's playing with. So there's a lot to be excited about.
Any Isaiah Hartenstein thoughts?
I had some this morning without thinking this was going to happen so quickly. I get it. I think it's cheaper than the Noel deal, right? Noel was 10 and he's at 8, and he's better than Noel by a long shot. So in that sense, it was good work by the front office. They got a better backup center for less money. Hard to criticize that element. Would I now give Mitch $60 million over 4 years? No, that would not be my preference. If you feel like you need good insurance for your backup center, which is why you're paying your backup center more than, let's say, your average backup center, then maybe that's a sign that you shouldn't be giving long-term money to the guy you need insurance for. There's a thought. If Mitch doesn't get as much as many years, I'd be much more comfortable with this kind of setup. I would have been fine, honestly, letting Jericho Sims run the backup center spot, even if Hartenstein was the starter and Mitch didn't come back at all. But Hartenstein's a good player. He passes really well from the elbows. It'll force Tibbs to have to adjust the offense a little bit because his center is exclusively rim run right now, and that's probably out of necessity because both Jericho Sims and Mitchell Robinson, that's just who they are. At least Sims right now, Mitch forever, just doesn't have any ball skills to rely on. But we saw with like Joakim Noah and with Karl Anthony Towns that like he's more than willing to run offense through bigs at the elbows. So he just will have to adjust a little bit. I hope he does, to take advantage of Hartenstein's screening, his passing, his head dribble handoff game. Is he a stretch center that everybody's telling me he is? No, not really. I know he made some in the last few games, but he's a very solid center, very solid. So again, I am not one to criticize getting good basketball players. So there you go. They got 2 of them today.
Very important question, though, Benjy.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel that Isaiah Hartenstein is not a member of the tribe?
I assumed he was not a member. I assumed he was. I assumed he was on the other end.
Yeah.
But
Safe
so
assumption. Yes, there's your answer. Shout out Knicks Germany. Okay, Benji, you're up first reading the super chat.
All right, here we go. Thank you for the contribution. Did I do that right?
Yes, you did. Look
All
at
right.
you.
Oh no, there's cussing in here. That's the one you give me. One more thing. We still run NY. F the Nets.
There you go.
We're at I have children in the house. We're at step 1, just like you said, John. Only up from here. Well, John's not here, but all right. We said it too. Let's go. Get Randle out of here. We here! ! Thank you, Haitian Ferg. Yeah, lots to unpack there. Yeah, rough go for the Nets.
Benji, I love
This is great.
This is amazing.
Just have Benji read all of
That's
the
right.
all the comments.
I want Benji to read all the super chats now. That's
John, this one was addressed to you.
I just want you to continue.
Yeah,
reading
keep
all
going.
these. Gary Harris back to the Magic.
No.
Oh, did you want Gary Harris on the Knicks?
I was shocked.
No, he would take.
I was more shocked they took Bamba back. That was shocking to me.
Gary Harris.
Well, they
took
didn't
time
want
away
less
from
Bamba.
Deuce,
They
though.
wanted Mo of him.
Wait, I think I stepped on Jeremy's joke. Say it again.
I said they didn't want less Mamba. They wanted Mo of him.
Yes, Mo
Mo
they
Bamba,
wanted
Mo
Mo
problems.
Bamba. Yes, Mo
Yeah.
Bamba, Mo problems. I said to poke a jab at Chris that Gary Harris would take away playing time from Deuce. But we move on. Okay, Benji, next up.
All right.
Respect.
Wilton, thank you for the contribution. We appreciate it. Keep up the great work, guys. Love the shows. Newsletter is a must read.
Yeah.
you.
Shout out to the Knicks Film School newsletter. It's in our link tree
It
in
is.
the KFS or John's Twitter bio. But if you want to sign up for the newsletter, every Monday is free. And what's $5 a month, John? Skunk?
Yeah. Sorry, I just opened up this Cutwater lime margarita that I got for my wife. This is not good.
Shout
I'm
out
gonna
to
drink
it. Yeah. Thank you, Wilton Moran. $5 a month for the newsletter, right, John?
Yes, $5
Yes.
a month. You get 5 days a week, and yeah, you get all kinds of goodies like today's A Few Good Men analogy.
Yes,
enjoyed
I
it.
enjoyed that. Shout out to Alan
Did you?
Seppenwall of Rolling Stone
Yes.
for the question that he asked, and then John for expanding on it. Benji, you're up.
All right, Alex. Thank you, sir, for the contribution. Who is that in your bio, Alex? Is someone on the Washington football team?
Washington, yeah, they're the Commanders now.
That
Yes.
fascinates me.
Not
All
the
right,
football
there's-
team or the R words. No,
There's what to unpack.
Wait, this is
right
addressed
away.
to me. Should I read it?
no,
No,
Benji, you're
Benji.
up.
No, it's to
Benji
me.
has to read it,
Actually.
okay.
It's to me, actually. Yeah, and you're welcome for all my work on the newsletter. I work very hard on it.
Read the question.
This poor guy is a Washington football team and Knicks fan. God, Alex, I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right.
yes.
John, I'm sure you saw the same report earlier today about Randle being one of the few players mentioned multiple times as someone to watch in trades. Maybe Randle to Charlotte now as a possibility. Well, yeah.
I
If
was waiting for someone to ask this.
the entire Charlotte organization watched Bridges own
Yeah.
Randle twice last year in the worst possible way. So not a great job by him advertising himself to the Charlotte Hornets. That's my
And
only take.
yeah, they may need a replacement
Well,
for Miles Bridges.
if I could-
for
If I could
3 to
briefly interject,
5, you know.
No, you can't. This is directed at
This is
Benji.
directed
Yeah.
to me.
Benji can finish the question. Benji, continue.
Uh-huh.
That was my only thought.
There
Please,
you
John.
go. All right, John, you're good.
I will. I don't want to be a downer or bring it to some place it shouldn't be. But like, as someone who I spent time in law school when I tried to make the world a better place before I came here and objectively made it a worse place. Did work for like DV organizations and whatnot. Like, it's a serious thing. The guy got arrested for something very
yes.
bad, and
God, yes.
that should be where the at least part of the focus is. That said, I have no idea how to even talk about that situation in terms of like, what does Charlotte, do they want him back? Do they want him back on a max contract? Like, you could tell me anything. You could tell me that they are looking to like sign and trade him because they want nothing to do with him now. I don't know. I have no idea how to even interpret it. I sure as hell don't know how to talk about it in terms of like, are they looking to add a Julius Randle? If an opportunity were to present itself to trade him to to Charlotte for. Does it work straight up for
Hayward?
Yeah,
it does.
It's a little bit too much coming back on our end, but we're under the cap, so
no, it doesn't matter because of the bonus. The trade bonus kicks in. That should match it.
But does that count for outgoing?
Well, it's added to the cap hit
for the Hornets.
Right, but Hayward's still making like 30.
Yeah, so that's why I'm wondering, because if Julius's outgoing is only 23.76, then it's I think it's a little bit too low.
Yeah.
You might have to look, if they wanted to do the deal, I'm sure they could figure out the money.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all I had.
The Bridges situation, obviously, contractually. Let's just talk about the contract.
Yeah, we'll keep it focused there.
Of course. Here's the really interesting conundrum. The market is probably going to dry up, and I don't think anyone is really eager to try to wait until July 6th to give an offer sheet that the Hornets will inevitably match, and then it's July 8th, and what's even left of the free agency market. And then they're left with a really fascinating, they being the Hornets, situation, which is what happens if Miles Bridges accepts the qualifying offer?
Ooh.
So could the Hornets pull the qualifying offer, which actually makes Bridges an unrestricted free agent, and then try to work out a longer-term deal, knowing that his avenues to getting a lot of money are pretty limited? It's a really fascinating situation. It's not one I want to be. It's rough, and it's going to be really fascinating to see how it plays out, because I don't see how it plays out well for him, especially in the wake of Deshaun Watson and everything that happened there, with teams probably wanting to do more of their due diligence across professional sports in North America, as they should.
You'd think, Jeremy.
You would
You'd think.
But the Browns did their due diligence for sure.
There's so many things to that. Yeah. Alex responded in the chat, by the way, that he's not a Washington football fan. He's a Jets fan, and his picture is of a Washington football player because it's Jeremy Sprinkle. I have no idea why, but apparently it's a prank. I don't know if it's like a fantasy football dare or something, or not dare, but like a punishment because he came in last or something like that. But regardless, he is one of us. I guess one of me.
Yeah.
Is that worse, Andrew?
It might be worse to be. Well, to be is it worse to be a Jets fan or a Washington football fan? I will say, I quote tweeted a clip yesterday because the NFL account decided to tweet out a video of Braxton Berrios and Elijah Moore, and I was like, I'm irrationally excited to watch the Jets this year. They have a lot of young talent and might be like a fun 7-win team, which I also noted I'm gonna regret, because that's the famous last words before a team goes 2-15. You know,
it's a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame. Okay, next up, Benjy.
Justin Wright, thank you for the contribution. How much worse is Dallas? You're right, Chris. Are you crying?
Not crying.
No, there's no crying.
Crying in
live stream
podcast.
Go ahead, Benjy.
How much worse is Dallas? Especially if KD and Kyrie head to two West teams. Could the Mavs miss the playoffs in 23? No. Cupboard a bit bare, isn't it? No.
So Benjy, this
is
is actually a thing that I'm sure you've heard John and Jeremy disagree on, that the West got better and therefore Dallas could miss the playoffs. Where do you stand on that?
No.
Can we go through real quick the West? Assuming Phoenix gets KD.
But that's the other part. If Phoenix gets KD, they are what? The 1 seed, which they already were. So the West getting better doesn't matter if it's Phoenix.
Hold on. Let's go through it. Phoenix conceivably could be better than Dallas. Memphis. Jaren Jackson Jr.
were last year, yes.
But they were better than them last year.
I could see Memphis regressing.
I could see Memphis regressing too, but it wouldn't shock you if they were better than Dallas. It wouldn't shock me if they were better than Dallas, at least.
Shock is a strong word.
Golden State is the defending world champions. Denver back healthier, right? The Clippers loaded. So how many teams did I just name? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know.
Pelicans get Zion, assuming he's,
Are the Wolves going to be able to pull some off? Are they going to be able to flip D'Angelo Russell's
I was
salary
just about to
something?
say my Wolves, but they're not going to be better than Dallas.
Portland gets Dame back.
Contract year, Christian Wood. I feel like people are underrating the fact that Christian Wood is about to be playing for his next bag and is going to have Luka Doncic feeding him like all year long. I just don't like those JB touches got to go somewhere, right? I know Christian Wood is like a funny loser to laugh at.
No, I like Christian Wood.
Luka's going to feed him and they're going to be okay. I'm not saying they're going to be revolutionary. They're going to be fine. They're going to be just fine without Brunson. And it's because they used that first round pick and bought low on someone who has all the pressure in the world right now to get his act together and play well to set himself up for a nice next deal if he wants one.
Yeah.
Are they a Kyrie destination?
The Mavs?
Yeah.
No.
I thought so, but someone said no. So no.
Okay.
But I was going to say, what happens if Kyrie also nukes his market in such a way where the Lakers are the only option?
Oh, and then he goes to this. That's another team.
Right. And then we're talking about potentially Kyrie, LeBron, Anthony Davis. We don't have to talk about them being world champions or contenders, but are they going to be better than the Mavs? And this is also injuries occur. They just do.
I know
the same could be said for other teams and the Mavs as well, but it happens.
I'm operating without injury being part of the equation, and I'm saying I think the Mavs will still, because I'm with John on the Luka thing. I get it that it will be much harder for them to be a 4 seed or whatever they were last year. I still think they will. It is a vote of confidence in Luka. I don't have he's Michael Jordan that some of us might, but I do have he's good enough to make the playoffs.
You know what? Like 17th, 18th pick, something like that. 16th, 17th. I don't think that's nuts. I don't.
What were they the year that we had their pick?
They were 21. They ended up winning one, I believe.
That was a 5 seed, right? Yeah, they were a 5 seed. They lost to the Clippers in 7. So,
but even still, the 16th or 17th pick is progress compared to what they were this past year, which was 26th.
Yes. 100%. It's and especially in this draft, it's a not insignificant asset. Okay.
Benji.
Yes. Before I read it, I'm just gonna make one point, and that is.
Go ahead.
To me, Luka is at the stage now where Jokic was last year, where it's Jokic plus a bunch of garbage is gonna win you a minimum of
45 games.
45 minimum.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think he's there. I think he's going to come in shape this year, which will be a first for him. And he is extraordinary. I just spent so much time watching Jalen Brunson film, and a quarter of my time was spent just drooling over how good Luka Doncic is. It is absurd. It is absurd how good he is. Okay.
He should be the MVP frontrunner coming into next season. As far as I'm concerned.
I'm with you. All right. Alex Mason. Paying us in pounds?
You don't have to read that part. International subscriber contributor.
He's paying us in L's.
Yes.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for the contribution. What does Cam need to do to become your ideal 4?
Oh my God. I can't wait to hear this answer.
What does he have to do, Benji?
Talking about Cam Reddish?
Yeah. I don't mean to laugh at the question. We just ideal 4. We did. I will say we've
Cameron
said
Payne.
Campaign.
Yes. That's what I was wondering. Yeah. I don't know.
Cam Johnson.
I'm joking. I'm pretty high. I'm pretty high on Cam Reddish. Ideal 4 is a little bit strong. I don't think he'll ever be my ideal 4. I suppose if he became a 40% 3-point shooter, and which he almost was, I guess, and he became an amazing decision maker and a consistent defender on and off ball, then he's got a great body for a 4. It's possible. I guess if he truly hits his ceiling, then maybe he would be the ideal 4. But
his coach said when he got traded, if he turns into Paul George, I wouldn't be shocked.
That's right. Right. But for now, I'm just hoping for a solid 3/4 off the bench. That's all I ask, and I think that's very attainable. even based on the short stint that we saw with the Knicks. He did some really nice things for them, and he brings them a size and an athleticism that they otherwise lack. Even with the signing of Jalen Brunson, who is not that kind of player. They actually got, well, they lost Kemba, so I guess they gained a little bit of size, but they're still not a very big team with Fournier out there, with Quickley out there, and with Rose out there, and with Brunson out there. They're small, so Reddish's size is actually very valuable to this team, and I hope that he gets a chance to show it.
Do you think he'll be here?
No.
So,
and I don't think he'll be in the rotation as of right now, either.
Man,
that is why he will not be here.
Yeah.
I do not think that they will put themselves in a position where Cam Reddish is on this roster opening night and he does not get off the bench. They will not put themselves in that position.
Right? Because with Rose, Quickley, Brunson, Grimes, RJ, well, you got the 2 4s and the 2 5s. Am I missing a 3 that he would slot in on the 3, or am I, because they got rid of Burks?
He's
Fournier.
in. He's the 10th guy if Fournier goes out in the sign and trade.
Yeah,
we were talking about
if
before.
they move Evan, they can go.
Right. So if they move Evan, right?
Brunson, Grimes, RJ.
Oh, massive news!
Huge.
Wow.
Biggest news of the night, everybody. Kevin Knox has agreed to a 2-year, $6 million deal with the Detroit Pistons.
Is it too late to get back the 2023 Detroit Pistons second-round pick?
The Pistons.
Yeah.
Let's go, Kev.
Please tell me it's like the.
Yo, what is good with them and former Knicks right now?
I said it's a pipeline. The Detroit and New York pipeline.
Seriously. It's like the Rangers and Lightning.
They want Scott Perry's leftovers. What's good with this team, bro?
Not Ron Burgundy. Ron
Baker.
Got the player option. I hope Kevin Knox got a player option in the second year.
Can I just?
And a no trade clause.
Well,
I've been hard on Kevin Knox. Good for him. Like,
Facts.
good for him that he got a contract to play basketball.
He's such a Weaver guy, just straight length, and
that's a great point, Andrew, because it was possible he would have been not gotten a contract.
I legitimately wondered when he got waived yesterday if he was out of the league. I was very curious about that.
It was just
I had a conversation with his phone interview with his dad a few years ago. And his dad was talking to me about like his progress and like what their goals were, that their shared goals, or for the NBA career. And he's like, so we were lottery pick, and then after that, the goal is get a second NBA contract. And I remember that was the one thing that stuck with me from the interview. I'm like, man, what was it? The 8th pick, 9th pick? Your next goal is to get a second. And I'm not misquoting him. That's
a real thing, yo. But the second contract is the biggest battle. Like, that's getting to the league is.
If you're
a
top 10 pick, the second contract
is a lottery pick.
Also, let's be honest. This is the second year is probably going to be non-guaranteed.
This is also not your regular lottery pick. This is,
Look, Frank almost didn't get a second contract too.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a given.
This conversation also happened, like, I think early in his second season or something like that.
That's a call you can make home to mom and dad. That you have salary locked up. You know what I mean? Like, that's a big deal. Second contracts are a really big deal for a lot of these guys.
We are happy for him and this big deal. Yes.
Speaking of 2-year deals, Gary Harris, 2 years, $26 million.
Sheesh.
That's why he stayed.
That's a lot
of money.
What is Orlando doing?
No, we don't know. Nobody.
What I think they're doing is they're bringing him back and looking to trade him next year on a contract that's cheaper.
Yes, the Scott Perry plan.
They're also trying to get the first pick in the draft.
Again. Alrighty. It's a question for Benjy. It's a question for Jeremy.
I was gonna say Benjy.
A question for Jeremy before he takes our first break of the night. Benjy, read it.
Jeremy, big brain Jeremy.
Look at the big brain on Jeremy.
That's David.
David Gretter asks, thank you for the contribution, David. Go ahead, Benjy.
Thank you, David Gretter, for the contribution. Damn it, I missed it. All right, with Bridges going to the pen.
With Miles Bridges going to the pen.
That's
okay.
An interesting phraseology there. Would Charlotte consider Hayward and a pick for Randle? Start OB and get that continuous soup.
Jeremy, your thoughts.
Fantastic.
I need Benji's thoughts.
No, he asked you.
Well, Benjy read the question, so Benjy, you get first stab.
I was so focused on the read, I didn't really internalize anything that I said.
There you go.
Hayward and a pick. You take it away, Jeremy.
Cool.
Please.
I think that it's possible for sure. But the now prevailing question is like, is Hayward better continuous soup than Julius Randle? And I don't think he is. To me, Hayward was always like, if you need to consolidate with some of your veterans, he makes sense. But Randle for Hayward, you're not going to extend Hayward after his contract, and like he's extension eligible next year, at least in that sense. Like you wouldn't give him more money. So if you're the Knicks, you're probably looking for someone who can better continuous soup your way around, and it's probably not Hayward. So
interesting.
But I'd still, I'd understand it because it would also mean Obi Toppin is going to get significant minutes starting. So I wouldn't hate it. At the same time, I think cap-wise, it's probably not quite what Brock Aller has in mind. And with that, I will bid you adieu. I will be back. I guess more of an abiento. And
enjoy dinner, Jay.
Thank you.
I can't wait. Don't worry. All righty. Is the bit done? Do we exhaust Benjy? I want Benjy to read the phone book.
Let's have him read one more.
Okay, Benjy, you're up.
Oh, a long one. A long one. All right, Steven.
Sorry.
Steven, thank you, sir, for the contribution. Numb to Knicks hypotheticals, so no questions, just thankful for nice. John Soprano's leadership, Andrew Scorsese's productions, Jeremy Aller's cap insights, and for Kris bringing the Rookie of the Year chip home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
John
Steve.
Soprano. I'm honored by that one.
I'll take Andrew Scorsese any day. Absolutely.
Andrew
Okay.
Scorsese. That's a good one.
I'm so glad I read this one and was left out of it.
Despite questioning my genetic heritage. Thank you.
Kris bringing the... Oh, what is that?
Yeah, I left that one out. Bro.
Oh. I didn't even see
I'm not totally sure what's going on. I do know that I read this and I thought I'd be included somewhere and then I wasn't.
Oh, Benjy. Oh no, he meant okay, and Benjy. Oh, poor
he
Benjy.
meant.
Although maybe when I read Jeremy's answer, he just thought, or Jeremy's question, he thought I was Jeremy.
Maybe he thought you were Jeremy.
That's what he thought was going on.
Someone commented in the chat that you're their favorite Benjy now. I will say that, and it's someone named Ben.
That's nice.
Oh no,
it was Ben, and he said it was Ben Kim Gervey, and he said Benji's now my wife's favorite Benjy, and I'm not sure I can blame her.
Yes. Shout out Benjy.
And someone said earlier they want Benjy. Someone said earlier they want Benjy to read the phone book,
which is the joke I just made, Kris.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's move it on.
Let's move on.
I'll get this one.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, John.
Maximilian Marin, what's going on? Thank you. Give Randle flowers while he is with us and not demanding trades, despite the pressure and crap he takes in comparison to rhymes with Tevin Durant. I get it. So basically,
they're not getting Kevin Durant.
No, I think he's drawn a comparison in terms of like, Randle wanted to stick it out. The difference is Kevin Durant is, he was the MVP frontrunner through the first 30 some odd games last year. Randle, I could not believe it when I knew it was bad, but I hadn't looked up specifically the effective field goal percentage for bigs in terms of what percentile he ranked. He was in the 3rd percentile, his effective field goal percentage for big men this year, according to Cleaning the Glass. Now, granted, and this goes into the issue with Julius Randle is he's not a big. He's a wing. He plays like a wing, even though he's in the body of a big. I still think about a tweet that Benjy sent out towards the end of this year where he was like, this is a human battering ram, and this is how he wants to play.
He fell in love with the perimeter game. They keep putting the ball in his hands and let him cook, and that's just he's cooking up spam on fucking expired bread, and Tibbs is like more. So he keeps doing it.
Well, that is it's good impersonation. That's a fair. First of all, spam on like a flat top or something.
No, moldy bread.
Well, the bread kind of brings it down. Anyway,
and Tibbs is banging the table, begging for more.
I believe that Julius did reach a point this year where he maybe did not want to be here and expressed as much. I don't know if it was like a trade demand or whatever, but I don't know. I just think maybe it would be better if he continued his career elsewhere. And here's the reason why. How many games, forget games, how many quarters is it going to take for him, if he's in the middle of a rough game, to be like at the free throw line in the midst of like 5 for 18 and the fans to start chanting Obi Toppin? Like, if you're the Knicks, what do you do if that happens in like game 3 or 6 or 8? What do you do? I don't know the answer to that question.
John, if he's 5 for 18, it'll happen in game 1. It'll happen in game 1. These fans don't. It'll happen. It will happen right away.
Well,
he has a 4-game 1.
I agree.
I don't disagree.
And I think what's important to note is that a team that has spent the last 2 off seasons before this one looking for a guard to soak up usage and to soak up just time spent dribbling from Julius Randle. Well, now they've got one, and they've got one that's not super old, and they didn't have to invest in an aging point guard like a Lowry or a Paul. They got their guy. He's younger, and he'll be taking the ball out of Randle's hands. So that would be that. And I think if you can get Randle going as a role man, and it's not even about like convincing, it's just literally being like, do you want to be here or not? Do you want to be useful here or not? And if he won't do it, if he wants to keep throwing up bullshit from the perimeter, then okay, that's the kind of player he is, and then you can let him go.
And then it's on Tibbs, if it's not already.
I think I started every conversation about Randle's play last season with the acknowledgement, with the concession, the integral note that his behavior, him being a jerk on and off the court, and not playing in a way that's at all conducive to productive basketball is the first thing to note. I just also think that the situation that he was put in, that he's so, as I say, so badly screwed up. I think it's there. You have to look at the people who put him in that position 3 years straight. It's just
last word on this is that he ain't getting all those touches this year. Not with this kid here now, because Tibbs,
absolutely not.
Gracious. Say what you want about Tibbs. Say what you want about Brunson. Match made in heaven.
I was told, regardless of Brunson,
ride him.
Phrasing is just out the window at this point.
Chris,
I was told last season that if Randle's back, it's in a reduced role, and he's sook. What's the past tense? Sought.
Sooked.
They teach that in your junior year of college.
So I'm not there yet. Gotcha. He sought.
He sucked, all right. He sucked a lot.
He sucked so bad last year.
Sucked up and down the fucking court.
It would be in a reduced role, and he would have to have sought either a sports therapist or a therapist. And those are 2 pretty sensible tenets if you're in New York.
I'm gonna need a therapist after this.
I still haven't seen Top Gun. Now the new ones came out.
Don't worry about it.
Andrew, read it.
So I'm going to read this one because there's a clarification in the next one. So from Sneaker Premier, I wanted Benjy to read this. Give it all, super chat. My Yeezy slide wearing young Provert Chris. Love that guy. He meant the right guy. He accidentally wrote gay, but he meant guy. His next chat is literally guy, not gay. Although, listen, if it is,
I'm just what is a Yeezy slide?
Happy Pride Month.
Oh no, John.
Really? Do you know what Yeezys are?
Yeezy's he's the rapper, Kanye West.
Okay, but
he has shoes. He has
right.
Yeah.
The Yeezy is the shoe, and what is a slide?
The thing that my kid goes down?
No, this is a slide, John.
That's a flip flop.
No, it's a slide.
No,
These are slides.
No, that's a flip flop.
No,
the flip
Real
flops
hoopers, no. Oh my
Or
God.
Flip flops have the toe string.
That's
the toe.
That's right. Flip flops have the thing between the big toe and the
Yeah, the flip flop goes.
and because it flops because you walk and it's stuck on the toe and it flops when you walk. That's why it's called a flip flop.
Friend of the show, John Doug says, "Don't ever let John wear Yeezys." In my text right now.
Listen, you're not gonna catch me in Feezies or Yeezys or Yeezys or whatever the fuck.
These are the Yeezy slides I have,
Yeah.
John. What do you think?
You have those?
What do you think, John?
That's got a fucking dinosaur fossil.
Looks.
Put that on your foot. Someone just shoved that up your ass. Let's get the
Listen,
next.
Jesus, John.
And
There is
we're on
stuff.
our what?
Yeah,
4?
we're on
How
many
hour
hours to
4.
go?
Yes.
We're so far off the rails, we're going backwards.
Yes.
All right.
Benji, you're up.
Anthony Taylor. Thank you for the generous contribution, Anthony.
Thank you, Anthony.
All right. First, congrats on 500. I watch
Thank
you guys
you.
almost every day. Second, I love the JP signing. Third, no longer defending Randle. Hashtag 30 needs to go. Fourth, what are the actual chances of getting Ayton and how? And lastly, fifth, way too much given up for Murray.
Yeah. Yes, on that last point.
Yeah. So on 1, congrats on 500. Thanks.
You.
Took a lot of hard work for me. 2, I love the JP signing. I think we're all good with the JB signing. I think we're probably on different scales of love to like to are happy with. It's just good that they got him. It would have been bad if they didn't get him at this point. Okay, third, no longer defending Randle. Yeah, I don't think any of us are defending Randle. Fourth, what are the actual chances of getting Ayton and how? That one I'll leave to John.
I'll do it quickly.
Yeah.
What was the number Jeremy got to before in his crazy Bradley Beal thing? 43?
Yeah.
You know, I turned it on and he was starting with the Bradley Beal thing. I was like, wow, this is the first thing we're doing here? And then he got signed like 2 minutes later.
Yeah.
This is just
It was in theory. He was a final cap or no cap.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Sorry,
whatever. I think it was like 43. Maybe there's a way that I am not understanding where they can still operate as an over the cap team, and Hartenstein goes into the mid level, which would leave room for Jericho Sims to sign for the rest of the mid level. If there is, the Ayton signing becomes harder because you're dealing with base year compensation issues. If they are, if it's the Beal plan, then they could get under the cap far enough to give Hartenstein this money and still sign Ayton to his max. But that would obviously just lead you to the next question, which is like, okay, well, what are the Suns going to? How are the Suns going to respond? Because the Suns presumably are not going to let DeAndre Ayton walk out the door without getting anything in return. Although at this point, I don't know if everybody's operating under the assumption that there is no team out there who can just hand him a 4-year max with like poison pills and the whole thing. If someone were to do that, I don't know what would happen. But to answer your question in a very quick way, can it happen? Yes. Do I think it's going to happen? No.
Yeah. Let me say one thing about Julius, assuming that he is with the Knicks. If he plays the way we all want him to play, I will say, and it's not what I want because I want him to go, but if he's around, trying to deal defensively, forget about spacing because there's not that much of it, but just dealing with the onslaught of penetration between Brunson and Barrett and Randle and the strength of those 3 guys, all at different sizes, that is a miserable task for a defense to deal with. That is a lot of driving strong dudes coming downhill.
With an offensive rebound, if Mitch is back, with a guy who's going to that's all he does. He does it better than anyone.
Best offensive rebounder in the league. That's right. That's right. And you just get one shooter around him, whether it's Fournier or Grimes. There's a formula there for just a brutal team to deal with. They're not going to score a ton of points. Not going to be a top 10 offense, probably. Maybe probably not top 10.
They don't need to be.
They could be an above average offense with just by kind of almost in a funny way, kind of like the Grizzlies did last year, where it wasn't like anything pretty, but they're just coming at you on every possession, and you don't want to deal with it as a defense. There's something to that. Now, I don't want Randle here. I don't think he can buy into that, and he's going to want to shoot contested mid-range jumpers. But there's an outline there, something interesting.
And so much of this, all just to add on, comes down to the other end of the court, where again the Knicks don't have anybody on their roster 2 years ago or last year that should have been. They don't have any all defense players. I mean, I guess maybe RJ one day theoretically could probably make an all defense team. Man, who knows? Maybe Grimes too. But like, that's why you have Tibbs. That's the reason you have Thibodeau is he could coach up a team to be able to defend. And Randle defended 2 years ago and he didn't give a shit about defending last year. Is he going to give a shit about defending again? Because then that's the difference between, do you have third, fourth, fifth ranked defense in the league, or the whatever 11th, 12th, 13th, whatever the worst you think a Thibodeau defense could be. And listen, last thing on this, Brunson, RJ, Randle, like, yes, there's only one ball. All those guys are good from the corners. RJ was good from the corners 2 years ago, especially. Brunson has been great from the corners. And Randle, last year, he was not good from the corners. He was like 29%. But I looked it up today, he took like 51 corner threes last year. So he took like one, like 2 every 3 games. If he actually is okay spending a couple handfuls of possessions in the corner every game, which, again, goes to your point, Benji, of like, is he willing? How much of this is it's so much of it comes down to willingness on his part, which we don't know the answer to that. So.
Steal for my Timberwolves, by the way. Kyle
Anderson. Yeah, that's a nice move.
2 years, $18 million. I mean,
I still want to see what they do with D'Lo.
That's nothing. $9 million a year for Kyle Anderson is nothing. Honestly,
it's a good deal. Good deal.
2-part super chat here. Anthony Sixto, any legitimacy to Miami submitting a trade offer to Donovan Mitchell? Could a trade offer from them open a window for Knicks to compete? Sorry if it was covered late to the show. He also then followed up by saying, original chat was a Mitchell question. So just sending props to you guys because it was asked and answered. I mean, gun to your head, do you guys actually see Mitchell getting, if Miami gets involved, could you see Mitchell getting moved like this offseason? I think we're all resigned that if it was to the Knicks, it wouldn't be until next offseason, but could you see Miami getting him now? No, me neither. Chris?
No, not this offseason, not at all.
Not at all. Okay. And Benji?
I don't think so. There is the kind of Wade pipeline there that's interesting.
That's yeah.
And then Pat Riley gets this crap done all the time, but I don't know.
There's the Ainge knows when to pull the plug pipeline too.
Right, that's true.
Yeah,
but I just just based on the last conversation we were having, I just remembered something I want to say about Brunson that I haven't said yet. Brunson guarded the least dangerous wing every possession for Dallas.
Yeah,
like he was not a guy. They put Bullock and they put Finney Smith on the dangerous players, point guard, shooting guard, whatever. And Brunson was basically the guy guarding the corner. So in the Utah series, he guarded O'Neal. In the Phoenix series, he guarded Bridges. In the Golden State series, he guarded Draymond for a lot of it, actually. And this was an issue when they signed Kevin Fournier last year, and I said it right away, like, you have committed to RJ Barrett guarding the best player on the other team, assuming Fournier starts. Now, if Grimes starts, you could do some interesting things. But if Fournier and Brunson start, I know there was some reporting around about how the Knicks are hesitant about that backcourt, as they should be defensively. Because you saw now Brunson's a better defender than Kemba Walker. He's so strong, so he can do more things defensively. He can hold his ground. He's very solid positionally, but he's not a plus defender. He's not.
No.
So it's asking a lot of RJ Barrett. It takes RJ Barrett away from the help position that he's very good in because he's so big on the back line. And yeah, Tibbs is going to have to work his magic there. And that's worth pointing out. Like, I feel like Brunson has this like Lowry FVV kind of comp because of his size and his strength. He is not the defender either of those guys are. He's just not. He doesn't really guard on the ball very much. At least he didn't in Dallas. Now, are the Knicks going to ask him to more? Maybe. I'll say the reps that I watched him guarding pick and roll, he's not great navigating screens. He's okay. It'll be interesting to see what they do with that and if he's more hidden and they let RJ take on the best assignment again, which I think had some good and had some bad last season. So we'll see.
You're making the Grimes case.
No question.
It was literally the point I was going to make. That is a point in the camp for, or an argument for the camp of Grimes starting, because then him and RJ can have you. Right. But like right now he wouldn't, but if they were to move off Fournier, then Grimes could come in and Tibbs would fall in love with a RJ Grimes perimeter defense, You
think that Tibbs wouldn't go Grimes and like I just if he gave Fournier a bigger offensive role off the bench and let Rose and Fournier Rose Quickley, Fournier run things.
I think he started Evan Fournier every game that he was on the Knicks last year. So I think he would do the same thing this year if he's on the team.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Listen, I'm saying if he doesn't, great. I'm saying last year he started Alex Burks over Immanuel Quickley when he didn't have a point guard on the roster.
From an offensive perspective, I would say, like as much as I think Grimes projects as an excellent shooter, if you want to maximize spacing, you do go with Fournier in that sense. So it kind of depends. I mean, I know Grimes can shoot the hell out of it, but Fournier was legitimately one of the best shooters in the league last year. He does invoke some panic in the defense that I don't think Grimes does yet. So it's an interesting question. I like Grimes as a starting two, but you're going to take some lumps with Grimes as a starting two. He's super young, doesn't have a ton of NBA experience. He's going to make mistakes. I don't know. It's an interesting question. But I feel like there's a bit of a misperception about, I think Brunson as a defender, and like the way Dallas utilized him told me all I needed to know, even before I actually watched him doing all these various things. Like he was always guarding the weakest offensive player on the other team, the weakest offensive perimeter player.
Agreed. Also, just Anthony Sixto, a staple in these chats.
Yes. Shout out, Anthony.
So much. 500 episodes in, your name is always popping up. Thank you, Anthony, for all your generous contributions, as well as Dom Cappuccini. Another contribution and a staple in the super chats. Thank you, Dom. I think we're winding down as far as like news trickling in. We'll see. A Mitch signing comes in, but we'll see.
I mean, it's been a while now.
It has been, but we'll see.
Aren't they going to wait? Aren't they going to wait to do Mitch last because of
but
the
they can
salary
still
cap
announce
stuff?
They can announce it though. That's the thing. They could agree to it, and then eventually. We'll see if they have another move in them. There's also the looming Kevin Durant trade that I hope we're live for. Dom Cappuccini, speaking of Kevin Durant, where Brooklyn at? LOL Nets is now a thing. Julius is the difference between the Knicks being a playoff, play-in, or lottery team. Get your shit together, Julius.
Good comment.
I co-sign. Thank you, Dom. As always, Dom. I'm gonna zoom through these a bit. Christian Cruz, thank you for your contribution in super. Projection for Quentin Grimes this upcoming season. I think he will surprise a lot of people.
I'll just say real quick, I had a very nice conversation with Quentin Grimes' trainer a few weeks ago. I'm gonna
I thought you were going to stop at Quentin Grimes.
With Quentin Grimes.
Nice. I had a nice conversation a couple weeks ago. Spoke for about an hour. That'll be a newsletter coming out soon, which I detail what we spoke about. Buy stock in Quentin Grimes this year. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. I dig it. I dig the confidence, John. Any thoughts on Quentin Grimes, Chris? We haven't heard from you about this.
I don't know. I mean, just what I push about him all the time, which is that from when we drafted him, I've been pushing that just the truth about him, which I think a lot of people don't know or don't acknowledge if they do know it, which is he was a really bad point guard. And that is something that when he's not playing point guard, you can see as a positive because he has the skills to be a bad point guard, which, you've got to have some sort of passing chops. You've got to have some sort of instincts on the ball. He failed as a primary at Kansas, but didn't give up. Went back to Houston and was like a star in his role there. So nothing. I just used him as an example at my camp the other day to my campers. Like I was about to teach them like some of the older kids. I was about to teach them like relocating to get open threes. And I was like, listen, man, Quentin Grimes, like he was a guy who loved to have the ball in his hands. He was just a first-round draft pick because of what he can do without the ball in his hands. Like that is stuff that matters. And it shows to me that with the improvements that he's made in his game, that he's like a grinder, no matter what, that he's someone who's going to be in the gym, because you don't get better in the ways he did at being an ancillary talent if you haven't been putting the work in, especially from where he started from.
He's doing it in such a unique way. He was a certain type of player, and then he had to kind of take a step back to be a different type of player. And now he's back to trying to unlock some of those initial abilities that he had that had him, whatever he was, a 7th ranked recruit in the country once upon a time.
Yeah. I mean, yes. And I also don't know if he needs to yet. Like anything he adds in terms of a couple dribbles, attacking closeouts is great. I don't expect him to run many, if any, pick and rolls this summer season. But I mean, the value he has as just a really good catch and shoot player with a lightning quick and really high release and a really good point of attack defender. Like, forgetting everything that you guys have said, which is true and exciting and like a reason to be even higher on him. But like just what he is now and getting better at those things, like that's a really valuable basketball player.
So, based on my freaking retweet of Mikal, Ja Morant now got into the conversation.
I just saw that.
Oh shoot! Yeah,
and it's being spread around by like legitimate media now. Tim McMahon screenshotted Mikal to Dez to Ja. Maybe Ja will be the next friend of the Knicks Film School podcast.
Listen,
Andrew, why don't you reach out to those people?
I'm literally come on the Knicks Film School podcast.
Please don't do that. All right. Next question. Let's keep
Benjy,
going.
you don't want to read a super chat with profanity, right? We shouldn't put you in that position.
Don't make him do that.
I'm not, but
I would just find a different way to say it.
All right, I'll read the next one. I really wanted to make you read the next one, but I will respect you.
Thank you, brother.
Jaden Darcy, thank you for your contribution. Our free agency is like when I lost my virginity. Knew what was coming that night. Quick climax, a bit of a disappointment, and clarity in the hours that followed.
Well, Chris can tap out of this because he doesn't know.
Oh no! All right.
Took you 3 hours to get me back.
Oh God.
Great comp.
With that facial hair he's got going on, can't be long.
Yeah, Chris, I dig it. Yeah.
Thank you.
One day you'll grow a full
I got you,
beard,
Chris.
You know. I dig it.
Next question.
Oh, hold
Next.
on. I'd like to acknowledge that Schwinn is in the chat saying I don't curse either.
Oh no, Schwinn's God-fearing. Man.
Next up, Sean Ahern. Thank you for the generous contribution.
Thank you, Sean.
500 episodes, toasting the Nets' demise 3 years to date. The sun shines a bit brighter today. So I'll echo something John said at the beginning when we were getting our laughs in at the Nets. And believe me, we're going to laugh again in a little bit because there's a super chat that literally asks us to laugh at the Nets. But we want to make sure all our ducks are in a row too, as Knicks fans. And as much as we're getting all our laughs off at the Nets, let's remember that it's because misery loves company that we're doing it, not necessarily that we are like ahead of them as far as basketball is concerned. I will say though, the city under new management, how's that working out for you? Yeah. How's that new?
You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to beating the Nets in a game next year.
Yes,
I'm looking forward to that.
I agree.
We exclusively lose them in heartbreakers. Actually, it's part of the code.
Yes,
we only lose in the most like excruciating ways possible in the Nets, and then Julius throws a tantrum.
I actually had forgotten
that. Rob Thaluzma.
Hey, what's up, Rob?
Shout out, Rob. Another staple in a super chat. Sup, fellas? I think I speak for the fan when I say I'd just love to see y'all take a moment and collectively laugh at the Nets.
Andrew's got a bill laugh.
Andrew loves laughing.
Yeah, now I'm laughing at Andrew's laugh. He loves it.
That was a cackle.
Man.
That was evil. That one was
a cackle.
I said when we got our laughs off at the beginning, or at least when I got my laughs off, I do it from the perspective of a Knicks fan, a Mets fan, and a Jets fan. Laughed my ass off in 2004 when the Red Sox did their thing. All these Astros wins over the last couple of years. Laughed my ass off. The problem is that it usually comes back around to bite me, aka the Yankees have 20 losses on June 30th. So I've given up on baseball and I'm going to laugh at the Phillies instead. I'm getting my laughs off at all 87 Brooklyn Nets fans. I just am. That's just a fact that's going to happen.
I was in a Spaces earlier as like U Stadium's quote unquote expert for free agency. And someone asked about the Nets, obviously. And I was like, well, all 40 Nets fans out there, I didn't rip the 87 bit. I decided to cut them in half because That's about where we're at right now. And then the guy who Stadium assigned to be my co-host that day was like, hold on, I'm a Nets fan. We're still here. We're still strong. I'm like, no, you're not.
Tell him, Chris.
No, you're not. Like, what do you do? Dude, your GM just made a trade thinking KD was still on the roster.
I need hold on. We got to find out more about that trade is like
that Royce O'Neal trade. Yeah.
Something is wrong about. So I texted Jeremy instantly, and what he said he thinks it is.
Yeah, no, we talked about it already.
That it's just it's the Nets trying to mitigate the damage done. What the hell is Royce O'Neal gonna do?
I know.
You know, this is like getting Royce.
It's a strange one.
Like seeing your franchise. You know the Dave Chappelle bit, like "Where's Ja?" Right? This is like
no, I don't.
I do. It's from his stand-up bit. I'm not killing him softly for what it's worth. When
he's talking about how like something will happen in the world and people will be like, you know, like what does Ja Rule have to say about women's rights?
Yes.
Be like, where's Ja? You know,
like something like Supreme Court does their thing, and CNN's like, where is Ja?
Yeah,
yes. We need Ja.
Brooklyn's whole franchise is burning down, and they're like, get me Royce O'Neal on the goddamn phone. Like, this is like, why out of all people is that who you're looking to save you in this moment? Why out of anyone? So it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. You know, it does make sense. It makes so little sense that it makes sense is that Marks got this as a complimentary ad to Kyrie, KD, and Ben Simmons, not knowing because KD, as his last move as a Net, said Sean Marks is a loser and went straight to Joe Tsai to ask out. Maybe Marks was in his office cooking up trades. Well, what I was hearing earlier today is that this is all ownership.
Well, no, but that was
it's
reported.
not offer. It was them not offering Kyrie the max that KD took offense to. Was like, why are you not supporting me and my guy after you just stood by us all season? How could you do us like this?
I don't know why,
we
Kevin.
Gotta get out of here.
Why do you
I wonder why?
Yeah. It was his thing was, okay, well, you could have chosen to be mad about the Kyrie stuff earlier, but you stood by him. And now it's time to put money on the table. But now it's time to put money on the table, and they wouldn't max him. And it's like this apparently is what offended Durant and Irving, or Irving and Durant via Irving, was that the Nets didn't put the faith in them after standing with them all year, after it was the Nets' decision for Kyrie to not play half the games. Because it's not like Kyrie did anything that would result in him only playing half the games.
They said no more ice cream for dinner.
It was the total like yeah, exactly. The Nets said no more. That Mr. Parent. And and KD and Kyrie were like, wah, we want strawberry, shortcake ice cream, and we want it now. And now KD's gonna go to where his ice cream will all melt. In Phoenix.
Way to land that plane, Chris. Okay, Pastor Claudio's Obi Hive. Hi, Dad. Mitch's immaturity offsets his ability. Thoughts, fellas?
I think
should just note that Mitch Robinson has not been announced to resign yet.
I wonder. Here's the thing though. I trust Ian Begley's
the Begley reporting of it legitimate.
If Begley says it's widely anticipated that he's going to be back, then I trust Beggs.
There's DeLon Wright, as Jake Fisher reported yesterday. Wizards are interested. Washington picks up DeLon Wright on what feels like the fourth 2-year, $16 million deal he signed in his career.
Not inspiring. So I think Mitch's immaturity. Like, I don't think it. I think it's like the little things, right? It's like how he approaches getting better each offseason. Like, as opposed to RJ Barrett, who we've read from his trainer has like, and even, Quentin Grimes, like, there is a plan in place to, like, we're going to focus on this one skill or these two skills because we know that my role in this offense is going, or defense or whatever, is going to entail me to do this, this, and this. Mitch, I don't believe has that. I don't believe he has that level of commitment, quite frankly. And he's always been a guy who has gotten by on freakish natural ability that, like, I don't know how many people in the NBA actually possess. And And there is a fair question about like what is getting paid going to do to,
4 years?
If it's 4 fully guaranteed, even if it's 3 fully guaranteed years, like
that's such a bad idea.
Like his rookie contract, I think, was for what, a total of about $6 or $7 million. He's been living up in an apartment in Westchester. I don't want to say he hasn't seen any of that money, but like his money is handled for him by people. So this is going to be like he's going to know how much he's getting paid, because quite frankly, I'm not sure how much, if he knew how much he was getting paid already. He's going to know now. Who knows? I don't know.
Okay. So
there's also a distinction between his immaturity as like a human being, which
yes,
I agree exists, John. And I wonder, it's a little bit harder to see, but I agree that maybe there's not a focus or a discipline in terms of getting better at specific skills to help your team. I also think there's just it's not just immaturity. There's also just certain things that he's not very good at that I don't know how much, if any amount of work would fix. Like he's an immature ball player in the sense that he doesn't have like a court awareness in the sense that a lot of guys do at this level. And that kind of inhibits him from being a big part of an offense. Like he doesn't make intuitive reads. He doesn't know where to be intuitively all the time. He sometimes is late running a play. He forgets he's supposed to set a pick here. Like, I don't know if that's like that's a different bucket from like just like a personal immaturity. There's just like he lacks a certain intuition on the court that I don't think he'll ever get. Like that's just something that you're going to deal with.
It's a great call.
And like, I mean, that's a big reason why I'd be okay if they moved on. But it seems like they're not moving on.
We haven't heard yet.
Really appreciate it, Leon and co. If you did not give him 4 years, that is nuts.
Even if 1 year is,
why would you give him 4 years?
Even if 1 year is a team option and it's decreasing in value as you go. So if like the third year is like $8 million and it's easily tradable.
Yeah, I guess I'd be all right with it. But I also think we kind of fall. This was the thing like last offseason with Noel. Everyone was like, well, it's tradable, $10 million. It's like, no. Some guys just aren't worth that. And no matter how much you want to rationalize it, you should pay players what they're worth. Like Nerlens Noel was not worth $10 million for 2 years. I don't care if they're functioning as an over the cap team and it's traded. It doesn't matter. At some point, it's like you still want to pay people the correct amount of money. So like,
that's a great call.
I don't know.
That's a good call, Benji.
I don't know if like because this is what happened last year. Is like I panned the Noel signing when it happened. Everyone yelled at me about cap stuff, and I'm just like, no, he's Nerlens Noel. He's worth $5 million a year. He's not worth $10 million a year. And
you're a wise man.
This is how I feel about Mitch. If you're going to pay him $60 million over 4 years, you're just paying him too much. I don't care if it's decreasing in value. I don't care. Like, not that I don't care. It's better if it's that way, but it doesn't make it a good signing. Is what I'm trying to say.
I think that is a perfect way to wrap up hour 4 of our live stream. Benji, well done. All right, so a couple things as we kick off hour 5. Jeremy Cohen, welcome back.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey,
welcome back.
I gotta say, it was a good rant by Benji.
Yes,
appropriate. I think if anything, you kind of learn. For me too, like you learn lessons as you go along. Whereas, and Fred Katz touched on a little bit too, paying rim runners who don't offer a ton offensively, defensively they're good, but it's just like it's a decent amount. It's probably a little too much. So, like we just saw JaVale McGee sign for 3 years, $20 million, the age of 34. I'm not saying it's a great contract, but you can find similar value, and he's starting. That like the stipulation was start me. So you can find good value out there. It's just a matter of who that's going to be. So as of right now, I would imagine Mitch's market, the Knicks, if they're smart enough to wait it out, because names are flying off the boards and exceptions are being used, cap space is being used. So by waiting,
He's running out of teams, right, Jeremy? I mean, who Detroit's got their guy.
He is. Yeah.
Dallas has their guy. I mean, who are we bidding against?
But that's the thing. It's
Bagley told me on Draft Class there isn't much of a market. What he said to me was that people were going to be shocked by how much Robinson got paid. And I was like, oh, and he was like, because it's going to be so little. And I was like, oh.
Well, how about this? Matt George just tweeted out.
That scared me for a second.
No, this person covers the Kings. I'm told there's not much interest in Richaun Holmes on the trade market, but new Kings head coach Mike Brown is a big fan of versatile big men. Expectations currently are that number 22 will be a King next season. Richaun Holmes is like, I don't know, 10th to 15th best offensive center in basketball when he's going good. And he's making like $10-11 million a year, $12 million, something like that.
Zubac just got what, $11 million a year, $10 million a year, and I think there's a real argument. He's certainly better at some things than Mitchell Robinson. He's not
yes.
There's a kind of they're a really good contrast because they kind of do opposite things well.
How about the guy the Knicks just signed?
Right. Yeah. I saw a lot of tweets out there that Hartenstein's straight up better than Mitch. I don't think that's crazy. I don't necessarily agree, but it's not crazy.
No, it's not.
I tried saying the other day to some Knicks fans that love Mitch that Mitch isn't a top 10 center. And they were like, what? And I was like, well, I would take, and I named 11 centers. And they were like, Capella, Valanciunas, those guys aren't actually good.
It's okay to love
I was
Mitch.
like, then what is Mitch? What that is?
Let's be very clear. This organization has been a fucking transit, it's like a pit stop for players for far, far, far too long. Mitchell Robinson's been here for 4 years. The notion of having him still be here for another few years is like that is important to me, and I think it should be important to the organization. And
a second pick that they uncover, a second round pick that they uncovered.
That's it. Like you want to retain that, but at a cost.
He's also not even the best 2018 second round pick on his own team.
And now he's not. What was Brunson's 33?
33.
3.
He was 33.
Jason Meredith in the chat is saying that's crazy. Knicks fans don't really appreciate Mitch. Like, I don't know. But what if I told you right now that after his 4th year as a professional, Jericho Sims would not be able to do any of the following: pass, shoot, set a proper screen, any of the 3, right? So how exciting is that to you? How badly do I have to appreciate that guy? It's like,
well, what about this though? If Mitchell Robinson's value was stronger than it would be right now, he would either be already on another team or the Knicks would have re-signed him because the value would have been so significant that he'd be off the board.
It's just
how many names have we seen fly off the board because teams are comfortable getting him? Mitch isn't a restricted free agent. He can sign anywhere, and there is nothing stopping those teams unless it's a sign and trade, and the Knicks need to work it out, and that's the only reason why they're dragging their feet, because they're trying to work on other things. Other than that, if Mitchell Robinson were viewed as a priority and a team had a space, he'd be gone.
Good transition. Andrew?
So that officially wraps up hour 4 of our radio podcast live stream program. Thank you to everybody. Over 1,000 people still with us as we enter into hour 5 of this show, which is not just our 2022 NBA free agency live stream. It is a celebration of 500 episodes of the Knicks Film School podcast. And the whole band is here at the moment. So you get the whole KFS crew. Quick recap. Mitchell Robinson, still not a Knick, but speculation that he is. Who is a Knick is Isaiah Hartenstein, who signed a 2-year, $16.7 million contract with the Knicks, most likely to be Mitch's backup. And the Jalen Brunson thing from Shams and Chris Haynes was done. Woj, in his water carrying for GM and front office's way, reported that there's a meeting.
How's that meeting going?
Yeah, the meeting apparently, maybe they ordered food and they're just waiting for Uber Eats to figure out a way.
You know what it is?
I'm sorry.
I need to do another movie reference. It's like in Ocean's 11 when the guy's like making the noises like he's beating the shit out of George Clooney, as George Clooney's actually robbing the vault. Like,
oh yes,
people are listening in for the tough negotiations between Jalen Brunson and the Knicks.
There you go.
So
And thank you to just everybody that's been so generous with their super chat contributions tonight. We continue with Michael Mirando. Shout out to Michael for his contribution. What's the next big move to happen, if any, to happen tonight? What's a realistic next move for the Knicks? Also, John, favorite drink and brand?
Well, I'll answer that first. It's not this shit.
Not this shit is the name
I've
of that.
not heard of
that
them.
beer.
Yeah.
Yes. That would actually be like a fun play on like a joke beer.
Not this
like,
shit.
Not this shit. Yeah, I'm going out to get not this shit.
I'm very upset with my decision to get one tall boy Guinness and then rely on what else was in my fridge. I don't know why I did that. It is interesting to me that we haven't heard anything about Lavine tonight. It's just I'm just trying to figure out why. Are they hammering out terms? I don't know.
My guess, well, there are no terms to be hammered out. It's either a max or
that's my point.
My guess is he's waiting to see what Chicago is doing to make a better team around him.
Otherwise, he will do what? I guess that's my point.
His options are fewer and far between. I don't know.
He's got one.
He does have one. That would be an interesting option, but yeah.
What's the one? Is it us?
Yeah.
I thought the Hartenstein signing.
No.
Oh, it doesn't. It's the same thing with the Beal plan, but now it's the Lavine plan.
I mean, well, sure, yeah, because
I thought that.
But it's
I
also
thought the Hartenstein thing ruined that.
No, it does. So here's where again it gets tricky. If the Knicks go under the cap and they did everything I suggested with Beal and still factored in Hartenstein, they might still be able to get about
30%.
30% of the salary cap.
Oh, he's not at 35%. That's right. He hasn't been in the league.
He's only been in the league.
Okay.
He hasn't been in the league for 9 years.
Just so 10 years, but yeah.
Chris,
Wait, he's been in the league for 9 years, or I can't remember. He has, regardless.
Drafted in 2014, I think.
He's not a 35% max. He's a 30% max.
Yeah, drafted in 2014.
This is too perfect. This is too perfect. As we're talking about Mitchell Robinson's maturity, he posts a video on Snapchat of himself talking to the camera and then diving underwater. But he muted the video, so you can't hear any sound. And he's talking to the camera, doing peace signs and stuff. But you can't look. He's talking, but you can't hear him because he muted his own video, and he's just
sign that man. I love that.
Oh God,
give him all the money.
This is our guy.
Here's what I will say about Mitch. He's extremely likable. Like he's a hilarious person.
Firm and relax is great.
Oh, he's awesome. Like he's such a unique personality, and I appreciate that about him. I really do. Like I'm not saying that facetiously.
It's
I really
valuable to have.
He's like the class clown over there, and he's great. That's hilarious though that he did that now also.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he thinks he's already resigned, or what do you think? I don't know.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sure he thinks something. He's going to get paid tonight. That's what I was.
There's just very quickly, because I'm doing the math now. Although here's the thing, it depends on Brunson. If the Knicks did Brunson sign and trade with Fournier, if they got rid of Cam, if they got rid of Rose, and they got rid of McBride, but kept Hartenstein on the books, they'd have $34.3 million. The max for Lavine starts at 37. So even if they renounce Mitchell Robinson's cap hold, they'd still have to add a roster charge. So they're only saving $800,000 in that spot. So no matter what, the Knicks are, unless they move one of Quickley, Grimes, Obi, but even can't, like, Brunson can't sign for that much less, or else the sign and trade doesn't work. So the math gets tricky. It's not going to be Lavine signing for the full max. It would be him taking a slight discount to come to New York.
Which I don't think he's going to do.
No, I don't think any of us does. It's more just that's the math.
Yeah.
That's how it would work.
All right.
James Iceman. Here we go. Any chance the Knicks go after Ayton? He's a better fit with JB and RJ than Mitch would be. Just kind of spoke about a little with this in the context of Hartenstein. Maybe to sign and trade Ayton first, then Mitch. At this point, I don't know. With as Jeremy said, with the Hartenstein signing, I'd be very I'd be surprised if Ayton was in their plans, but you never know.
Matt Catalano, KFS team, congrats on the success and thanks for the content. Now the free agency at this point when he sent this is 3.5 hours in. What are your predictions for our starting five? Okay, we'll go around. John, your starting five.
I'll go Mitch stays and Randall stays and man, how ballsy is he going to be? Nah, I can't do it. Fournier.
Jeremy.
Grimes and the rest of the starting four.
Grimes and the rest of the starting four. Oh, okay. So Grimes in for Fournier?
Mm-hmm.
So you have Fournier not on the bench. You have him going to Dallas in the signing trade.
Yep.
Okay. Chris.
Same as Jeremy, Brunson, Grimes, RJ, and then Randall, Mitch. I just don't. I have heard consistently that they're trying to move Randall, and every single time I've heard that this summer from a league source, it has come with on the tail end of it, but they're having trouble but they can't find a team to. But the contract is in the way.
Yeah, it's what we've been hearing too. Yeah,
it's just every single, and you know what? I feel like. And this is something I've talked about with Schwinn, like as a fan, you just want to know they tried for Ivy. As a fan, you just want to know they tried to move Randall. And that's why I think we keep getting this messaging that they're trying to do it, but it's not working. So Brunson, Grimes, RJ, Randall, Mitch gives fans and Tibbs his mix of young and old and his guys and new guys. I like it.
There you go. Benjy.
I know we spoke about it before, and I said I think Fournier is going to start, but I think I've talked myself into Fournier will be on the team, but I think he'll start Grimes.
Wow.
And I think I feel like the reporting that we've heard that they're nervous about the backcourt defense, which again they should be because we've already spoken about Brunson's defense, which is he's limited. He's just very limited. I think if you want any hope of having like a top 10 defense this year, I think Grimes is going to have to be part of it. I just do. Fournier and Brunson in your backcourt, you're not getting a top 10 defense. Brunson was protected by DFS and by Bullock all year long, and even Luka to some extent, just because he's so big. Like Brunson didn't have to guard any of the opposing team's best players. So I like the Grimes idea. I'm talking myself into it.
So I think it will be Grimes, but to Jeremy's point,
Fournier is gone.
That Fournier is gone. I don't think they're gonna put $78 million off the bench. I can't see it, especially after the way this past season went. Fournier started every game that he played in this year. I think
and did his job, honestly.
Right, like John has mentioned this. Most 3-pointers made by anybody in the sport after January 1st. Like, did an elite job as a 3-point shooter. I think they would do that to focus more on spacing. Although Grimes is a sharpshooter and can, which is why, okay, all this to say, Grimes will ascend to the starting 2 role as a result. John is back. Hi, John. I-95 bully. Not sure if the first one went through. It did, but shout out to the KFS crew. I like the new layout scrolling graphics. Yes, shout out to production work. Shout out to StreamYard for making this all possible. We see you guys working. Had a brief encounter with Ben about Hartenstein and didn't walk away feeling like a fool. LOL. So there you go, Ben. Thank you for not making our patron or our contributor feel like a fool.
I-95 bully is a regular in the post.
I try not to make anybody feel like a fool. I'm probably a fool. What did we talk about? I-95?
It's not that. It's. I have it with Jeremy sometimes where it's like he starts going into his economics and then I get terrified. Like, oh yeah, totally. I understood all of that. And it's not that he's trying to make you feel like a fool. It's that his brain is so much bigger than mine that
big brain Jeremy.
It's just not. Look at the big brain on Jeremy. I just have no other way but to feel. And it can be like that sometimes when I talk ball with you, where it's like, yeah, I totally understood all of that, Benjy. Yeah, I saw all of that as I edit the 25th video in your thread.
On the 42nd.
Wouldn't change a thing, man. Okay, let me scroll down to the next super chat. Greg, film stuff. For what it's worth, I was at the JBC in 2018. What's the JBC? Junior Basketball Convention? Okay, in 2018.
Junior Basketball Championship?
Maybe.
The Javits Center?
Sure.
The Javits Bavits Center.
For what it's worth, I was at the JBC in 2018, and Reddish stood out the most of the entire class. Reddish needs a team to develop his talent, and we haven't had a legit wing since Chandler and Gallo.
Wow, shots at RJ Barrett. Why do you hate RJ Barrett?
Yeah, why do you hate RJ Barrett?
But like, I don't know. I mean, look, Zion was Zion, but there were people. I feel like when Reddish was drafted, who were like, "Oh, the Hawks are, they're getting the best of the big three." Those people were mostly Hawks fans, but still, it's there, as Benji said. It's there. It's just you got to put it together and improve on it a little bit, right? Which, other than that, everything's great.
I just feel like, again, if Cam's here, obviously want him to succeed anywhere he goes, but it just feels like every single stop along the way, it's like Cam is never like in the right role or can never be in. Like, at what point do we wonder maybe it's not the environment? Now, with the Knicks, that's a different story because of obviously the playing everything. But like his one role in Duke was just be a good catch and shoot player, and it just was not something he could do. I like the what he has with his measurements. It's all about if he can put it together. It's just it often feels like the if part is heavier than I think some might wish to acknowledge. That being said, I hope he pops. I hope he's continuous soup for the Knicks. I hope he is an integral piece. I don't know. It just comes a point. There comes a breaking point. I'm not saying he's hit it, but just maybe he's there soon. I'm not sure.
And by the way, like Dennis Smith Jr. was the number one recruit in the country. Dennis Smith Jr. got drafted, 9th, 10th, whatever it was. Dennis Smith Jr. got traded to the Knicks, and we were all very excited because we were like, "Oh my God, look at what this guy could do." Okay, Benji wasn't. Even
should have been Brunson at the time.
Even when, yes, it should have. Even when he went to Portland, like they were like, "Oh, third act, whatever." Like
Detroit.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh my God, I forgot that happened. Like talent is talent, and talent is gonna pop. It's gonna look really good when it pops. But there's as Jalen Brunson is proof of, it's more than about talent,
We're waiting all night for this guy to show up.
Hey!
Yeah, there it is.
Robert Cross, thank you for your contribution, sir. First time, long time. John hopped out of an agency mastermind to just tell you, #NoxHive.
I don't know what an agency mastermind is. That sounds important.
Yes.
So,
and shout out NoxHive. We appreciate that your guy got a second NBA contract tonight.
All one of you.
Kev.
All Robert Cross of you. Yes. Sergio Acosta, thank you for your contribution in the super chat. Can't wait for the first Knicks W to see Macri getting tipsy on the post show. I like the Brunson signing.
Love it.
I like
only
the
because
Brunson
his day
signing.
ends in Y.
The brand is strong.
Yes. I like the Brunson signing. He's proved people wrong his entire life, initiates the offense, breaks down the defense, and finishes.
One thing I want to see, on that point, Sergio, and kind of responding to something John just said, Brunson is insanely talented. Like, Brunson has, first of all, I think his raw athletic abilities are underrated just because he's short. That guy is strong as hell. He accelerates from 0 to 60 extremely quickly. His handle is elite in terms of, like, there's no way that a guy that short could shoot 50% from the field without absurd talent. I mean, we're talking about an extraordinarily high level basketball player. Like, handle, acceleration, obviously the strength, and then the footwork is like truly masterful. He's strangely, he plays more like a big man than a guard. That's what I meant. He's not like he's not a pick and roll maestro. That's really not what he does. And I'll be curious to see how Tibbs deals with that, because so much of Tibbs' offense starts with 1-5 or Barrett 5 pick and rolls. Like 87% of the offense.
Those pistol actions.
There's those pistol actions. And Brunson should run some pick and roll, but you also want to hunt with him. You want to find smalls, because that guy destroys small dudes. Like, the reason he was so good against Utah is because he just found Clarkson, Conley, and Mitchell at times and destroyed them one-on-one. Isolation. Basically posting them up because he's a monster. And like, he's such a unique player, but I don't want to overlook just how talented a basketball player he is. He is like extremely talented. That's what I'm excited to watch.
Good call.
Good call. Next up, hold on. Also, shout out Mensa Smith in the chat. The JBC is the Jordan Brand Classic. That's the second high school all-star game. You have
we probably
JBC,
should have known that.
You have the JBC and the McDonald's All-American game. That is Chris's alley, because the Jordan Brand Classic is a portion of draft class. So I don't feel bad at all for not knowing what that was.
No, you shouldn't. It's like
thank you.
It's a smaller, yeah.
John, do you know what the Jordan Brand is?
Yes.
Okay. Just
I'm not
making sure. You didn't know what Yeezys were like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I owned Jordan stuff.
Okay. What are your favorite Jordans?
I'm partial because I had a pair and they meant a lot to me at the time, because I was like, "Ooh, I finally got my first pair of Jordans." The one where was all the different
don't
years.
Tell me you don't know the number and you have to
5, 6, 8, 13.
Go ahead and talk to us about
the one where all the years are on the bottom and it went up to
the
90.
10.
That's the 10s. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, but
don't butt me. It was the 10.
No, I'm not disagreeing.
Yes.
The patent leather ones are objectively the best.
The 11s, you mean? Like
sure, yes.
I have them back. They're the ones.
But I never owned those. I wasn't cool enough to have those.
I have 2 pairs of 11s in there, as well as 2 pairs of 1s and some 3s. The ones being my favorite. I'm an old school guy.
I have bread 1s and bread 11s, and that's it. But my favorite pair. My favorite pair is the Grape 5, and that was the first sneaker I ever camped online for, like a psychopath. Refreshing nonstop. I was in the 5th grade and refreshing at 8 a.m. on Nike nonstop trying to get them, and I got them, and that was like my easily like favorite Jordan for a long time.
I just picked up some New Balance Velcros that are fucking hot.
I knew it. They were asking in the chat, what type of shoes do you wear? I said Payless Bogos, but then somebody else said New Balance. And
I wear New Balances.
No,
Velcro, dude.
It's a joke. It's before your time. No, you know what I wear? I wear the free shout out the Awake shoes. Awake Asics.
You got
okay.
What?
You rock those too?
Yeah, I wear them every day.
Wow. No way.
Wow.
We wear matching shoes out and about.
It sucks for you.
You're shitting.
Yeah. Wow, Chris. Your dad shoes.
I relish that fact. I just bought another pair of New Balances that looks super grandpa-y because I love that style. I just think it's hilarious that Macri. Shout out Doug, man. Shout out our guy Doug.
I believe my 11s are the Space Jam 11s, by the way. Anyway, we got super chats to get to. Jeremy, you want to contribute to this conversation?
I think people are here. People are here to listen about basketball.
Jeremy,
basketball shoes. Yeah,
I got some nice Blazers.
Oh, okay.
White and green
like
77s. So those are fun.
Yeah.
But more of a Hoka guy because flat-footed. Yoni, go on. Hey guys, longtime follower, great show. In my opinion, Evan Fournier is gone. No way Tibbs is starting him next to a small point guard at the backcourt again. Yeah, in agreement, Yoni. That's not a great mix. So probably why Fournier is on the way out.
We shall see. I'm catching up on super chats.
Man,
still around 1,000 people in the.
Hold on. Shout out on Twitter. Just fun little fact I didn't know. At IQ for 3 goes by Teg. Hartenstein's younger than Obi, which I know.
No, really?
Yeah, he is.
Oh wow. Also, Obi's also like 35. So.
That's why I didn't get the price for Hartenstein being so low. Like, what? He's not. So he's young. He's young and he's shown a lot of promise. I know that he is older in the sense that he had a G League stint, worked his way to G League Rockets, to the actual Rockets, to the Clippers, now to the Knicks. But he's not some, developed past tense veteran. You could probably sharpen the passing. You could. I wouldn't go as far as to say he and Brunson are part of the young core, but I think it says something that this front office went and just got 2 players that are now 2 of the older guys on their team, and they're like 24 and 25. That's pretty cool. I'd take that for Leon Rose not speaking to the press. He came out after the season. He told you guys what the youth plan was, and he executed on it. Boo-hoo, Mark Stein.
Oh,
wow.
Geez, Chris. Respect your elders, man. Jesus. Harry Donor, thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Harry.
Another
Always
staple in our super chat. Also, never leaves a comment. And when he did earlier on our show.
No.
Harry Donor, thank you for your contribution to the super chat. Dom Cappuccini, another one. Jeez, Dom. Contribution to super chat. Congrats on 500 and climbing up the rankings. Here's hoping for an improved season. I'm still looking at you, JR. So Randall,
keep looking,
and hopefully you're looking at him on a different team. Chris, your Mike and the Mad Dog is after your time, right?
I know.
Hey,
it's official.
So
Benjy.
this might actually mean there isn't a Fournier sign and trade. If the number
really
seems well,
player option on the final season for Jalen Brunson.
Boom. Yep. You know why? Because that carries him into the 2025 season with the cap spike, and I think we're going to see that it's descending contract. That would line up perfectly with what we've been saying.
So
you can
the
say,
Mavs,
you can say I. You can
the
say
royal
I.
we.
Take the victory lap, Jeremy.
You can
This
say
is what I've
what
been
I
saying
think.
for a while. Listen, it's
There it
amazing
is.
I can hold my head up because my brain. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that conceited. But yeah, that's the thing is I don't
get you stilts for your shoulders to
It's
support.
true.
You're gonna start toppling over, trying to just look straight.
We've got some doctors in the chat and some nurses. So if anyone's got a way for me to keep my head up right,
Where's
that'd
Doc
be great.
Kev at?
So yeah, I mean the thing with Brunson, it now feels like the Mavs might be off the board as a sign and trade candidate because I don't think the math will work right.
Man, did they fuck this up.
So that's the question of where does Fournier go if the math doesn't work?
Just so for anybody just picking this up, the math doesn't work because at the first year of his deal, the most it could be on 104 is what? It's 28.
Give me 1 second. I'll do the math right now.
Sorry, but I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No,
but
you're good.
Isn't
Math.
that's basically what it comes down to is the max it could be on the first year is too much, or sorry, too little for when it's cut in half, because for Dallas, again, base year compensation, the outgoing salary for Dallas is half what the actual first year is. So if, for instance, he signed for $28 million in his first year, outgoing salary only counts for $14 million, and it needs to be within a certain range of Evan Fournier. But that's what we're figuring out.
So here's how it goes: 4 years, $104 million. The most it can start at if it's a descending contract is 28.1. So when you factor that in and you divide it by 2 or multiply it by 50%, it's $14,054,054. And then when you multiply it by 125%, you get $17,567,568 because you round to the nearest dollar. And then when you add 100,000, $17,667,568.
And the kicker here
for Evan
is
Fournier because of his $18 million contract.
Yeah, and the reason you're, for anybody, for the 8 people out there who are look at Larry Kuhn's CBA page as much as we do, the reason you're using the 125% instead of the $5 million difference here, and this is what I had forgotten earlier in the week when I wrote some different sign-in trades, is because the Mavs are a tax team. And because the Mavs are a tax team, you don't get that extra little cushion when you're trying to facilitate trades in that where a lot of trades happen in the NBA. We're between the $6 million and the $19 million range. So interesting.
All right. Officially official, guys. There you go. Jeremy, you're getting your flowers in the chat right now. You called this a year ago. The cap or no cap was extensive, laying the groundwork. this is, this is a celebration of 500 episodes, most of which involve, your genius. So
Here's to you, Jeremy.
Cheers.
shout out to
Cheers
Jeremy. Cheers to Jeremy.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
There
You
you
crushed
go.
it, bud.
Chris has nothing.
Some might say you're good at this.
He's 12.
So no, I have a Red Bull, so I don't know what you're talking about. There you go. Cheers.
I got a
to
great
Jeremy.
Pilsner. It's delicious.
A staple.
I'm
Three
so jealous
brewing.
of everybody else. Something good to drink right now.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
Red
got a
Bull.
nice white wine drinking out of the bottle.
Good for you.
Don't mind me.
Even better for you.
I had water in cans.
You know who's drinking out of the bottle tonight? Jalen Brunson.
Brunson. Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
Caleb, do you guys see us going after any other free agents or other trade possibilities for now? Which is a perfect question to ask right after Jalen Brunson is officially signed.
So, no sign and trade means what, Jeremy?
Well, here's what it means. It means the Knicks are probably going under the cap. So they'd be renouncing the rights to, they'd be renouncing the trade player exceptions that they got from Noel, that they got from Noel and Burks, and from Kemba Walker. So they just cleared cap space.
Wait, hold on. What was with the increased cap? Were they at 35? 35 in room or no?
Let me well, now that it's not going to be Fournier for Brunson, let me add it and I'll get back to you in just a moment.
Because
What are the Mavs doing, by the way? What are the Mavs doing?
They're giving the Knicks a lottery pick.
man, if that actually
Yeah, I know. We'll see.
So
no Luka team is missing the playoffs.
Thank you, Chris.
So this effectively means that there's no sign and trade at all. Like Fournier was the only possibility.
I mean, unless something hasn't been reported.
They've also got July 10th is the official date, right? So they do have 10 days to get over themselves and be like, all right, it actually is better for us if you do a sign and trade.
He has agreed on a 4-year, $104 million deal with the Knicks.
They can't trade more than Fournier. They can't trade Fournier plus something else to get there.
It's not about the Knicks sending out more money. It's about the Mavs. Fournier is too much money for the Knicks to take, Fournier is too much money for the Mavs to take in if this is the number. The Mavs would need to send out an additional salary. I think the smallest salary they have is Frank. Yeah.
Oh,
They could
like where you're going, John.
They could certainly send Frank to the Knicks in that deal, and it would work money-wise. For all kinds of shit would work money-wise on the Knicks end because they're so far under the cap. But
I stand with Ntilikina, damn it.
Could you imagine if they brought Frank back? Jesus Christ.
Yes, glorious.
No, but as Jeremy is doing the calculations here, a couple things to consider. So, for instance, if Hartenstein is signed using cap space, or Hartenstein, Jesus Christ, if Brunson is signed using cap space, then the Hartenstein deal, by definition, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, also has to be signed using cap space because there is no mid-level exception, and the number that he signed for is too big for the room exception, which then also has a trickle-down effect of how are you getting Jericho Sims? So, but Jericho Sims, I do believe that and Jeremy spoke about this before, the open roster spot. So that I don't think is as big of a deal.
So I've got it. And if the Knicks are going under the salary cap, let's say they sign Brunson to the descending contract would be $28.1 million. And let's say the lowest amount that they could possibly sign Hartenstein for is $8.1 million. They're done. It's $948,000 and $948,178 left in cap space. And they would have
is that with the roster hold for Sims?
With there is no roster charge anymore because they're more than 12 players.
So they have 900 to sign.
That would be 12. That's less than the minimum.
So then if this isn't a sign and trade, what you're saying is Sims either stays on the two-way or there's no room to sign him unless they use part of the room exception, in which case they only get him on a 2-year deal.
Yeah. Yeah, something is not fitting seamlessly. There's a missing piece going on where there's just not enough money to go around. So my guess is they might clear more. Again, if they traded Fournier for someone making less money, if they traded, there's a way that they can shave the money a little bit.
Cam.
But this has me concerned about Cam, is what I was going to say.
Well, this is the thing that I'm just trying to work around. It's like if the Knicks are a cap space team, that's fine, but that's $36 million that's going right there. I mean, the Knicks entered the night with 35.1. So something has to give here, whether it's that they're going to adjust the amount that Brunson's making by a few $100,000, maybe the same thing with Hartenstein. I don't really know.
Yeah,
but it doesn't fit quite as squeaky clean as it should.
Yeah, but it's not often done, but you also don't need to ascend or descend by the maximum amount per year. You could start at I'm pulling a number out of my ass. You could start at 27 for Brunson, and then you descend by less than 5% a year to make it get to
yes. There's some cap trickery that's going to go on, but
but I agree with you. There has to be. This just doesn't feel.
There's another shoe dropping.
There has to be. I don't want to say that. It feels like
Fournier or Cam. That's one of the two. Something will happen.
You're saying it feels like it has to because of the fact that they want to convert Sims to a full time.
I'll let Jeremy answer his own way, but for me, what is New York's incentive to not do a sign and trade?
The pick gets better, presumably, because there's less room for them to operate with to improve as a team.
Sure.
That's primarily it. But also the bigger one is Fournier. They can move Fournier away. That's probably the largest one if that's where their head is at.
And again, there's no obvious player out there on the market right now.
No, and here's the other thing. If you are the Knicks and you're using cap space, you don't have room for Ayton. You don't have room for anyone else. Your finishing move is to extend Mitch. Excuse me. So otherwise, I don't like that. They'd be done. It'd be bring Mitch back, maybe sign someone to the room exception, and then I don't know. Are they trading Cam? They're still going to be above the salary cap. Are they? I don't know what they're doing. I don't mean that in a rude way. I just there has to be something else. Either the numbers are not exact as they're being reported, or they've got something else going on.
So Jeremy, JB just tweeted out a cap outlook. I don't know if it'll help you or clarify anything for you if you want to compare notes. While you do that, I'm just going to read a couple of super chats to continue on. Especially since this one's addressed to me. Forgotten NYC. GMAC, will there be timestamps tonight? I'm at work. Yes, there will be. This is a Red Bull. This is the second gigantic cup of Red Bull that I've gotten. There will be timestamps on this video for those who want to go back and watch specific points, similar to the way the draft live stream was. Thank you, Forgotten NYC, for the question and for the contribution. Next up,
on JB's tweet, he has Jalen on a ascending contract, so he starts at the lowest number it could be, which is 24.1. He also has Hartenstein at 7.8, which I think was a little bit lower than you thought the less could be. I don't know.
If it's 16 points, that was the number, right? 16.7?
I honestly forget.
Think if it was 16.7, the absolute lowest they can offer him is 8.1 million in year one.
We'll check on what that is.
But yeah,
sorry, Andrew, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're good. Frank Corona Jr., thank you for your contribution in the super chat. Any chance this KD trade request is this is a fascinating thought that because something hasn't happened soon, I'm curious, but I think it's all but done. Any chance this KD trade request is a Hail Mary to get Kyrie his max deal he wants from the Nets? I thought about it at first. Maybe this is the last final leverage play. The fact that he went to the owner to do this, and the fact that the reporting after was that the Nets are like, all right, we're done. Like, we'll facilitate this and we'll weigh out our options. I don't think Kevin Durant or Kyrie Irving will play games for the Brooklyn Nets again, and I'm going to laugh at that. So there you go.
I'm looking for the numbers on Hartenstein. I just saw 16 plus. I'm sure it was. Oh wait, no, there it is. It was Kelly Eco who reported 2 years, 16.7. So then, yeah, there you go.
The
JB was probably using 16. Okay.
Jeremy, the reason that you think it's going to be descending, could you explain that? Why do you think, based on what we know, that they're going to use a descending model?
Few reasons. Number one, he's got the player option year 4. So actually, if he did a descending contract, he'd make like $3 or $4 million more because you're starting at a higher number and work your way down to a lower one. So that's number one. Number two, I think the Knicks. I know John's sick of me saying it by this point, I'm sure. I don't blame him, but I still think that the Knicks are going to target 2025 when the cap spikes as a way to manage their contracts. Brock Aller also has a history, or at least the Cleveland Cavaliers have a history of extending their second contracts as descending contracts, right? So like Larry Nance Jr., I believe, was descending, although he was, I think, signed. No, Jordan Clarkson was signed by the Lakers. Larry Nance was descending. Kevin Love was descending, but then ascending. It was like ABBA, ABBA structure. He's dancing queen at his wedding. Congrats to him, Mazel tov. The next you have Cedi Osman, who was also on a descending contract, still is. So that's why I think that the structure that Brock Aller probably employs is first contract, rookie deal. Second, have it descending. Third contract, that's when you ascend. The Knicks are not at the point where their core is going to ascend because their core is essentially all young guys. We're waiting for their second contract.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And of course. And John, you're right. It seems that the number matches for JB, that it's 16 million and the lowest amount starts there. So that's why there's still, like I said, it's got to be that the numbers are off by a smidge in some capacity.
The Pope has spoken. I'm not even saying this facetiously. Mike Francesa. Knicks got a player. Knicks got to play him, Brunson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good move.
Okay. You can get more of that analysis behind us in the podcast charts.
Hey!
Yeah.
Wow. Are they? Is he behind us?
You don't read our text messages, I swear. I sent you a screenshot. We are ahead of him. We are ahead of him, sir.
We're ahead of Mike Francesa.
Yes. That's why I was like,
that's got to be crazy for you, Macri.
Yeah,
that's got to be crazy. Take a moment. That's got to be.
That was nuts. So there.
John's for me, a degenerate drinking in his fucking living room at 10 o'clock at night.
You're the degenerate drinking in his living room that has a podcast that's ahead of Mike Francesa.
Christ.
Pour a Diet Coke out for him.
I love you.
I have a Coke syrup.
It's because he's drinking Diet Coke and we're drinking this stuff. That's his problem.
And I'm drinking, what is this awfulness again?
By the way,
live margarita. There.
John, do you think the New York Knicks and the Westchester Knicks get together for dinner?
That's a great call, Chris. Oh, okay. So John doesn't know the joke. So somebody called, you know, people call up. Or do you remember when Mike went solo, people used to call him up and joke around with him about like just prank calls that were like ridiculous questions. So someone called up and said, do you ever think that the New York Giants and the San Francisco Giants get together for dinner? And he took it. He was just like, you waited all this time to take that call. You waited on this.
Listen,
you waited a whole long
Mike
time.
Francesa. I will not hear any besmirchment of Mike Francesa.
Yeah. Oh, and the comments just brought up a legendary. The Stan Lee clip is.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's awful.
That's a 30-second. Even John. So it's a 30-second clip. In 5 seconds, someone calls and asks, Mike, Stan Lee died. Did you ever get to meet him? What do you think? Mike spends 30 seconds arguing with his producer over not knowing who he is. The producer's he's the guy who created Spider-Man, who created Marvel, and in Macri fashion, in the most like witty, instant, didn't even think about it. He just goes, "Oh, who the hell cares?" Next question.
It was literally like, "Who's Stan Lee? Huh? Who's Stan Lee?" And then Monzo chimes in. He's the guy who created Marvel Comics. Oh, who cares? Flat delivery. It's so Francesa too.
It's so great.
Yeah. I was more of a Mad Dog guy, which is why I still find enjoyment in what he's turned first take into. Gosh. I think Mad Dog is in on the bit that he's just trying to make the most ridiculous ranting, raving of sports, and Mike actually takes himself too seriously. But they are both legends. Legends behind us in the charts. Okay.
It's great.
The
gorilla. We're living in a society where a kid falls into a pit and I'm supposed to be concerned about the gorilla?
Isn't it more of a gorilla?
Gorilla.
Gorilla. Chris's Francesa is slowly morphing into Pacino and Heat, and I love it. Since we're laughing, I'm just gonna put up on the overlay on screen. This is the front page of the New York Post tomorrow. Caption: Thin man has no heart.
How do they do it?
Durant begs out. Durant begs out after a single playoff series win for $119 million.
Can I just say,
who does their headlines? They deserve a raise.
Yes, they do.
I just want to say this. I live in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations.
Oh, yes.
You want a cookie?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Stanley's my neighbor.
Speaking of who cares, no one's going to give a shit about this. I'm just being serious.
What?
No one's going to give a shit.
About him leaving?
In terms of people, like, yes, there are dedicated. I'm facetious a lot. There are dedicated.
No
Net
one
fans.
here. I thought
In Brooklyn?
I thought you were saying that Kevin Durant isn't a national story.
The kids.
I agree with you. Yes,
the kids are still gonna wear their Durant jerseys. The kids are still gonna wear their Kyrie jerseys. They're still gonna wear their same shit. Honestly, a lot of them probably aren't even gonna know what the hell's going on because it's not a true fan base. Something that tried to get manufactured in a lab. Can't build a team fan base like that. And they tried to do it, and they tried to, obviously jumpstart it once and then twice. It kind of worked the last time, but not really. Nobody cares.
Who cares?
There's such a rare breed now to find the Giannis's and the Jokic's and like the non-dramatic superstar that just plays. Like, how many of these guys now are it's like, Kyrie
Steph.
and Harden. And Steph for sure, yes. Kyrie, Harden, Westbrook, even LeBron to an extent. So it's worth it with LeBron.
You got to throw Kawhi in there. Kawhi bounced around.
Mm-hmm. It's like God, like it's just you wonder as like, and I've talked about this before, but like how fun it was to be. However many Nets fans there are, all jokes aside, like how fun that team must have been before the superstar trades.
Oh my God!
And like whether. It's just almost like we've got it wrong, man. Like, just enjoy those teams. Like, keep going. Like, or just trade for one of these super dramatic dudes who will leave in 2 years because they're tired of it. It's like, I don't know.
I think
there's something to it, There's something to like. Yeah. This is our team. It's not just like these mercenary superstars that come here for a couple of years, drain out our resources, and then leave.
There's, well, no, there is one, but it was the Mickey Mouse Championship. I was about to say. Other than the Lakers championship 2 years ago, we still don't have evidence of a team that can fully bring itself together via those means. Like, what, Andrew? You give me a look.
So those means being like
everything is from the outside. Even the Raptors, you already had Lowry, and you already had the infrastructure.
The Heat had Wade. The Celtics had Pierce.
Yeah, even when LeBron went back, they had Kyrie.
Yes, LeBron
right.
went back. Okay. Exactly. It's. And if you want to count the Lakers championship, okay. But, yeah, I don't know. I agree with you, Benjy.
Yeah. And that's why I say, like, every time one of these trades is pitched, or even when Durant came free for 2 seconds there, and all of Knicks Twitter is like, give everything up for Durant. And, like, I get being a basketball fan can be more than just, like, what's the best chance to win a championship in a given year. That's kind of the perspective. It's like, I take more enjoyment out of watching like guys that we drafted that we've watched grow up that are like playing well, they're learning. Like there's a lot of enjoyment in that, and it doesn't have to be like you get clowned a little bit if you say like don't make X trade. It's like, well, I'm a basketball fan, I can enjoy it how I want to, and like honestly, like mercenary superstars is not the most enjoyable thing for me. I'm not saying we shouldn't get a superstar. Of course one day I want one, but like you don't have to give up everything. Try to keep something,
I went viral last summer for saying I wouldn't do RJ for Dame. I went viral at the deadline for saying I wouldn't do IQ for Fox, and both times it was like, haha, Knick fans overvaluing your young core.
Yeah.
Shout out going viral.
Sometimes maybe we are, but like I don't know. Basketball fandom's interesting like that.
No, you make a good point.
Yeah. Okay, let's continue with a couple more super chats before we start our final hour of this live stream. Drew P, if KD 2 Suns, what would you give up to steal Mikal? I think Mikal Bridges would go in that deal to the Suns. So
financially,
I think the Nets are not trading him to the Knicks then the next time around, you know?
You'd pair him with his former Villanova teammate that just got signed.
You would.
Jeremy would know, but yeah, he has to be in there.
What
is Mikal worth more than Evan Fournier for salary and New York's unprotected 2023 first round pick? He's worth more than that, right?
Yes,
because you're bringing Mikal to Brunson and all right.
You also have to consider the Suns are getting worse and they're in win now mode. So the pick, they'd have to flip it and then find more salary.
They'd want the Mavs pick with that to at least have something to flip.
Well, no, not even the Mavs pick. Just like if you're getting worse, why? Like, are you saying KD end?
No, I'm just like this is not a thing that's actually going to happen. But I'm just like saying in a vacuum, is Mikal Bridges worth? I don't know. Is he worth like the Knicks 2028 unprotected first rounder and a 29 swap?
What was he, second in all defense? A defensive player of the year award last year?
He was definitely on that leaderboard.
Yeah, he's worth that. He's worth more than that. He's a really good player. Does all the right things. Another Villanova guy.
Congratulations, Kevin Knox, getting that 2-year.
I'm quote tweeting Mike Francesa's Knicks got a player in Brunson tweet with, "Hey Mike, do you think Jalen Brunson and Jalen Green ever get dinner together?"
Next.
Let's see if he hangs up and listens. Okay. I gotta find the next tweet. It's great producing. Hold on.
No, you're killing it, man.
I know, right?
Shout out to Andrew Claudio. Seriously. Everybody else has been getting their flowers. You've been on here the whole goddamn time since 5 o'clock.
Yeah. Someone has to push the buttons.
That would be insane. Yeah. Flowers to Andrew for sure.
Yes. Okay. Fern Rodriguez. A Fern, since speaking of flowers. If I check back and this stream is still going past midnight, we'll see. Oh, hold on. Let me restart this. If I check back and the stream is still going past midnight, we'll see Prez, Schwinn, Balone on. Let's do it Avengers Assemble style. Love you guys. Keep it up. Thank you, Fern. Sorry I so clunkily read that. We're not going past 11 at this point, unless Kevin Durant gets traded to the Knicks, which is not happening.
Or just something happens.
Yes, or something crazy happens. Yes. What happens if we sign off at 11 and at 11:05 Mitch signs? Jump back on?
That would be it, man.
Yeah.
That would be
I'm going to be up writing, so
yeah.
I haven't written word one of tomorrow's newsletter, so
I'm going to be up time stamping. Don't worry.
I got
okay.
my film thread.
We all got work to do. There you go. Robert Cross, GMAC, it is good to see Kris at the big boy table. Shout out Kris. Welcome to the big boy table. I look forward to his sharp elbows grazing cutlets soon. Still sore over Ant. #53 wins. We told him last night the improbability of one day of anytime recently the Knicks getting Anthony Edwards, which I know is like a brand of yours.
Rob and I talk about this. Yeah, it's not happening. But I told him that in 2024, the embargo lifts for us to officially begin setting the framework for the 2028 coup and liberation of Anthony Edwards from Minnesota to his rightful home in New York. You just can't even start until, IQ, RJ, Ant, Luka, Isaiah Hartenstein is the dream, right? So gotta make that happen. But yeah, no, I've told Robert we're not allowed to start theorizing about that until 2 years from now, 4 years from then. So yeah.
Bingo. Jason Meredith. This whole time I didn't realize Jason Evans was Jason Meredith. Interesting. Thank you for your contribution, Jason. For the record, I think they will sign and trade Mitch. Where are you on that, Jeremy?
It all depends on the cap situation. I mean, like if the Knicks are using cap space, what are the Knicks able to do in terms of signing and trading Mitch Robinson? Because then they have to abide by base year compensation laws. It's just it's tricky. It's really, they'd have to dump salary somehow, or this is why I'm still like, are these numbers exact? Is there something else going on here? We'll have to see.
Davion Mitchell. Okay. All right, we can reset and start our last hour.
Giddy up.
There we go. Welcome, everybody, to our final reset, our final hour of our free agency live stream. Hour 6, and we are still with 1,000 people watching us live. This is nuts. You are all amazing. Thank you,
Mike Francesa. How many people are watching you right now?
Oh shit! Get some.
I love Mike.
To recap, no, don't hedge it. Oh shit. Okay. And enjoy the view from down there, buddy. Listen, I have no idea how much longer we're gonna be ahead of him because we're about to go away for a little bit. I am enjoying this, sir. So reset. The Knicks have officially signed Jalen Brunson, or agreed to sign Jalen Brunson to a 4-year, $104 million deal. They have also signed Isaiah Hartenstein to a 2-year, $16.7 million deal. No word on Mitchell Robinson yet, except that he's in a pool on Snapchat. Thank you to Kris Pursiainen. And other than that, the Nets look like they're headed for another rebuild of another franchise, which
who cares?
In other words, they helped rebuild the Celtics in the early 2010s. Now they're going to rebuild the Rockets in the 2020s. As we continue in the super chat, Robert Cross, first time, long time, like last hour. Anyone going to Vegas for Summer League, better party than all of Cutlet's number crunching?
So
first of all, no, I'd rather do Cutlet's number crunching than go to Vegas. How dare you, sir?
You know what? Robert ruined it for everyone. I'm going to go.
Oh, he's wow. So
Jeremy's
done.
Yep.
Wow. No more cap or no cap.
You can all blame Robert Cross.
It's cap officially, not no cap. Yeah. Or at this point, it's no more cap or no more cap.
Nope.
And across, well, Chris, are you going to Summer League?
I was thinking about it, and then we didn't make a first-round pick. I'm just like, all right. I'm like, I'm not 21 yet, so I was going to go just for the basketball, and now it's like, okay, I love Trevor Keels, but
hell yeah,
I watched enough. When I spent 4 hours in my basement watching Trevor Keels over the summer, I might give myself a break. I might not go this year and make a plan to go no matter what next year when I'm 21. That would be cool.
That would be cool for you.
When my daughters are old enough to be able to go and enjoy, doing stuff in Vegas, that's probably might be the next time I'm there, but no, I'm not going this year.
Jeremy, you've been to Vegas, right?
For work, yeah.
For work. Oh, have you been there did you get to enjoy Vegas when you were there?
A little bit. Yeah, but not a ton.
Okay.
Not as much as I would have wanted to.
Benji, have you been to Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. Multiple times. Hello, Benji. Okay.
So Bobby Marks just tweeted out essentially what we just said, which is the Knicks have $5.4 million room and level, and then the bird rights to Mitchell Robinson. That's all they have left, absent some unannounced thing.
So my guess here, if that is the case, is the numbers are off by a touch.
Might be, yeah.
Because otherwise,
they're over the cap.
Well, yeah, but otherwise, if it were an ascending contract for Brunson, then there'd be room because that deal would start at 24, and Hartenstein's would at worst start at 8.6. So 24.2 plus 8.6 would be 32.8. And the Knicks walked into today with 35.1 or 35.2. So to me, it says that the Brunson deal is descending, but the math is just a little bit off with Brunson and a Hartenstein.
It's hilarious that the Knicks got Hartenstein. What a random
I love
thing.
it.
No, it's wonderful. Well, it's
Great.
good, but it's hilarious. Like, it's just like, pick a random player that the Knicks could get. Just like, yeah, Isaiah Hartenstein. That's what they want.
I love
I'm
that.
so happy.
And it was at like 605.
I love this signing, and I think I tweeted this earlier. This is the first center that's been on our roster in RJ Barrett's tenure as a Knickerbocker that seems to consider the existence of RJ Barrett. Like, this is a guy who is not going to be with the three other people on the court having a who can stand in the restricted area for the longest challenge while RJ is trying to drive there and like draw a foul, right? Like, this is a first center, and even Begley said he's not going to start. So, you know, like, whoop-de-doo, who cares? RJ will still share the court with him at some point, right? Like, this is a first center that's been on the team in Barrett's tenure as a Knick that considers his play style, and I appreciate that. And I liked Hartenstein regardless. I've been, you know, Jeremy and I have been tweeting about him for a couple months. I feel like at this point I have tweets going back to April, like, well, if you're going to keep Mitch, just sign this guy to be the backup, you know? So I like this.
I think that's very well said, Chris. I also think I'm really, really curious to see what Tibbs does with him. And like the notion of actually having a center that can play at the foul line, and then you can have cutters. Like, that restricted area used to be, it's Mitch is there, and like someone has to join him when they drive through him. Like, you can actually, it's not that Hartenstein's going to shoot. I don't necessarily believe that he's going to shoot. If he shoots threes, it'll be a bonus. Whatever, it could be. I know towards the end of the year he did, but like more than anything, like, he could be at the foul line with the ball and like enter the ball into the post if like RJ wants to seal somebody or Julius wants to seal somebody. Like, what a notion. Like, that's not something Mitch would ever do.
What about Brunson? He likes to cut too, right?
Oh, Brunson could post up any little weenie guard and push him into the freaking stands. Now, this
We're
guy,
we're at the
Brunson's-
weenie guard portion of the
Brunson. I'm when I get the film thread out, which, God, it's too much. But like, at some point, like, you'll see, like, he posts up Chris Paul. He posts up Bogdanovich at some point, even though Bogdanovich like 6'8". Like, this guy he's a monster. But like, yeah, you could run kind of like little cross screens around baseline and like have Hartenstein enter the ball into the post to any of those guys. That's a really cool little wrinkle they could throw in. I just want to see Tibbs kind of adapt. What's a little bit hard is that he's the backup. So like, when you're drawing up an offense, you generally like I think Tibbs has spoken to this in press conferences that he likes the idea of running the same system across his units, especially and like, that's why he liked, remember when Norvell Pell came in, he said he's easy to adapt because he runs our system. Like, he's a rim running big. This is what he does.
Mitch ain't back. Mitch ain't back yet.
But I agree with you, Chris, and I like that idea. I like the idea a lot of having a center that can play around a little bit at the foul line and with some ball skills, passing skills. It's exciting.
He's cool. He's fun. I think it's okay to be excited about a margin move. Like, for people that cover the team as much as Knicks Twitter does, like, that's a big deal. I don't know. We just went from Nerlens Noel being like one of the top 3 most complained about players on the team to him being a Piston and us having a backup center that's good at a lot of the things we were mad that Noel couldn't do. Like, that's cool. I don't know. It looks like the team cares about getting better. That's nice. Some people question that. Some people are like, oh, Leon's just here to get his family paid. Like, all right, well,
yeah. I'll sour on this if Mitch gets 4 years, though. I'll tell you that right now. I don't need that much center money guaranteed to people. Whatever. But the player's fun, and he could help the team, so that's good.
There you go. All right, couple super chats. Kevin Danishevsky, good to meet you last night, by the way, Kevin, in our town hall. Good to finally meet you, man. I love 2023 All-Star, definite Allen Houston comp, Grimes, getting some love. Congrats on 500. I don't know if you brought out drinks yet, but pouring one out for it. Cheers to you, Kevin.
Cheers.
We appreciate you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Always being a staple in this. Overratedness, also a staple in the super chat. With Noel and Burks gone, Randle, Fournier getting shopped around. Do you think the front office is trying to save Tibbs from himself? Maybe not bringing back Taj.
Can we get a news break for why Jeremy and I are laughing? Can we
Go for it?
Yes.
Take it, Chris.
Free agent center Andre Drummond is finalizing a deal with the Bulls of Chicago.
I'm sure that's what every Bulls fan was.
Could you have started with the Chicago Bulls? Because I was so nervous while you were reading that, man. The Chicago Bulls signed Because the last thing I needed was
Chris
a
buried
third
the lead.
Jeez.
I did because
I
Benji
almost had a
just
heart
finished
attack.
saying that if we had that much money tied up to centers, it would make him sour on a signing that already happened.
Speaking of centers, you don't want to handle the ball.
I think
Drummond.
he read it correctly because it had you scared until the end that it might have been the Knicks.
Thank you. For what it's worth, for as much as we shit on Andre Drummond, he shat on Mitchell Robinson both times they played each other this year. So that happened.
No, you can't crap enough on Andre Drummond because I think he has 30th percentile field goal percentage at the rim, and he's like 7'1" and like 300 pounds, and he's the worst finisher ever. So no, we cannot. There's nothing to say.
Remember a year and a half ago at the trade deadline? There was like legitimate push that the Knicks should go trade for Andre Drummond, and
when he was still making like whatever it was.
Yeah, like 30 and change. And there were some out there that may host a podcast named Sil Bimmons that were like, yeah, you trade RJ, you trade a couple, and then you get Drummond, and then that's your team. And it's like, this is not an intelligent basketball conversation. This is where you appreciate Russillo being like, yeah, that's stupid. You know,
there were Knicks fans suggesting seriously that because Obi wasn't playing well and Drummond moves like a wing, like he's fluid on the court, that he should be the backup 4. And so if you pick him up on a minimum and have Drummond back up Randle at the 4 instead of Obi, you have nothing to lose because it's just a minimum. This is like a real like train of thought that was put out there that people were like, you know what? Yeah, I actually like that. I actually think that's smart.
Yeah, I saw that Andre Drummond, the Knicks were interested in Andre Drummond tweet, and then I don't remember who it was, quote tweeted and just said annual tweet, please ignore. And I thought that was funny.
Well done.
I don't remember who it was. I apologize for not giving credit to whoever tweeted it, but I left. So thank you.
I just want to respond to Overratedness's chat comment because he like the Drummond news broke while I was reading it.
It did. Yes. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So just the idea of shipping out the vets to save Tibbs from himself. Hilarious. I think if I were to give a serious answer, I think you guys would co-sign. Please don't operate in a way that you need to save a coach from himself. If you need to get him to play, if he refuses to play certain guys, then get a new head coach. Got to be on the same page between front office and the head coach. Wow. I'll let John read this one.
Jared Gulpin. Yeah. Man.
Ooh,
thank you, Jared. We appreciate this. This is really very kind of you. Thank you. Been a long time listener, first time chatter. Just wanted to say you guys are awesome and thanks for all the great content. That's all I got. Going next. Man, I always get blown away by these.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you. Very generous. I mean, everybody tonight, generous contributions. These, listen, we've been making fun. Oh, by the way, I saved it so I can actually put it up there. For those who may not understand what I'm talking about, you can actually see it. Knicks Film School ahead of Francesa in the podcast rankings.
Fucking wild.
Enjoy it while we can. We're also ahead of Good Morning Football. That's like my go-to.
That's crazier to me. Yeah.
The Good Morning Football, like that's my go-to every Monday after a football Sunday. I watch it on NFL Network. So shout out to all of you for making that happen because we'd just be 5 guys on Zoom chatting about the trade deadline.
Bullshitting about
if it wasn't for all of you. Okay, so next up, I gotta scroll down. We're getting close. We're almost caught up. We're at the point where they're reacting to only like an hour ago, so we're almost there. Right. Joel Duran. People think this is an overpay, like point guards aren't expensive. I'm being fun at work. I'm glad you're being fun at work. And
so
do you guys think it's an overpay?
We think Jalen Brunson is going to make $28 million next year, right?
Just about, right, Jeremy?
Yep. 28.1 if it's descending, which it seems like it is.
All right. So just some salaries, not necessarily all point guards, but some salaries. CJ McCollum, $33.3 million. D'Angelo Russell, $31.3 million. Gordon Hayward, $30.7 million. Michael Porter Jr., $29.7 million. Kevin Love, $28.9 million. This is just great. Kyle Lowry, $28.3. Al Horford, pour one out for Al. Finally making a finals. 26.5. Julius Randle, 23.7. John Collins, 23.5. Mike Conley, 22.6. Malcolm Brogdon, 22.6. Vooch, 22. And then Terry Rozier, I'll read one more, 21.4. You know, got to pay for play.
That's a Princess line. I just realized that. I don't know why he keeps
the league where they pay
for play. And then he'd make his NFL picks on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean they're paying him what, $26 million a year. I mean, whether it's descending or ascending, like that's the number 26.
Yep.
So that's that's around the 40th highest paid player in the league. I mean, that sounds about right to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. That sounds about right to me. Like, he's really good.
Wow.
And you want a guy that like is proving it. Well, he just proved it in the playoffs, in the highest stage against really good defenses.
Right.
Like,
that knew he was coming, and they weren't surprised by him. They knew.
And that's not to say that his look. He peaked against the Jazz. He was the best player on the floor against Donovan Mitchell and everybody else there. And I would say the Suns did a little bit of a better job, but after the first two games, he had a really good series in Phoenix. And I would say Golden State did an even better job, and he struggled at times, including in the elimination game. And there are reasons for that. But hell, Golden State's a hell of a defense. It's one of the best defense in the league. They know what they're doing. And like, they put Draymond Green on him. And that in and of itself is a pretty large sign of respect. So,
well said.
Yeah, there's a lot to like. And I don't think the salary is crazy. Yeah. No, it's not a huge overpay. I don't think.
Benjy, I mentioned this before you got on. The way Brunson's to the Knicks has been talked about nationally. I'm not like, I will say around Knicks circles that I've listened to, we've handled it very responsibly and intelligently. And I applaud how this community has done so. The way it gets talked about, like I just mentioned Simmons, like he just had Van Lathan and Big Waz on, and they opened the pod talking about how crazy it is and how bad it is. Yet, like consistently throughout the pod, they're like, I like Jalen Brunson. I think Jalen Brunson's good. I think he showed out what he can do when he does. He's not
They're
next
scared.
to Luka.
They're hedging. They're scared.
It's just like, because it's the Knicks, it's a bad move. But if he goes to Miami, he's a trade piece to get another player. Bill was ready to him be the final piece, and he's the ball handler that we need in Boston. And it's like, I respect a lot of the takers out there. In fact, like Van Lathan's book is one of the best things I've read on mental health in a long time. Big Waz, your sneaker videos are amazing. Bill, congrats. I'm glad you finally have people of color working for you. I'm just at the point where the talking heads around the country are just telling on themselves and how they're talking about this. The Knicks got better today. That should be the end of the conversation, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I was going to say something about how the takes on that pod
have gotten worse.
There's a conversation to be had about Jalen Brunson, and you're going to pay RJ Barrett. I don't know. How much are we talking for RJ a year? 30, somewhere around there?
27, 28.
I was going to say 28.
And Julius Randle over the next 4 years making 25. So you don't really have room to pay, assuming Julius is on the team, to pay another salary like that, which essentially means, right, that your team for the next 3 years, guaranteed with Brunson's fourth year's player option. So 3 years, we're talking about Brunson, RJ, and Randle as your three best players. And what is the ceiling of a team like that? And that's a discussion to be had. But the pivot is going to be, well, Randle's got to turn into something better at some point. You get rid of Randle, and
they're going to have to flip Randle.
Right. But like, in other words, I don't think it's a crazy, there's that criticism isn't unfair. You gave a lot of money now to three guys who don't put you in a contender conversation or anywhere close to it. And you can't really upgrade except around the margins when you pay three guys like that much money.
Unless you get your draft picks involved. And that's where I keep coming back to. They have all these picks, including all of their own picks. So it's not done yet. That's all I'll say.
Right. Well, then it becomes a question also of how much Dolan's willing to pay, though.
Oh, I mean, come on. Jimmy Dolan. Got all that harmonica money.
Right? Because Jeremy, tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, it's a lot of money already tied up in the next 3 years. If you're going to try to add another huge salary to that, I don't know, the cap implications, but I don't imagine Jim Dolan's going to be willing.
Benji, I love you, but you are wrong.
Okay, good. Talk to me.
Well, the reason why Dolan's never been reticent to spending. He's always been comfortable. The Knicks have actually saved him quite a bit. He hasn't had to have spent a lot. Like, they signed Luka Vildoza just to hit the salary floor in the year that in the first season that Leon Rose took over. Last year, the Knicks had, I think, the 5th lowest payroll, something like that. This year, because they then became a cap space team, I mean, they'll go over the cap with Mitch, but they're probably going to be around bottom 10 in salary again. I think the whole thing with Dolan, and it's hard to prove it because the Rangers, it's a hard cap no matter what. Dolan's always been comfortable spending a lot of money, even like going very deep into the luxury tax. The beautiful thing about Dolan is that he is like, you can say what you want about the past and the decisions he's made. Frugality has never been one of them.
Nope.
And so if he knows how much
he paid for the wrong things.
Exactly. He's spent so much because he loves the team so much that he's willing to spend, and he's learned his lesson, and that's great. And he's also stepped aside and let the professionals come in, and that's been fantastic. It's when the Knicks get to it, when they are a contender, I have a very hard time seeing James Dolan, whose net worth is an insane amount, restricting on money because the Knicks are like, if they're ever in the position that the Warriors are in, like, I think he would just spend freely because his one goal is to finally bring a title to here. It's just, how do you get to doing that? You got to build the infrastructure right, and then when everyone gets paid, you pay the price.
He just spent $6 million in cash dumping Burks and Noel.
Yeah,
and also talk about infrastructure. Something that Rose has done, which you have to assume Dolan has allowed him to do. I hate that I'm sitting here like throwing Dolan his flowers, but Rose has upgraded this team in all of the capless areas to like a great degree, like things like staff, technology, infrastructure, software, shot tracking data, things of the sort. Like, those are markedly different. Our development staff markedly larger than before. Like, they're spending the money already in the areas where it makes sense. So I agree with you that there's no reason to think they wouldn't keep doing it. Good.
All right. No, I'm glad to hear all that. I think, it doesn't totally get rid of the point that it's a lot of money in Brunson, Randle, and RJ. And at some point, Randle needs to turn into something significantly better than Randle. But no, I'm with you. That makes a lot of sense.
I'll say this though, because I'm still bugged by this contract.
I could tell you're
like, I understand beforehand. It was like, if the Knicks create cap space, if they're looking to shed salary, can they do something larger? This is different. Like, the amount is similar. It's just the math isn't tidy. It doesn't fit. And if it does, you're still missing out on some of that. I wonder if the Knicks are also trying to play hardball with the Mavs, and the Mavs are probably trying to play hardball with the Knicks, where it's like, we're not going to do a sign and trade. Okay, well, we're not going to do a sign and trade. And maybe they come to an agreement, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's very possible the Knicks have just taken Jalen Brunson and the Mavs get nothing in return. But the math just has to be a little bit different because something feels askew. Unless it's an ascending contract, Hartenstein's paid, they sign Sims, and they have like $3 million left. But who are you signing for $3 million in cap space?
Jeremy, let's move on. Would you just agree with me that it is much more the Brock Aller move to do the sign and trade and say, you know what? Yeah, our pick might get a little bit worse, or the pick might get a little bit worse, but this serves the more important master, so to speak.
I think it's only a Brock Aller move if there is a player worth taking money. Yeah, either it
goes without saying. If there's a player, yeah,
sure. I think also the Knicks would be comfortable creating a trade player exception after the fact, but that also really wouldn't work. I mean, they could do it, but something just doesn't work here.
I'm with you. Anyway, okay, next one.
Gonna rapid fire a couple. I-95 bully.
My man.
That's right, your boy. For cleaning the glass, RJ, Evan. I guess him is Jalen Brunson. Yeah, because this is a conversation you guys were having about Jalen Brunson. Him, Reddish, Rose, Quick, ranked 52nd percentile or higher at short mid-range frequency. Is shooting going to be an issue?
It's spacing.
Benji?
Excuse me, spacing going to be an issue?
Yes, but not because of 52nd percentile or higher in the short mid-range frequency.
Maybe him is Julius.
No. Brunson is definitely higher. He has a tremendously high percentage in the short mid-range. He takes a gazillion shots there.
Okay.
The spacing will be an issue as long as you play Randle and Mitch. Assuming Randle doesn't rediscover form of 2 years ago. And look, and then you have RJ, who is a average or slightly above average shooter at this point, but no one's panicking about him shooting threes. So at any point in time, the Knicks only have one player on the floor that teams are really scared of. If you play Quickley, then two, because I think people are scared of Quickley's shot, even though it didn't fall as much last year. I think he has a reputation as a shooter, so there's gravity there. But that's the reason the spacing's an issue, mostly because of Mitch, and then Randle, and even Obi when he's around, assuming he doesn't prove everybody wrong next year. That's the issue, is that you play power forward center at all times who doesn't stretch the floor at all.
Drummond got a player option.
Yeah. But it's like 3.3 million.
3.3 million a year.
Rumor, the Knicks have interest next year. He's gonna opt out and go with it.
Abdoulaye Diallo. What if KD never goes to Golden State? Man.
So where does he go?
That's my question.
He
Where
should
does
have
he go?
stayed in Golden State.
Yeah.
So if he never leaves Golden
Instead
State.
of dealing with all these nut jobs, he could have just hung out with Steph Curry for another 7 years. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah, I think I speak for my portion of the Golden State Hive, that they're much happier that Kevin's gone, because
Now they won again.
Well, so like you ask a Warriors fan, and the way people invalidate those 2 years being like they created an unfair thing, and Steph, and how much criticism, and how maybe not even necessarily criticism, but how much lack of credit, or how little credit Steph got over those 3 years. They're fine with KD, not even just KD with what happened with him leaving, but they're fine with them rebuilding their own thing, and like Steph being given the accolades that he got. As far as the KD answer here, John answered it. I have to know where he goes. If he goes back to Golden State, I have no idea. The other teams
Back to OKC, you mean?
What did I say?
Golden State.
Oh, if he goes back to OKC, maybe. I have no idea. If he goes to Boston, which was the other rumored team, I just don't see Kevin Durant meshing with Boston. I actually think, strangely enough, which is why today's been such a wild day, Brooklyn was so perfect for him. He just, like you said the other day, Don just wants to go somewhere and chill.
But you know what's funny about that?
Yeah.
We're in year 15 or 16 or whatever of Kevin Durant's career. We still don't know what he wants. I don't think he knows what he wants.
That's some psychoanalysis right there. I dig it. Why is my heart stopped? Oh, I mentioned the Red Bull thing, and people are like, Claudio's heart.
He wants to be loved.
Yes, no, that's actually that is the correct answer.
Has anybody read that book about the OKC? It's not just about basketball; it's about like the whole city.
Oh my god, I wanted to read that. No, I haven't.
The book's amazing, and I'm so upset I'm not remembering the name of it. It's an amazing book. I loved it. One of my favorite books. Yeah, I'll pull it at some point.
Find the book, and then we'll shout it out.
But the author, who I'm also forgetting his name, I'm doing great here, talks about how, because he spent a lot of time with Durant as he wrote the book, and he said the word he used most often was searching. The way he looks at you, he's searching. Like the way he speaks, he's very extremely curious. Like he's just someone who's trying to figure it out. He's a curious, searching person. Just an interesting tidbit. Hold on, let me find the book.
Was it called Boomtown?
Yes. No.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. Shout out to the chat for giving us that.
Love that book. It's an awesome book.
Jeremy, go ahead.
This is a question for John. This is from the one and only Schwinny Poo.
Schwinn.
Schwinn says, please ask John and tell him I asked, how the fuck do you give Drummond a player option?
See, it is
These are the
egregious.
Bulls.
That's, yeah. I mean, they also use their biannual exception less than 25 games or so of Tristan Thompson. And now they couldn't use it this year.
Bulls content creators were thrilled when the news dropped earlier today that the Reinsdorfs or Jerry, I don't know if there's him and his son or whatever, would not be going into the tax.
No.
Yeah.
The darlings of last offseason.
It's not like they're trying to contend or anything. So
what are they trying to like? That's the team. Look, the Knicks may not
they're
be.
Fun. They're fun to watch, dude.
Yeah.
Stop hating. Stop hating on DeMar's vibes.
Yeah. All those long twos. You know.
I don't know what that means. All right. Robert Cross. Another one. Can I read this one?
Go ahead.
I don't know who y'all talking about. I don't recognize the supposed existence of that team. Hashtag 53 wins. I don't even know who he's talking about. That's okay.
John, keep going.
We love you. Adam, Knicks should retire Kyrie's number. First the Celtics, now the Nets. Godspeed, man. Well done. Thank you. Yili, thank you for your generous contribution. We appreciate it. Luke Shamoon, have been in here since
wow.
minute 8.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Did you miss the first 8 minutes about Bradley Beal? Woo!
I like so Jeremy, can I tell him what we texted earlier today? That
yeah.
So the idea was it's a theory, and we'll open with it because it'll aid.
Wait! I thought it was brilliant. I'm not making. It's
well, like
funny
the funny part is
he signed his contract like 7 minutes later. It was
that's
funny.
the thing. It's like it was literally seconds after.
I knew. Listen, I knew that the odds of it actually happening
It made the
were
day
slim.
perfect.
But I wanted to open with it because I wanted to call my shot in the event that it miraculously happened. Then we had it. We send it. We got a video of it. And then I'm fending off 30 NBA teams who are basically like, we want you to run our team. And I'm like, oh my God, you want me to run your team? Okay, sure, I'll do that.
But you have to, buy this podcast first.
This is
They're in the top 170.
About.
Anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
Congrats
for being here the whole time.
Yeah, congrats on 500, boys. Hey, John.
Thank you.
FMK, Westbrook, Randall, Kyrie.
Okay.
Do you know what that means?
FMK?
Fuck, marry, kill.
Fuck yeah.
Oh. All right, sure.
Oh.
But say FM or K. So F.
I thought it was a basketball game. All right, now we're good.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Kill Kyrie. Absolutely.
Jesus. This is the worst game ever.
Again, he said K.
Yes.
All right, I'll be good.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you just said never mind.
You'd K Kyrie Irving. Yes. You keep Kyrie Irving.
I'm not gonna do it.
You keep Kyrie Irving in prayer. That's what the K stands for.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This is a terrible game. M Westbrook.
Randall. No, M Randall. Oh, you don't see how he's like a great dad, great husband on Instagram. So it's the basketball.
Yeah, but I like Westbrook's outfits.
Westbrook, same thing. I mean, Kyrie too. They're all like great people. Well,
what?
Well, I caught myself. Okay. Let's just say I need to be 6 feet from Kyrie. Anyway.
Well, it's not just that. Kyrie's
not just that.
He's just totally off his rocker, honestly. He's lost reality a bit.
Okay.
You know how tired I am that the FMK that ran into my head was like, oh, their contract values. Like, which would I do that? No, as people, I know. But
Jeremy, I can tell that
that's where my head is at right now.
If you don't know if they're operating below or above the cap, that's like you're like in the Matrix. Like you don't know. Like your whole life is upside down.
Like I said, I tweeted this. It's Schrodinger's cap. It's like,
did you tweet that?
That was great.
Whether you're up or but I think we know that
your whole life is in shambles.
That's all right.
Benjy,
roll with the punches.
Read the next chat.
Okay, David Chermoso, thank you for your contribution, sir. James Dolan is doing Andrew's laugh. Brooklyn.
That
was pretty good.
What's Andrew's laugh?
That was. There you go. It's on command too. Ryan Huang Tonight made all the draft night pain worth it. Good. I'm glad. Thanks for all the hard work, John, Jeremy, Andrew, Chris, and Benjy.
Yay!
Bye.
Been here for 200 of 500.
pretty good.
It might even it's 200 of 500, 200 to 500.
200 out of 500.
Yeah,
Yeah,
200 out of 500.
That makes up for the guy that left me out. He put me in
There you
caps.
go.
Maybe that's why he did it, honestly. So thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that.
Ready for more. We're ready for more as well. Thank you, Ryan. Okay. Oh gosh, the chat it jumped on me. So hold on a second.
Can I ask a question to the panel?
Ask a question to the panel.
What do you guys think Luka Doncic is thinking right now?
Ooh,
Oh,
John.
that's a great question.
Right? Like, as the angle that popped into my head, like, I am the best player in the league is what he should be thinking. And you just cheaped out and didn't sign my sidekick who was awesome in the playoffs and we made the conference finals and you just let him go?
For nothing in return?
For nothing in return. What is that guy thinking?
And hold on. And could have signed him to 455 before the deadline.
Right.
That's the most. That
Right.
is
And the irony is, you know why they didn't do it?
because they wanted him to be a trade asset.
Mm-hmm.
So is this actually our way of getting Luka?
Ha! I dig it. I dig it.
I don't know if it's our way of getting Luka, but
No, that last part was a joke, but in general, I do really legitimately wonder what he's thinking. Because that's bad.
Luka's thinking, they better think this Christian Wood guy is actually going to be good when he gets his shit together because I just cooked him 80 times last year and I don't think he's good.
no, in all, Jesus Christ, I can't believe we're just. I don't know. Maybe somebody said it when I went on one of my breaks, but like, we've been having conversations for 2 years now on, okay, 2 years out. That's when you could demand the trade. 2 years out, 2 years out, 2 years out. That's the precedent. Kevin Durant apparently walked into Joe Tsai's office today with 4 years left on his contract and said, get me the hell out of here. And by all indications, Joe Tsai has said, okay, we will move you. Luka Doncic is starting his extension next year, the last year of which is a player option, which means he has 4 more years left on his contract. If this year does not go as according to plan, and if Jeremy winds up being right, and this is a pick that winds up in like whatever the low teens or something, I mean, you're Luka freaking Doncic. You're supposed to win championships.
Yeah.
Oh, and also the team that just stole Jalen Brunson from us owns our pick this year,
Mhm.
but as John's saying, but to go even further, the Mavs can't move 2024. The 2025 pick is currently locked because of protections, and Stepien rule prevents 2026. So you have crap salary, you have less salary to use in a trade.
Why do you
and
hate
the
Davis
closest-
Pretends, John?
I love all my redheads equally. Benjy knows.
Amen. Amen, brother. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, even Carrot Top. But the point being that if you're the Mavs, you got 2 distant firsts that could, like the 2029 pick, could actually be of significant value if you're Dallas and you're worried, did we just potentially lose Luka Doncic? And it goes back to the original problem where you can trace back where the Mavs royally fucked up. And it wasn't tonight. And it wasn't earlier this season where they went and they got they didn't offer Jalen Brunson a contract.
Here we go.
It was the Kristaps Porzingis trade, and the reason for that was because they used their own picks. They did not use the picks of other teams, and that is how you can help build. But instead, they got greedy, and the Mavs are the worst drafting team in the last 21 years, except for 1 year. They had one great year where they got Luka Doncic at number 3 and Jalen Brunson at 33, and one of those players is no longer on the team.
And I'll add this as just my own personal opinion on the capper. I think they looked at the Knicks and they said, and they may not have been completely wrong, look at this dumb shit organization. We're going to swindle them for this guy who is going to be the missing piece and unlock multiple championships for the kid that we just drafted. And did not work out as they intended.
Yeah. So hell, I don't know. If I'm him, I'm not thrilled.
Yeah.
That's a lot of history. That's not great.
No, it's not ideal.
Continuing, Michael Mirando, $5 more for 5 hours of 500 episodes. Thank you, Michael. Realizing TJ Warren is a free agent might be the quickest ascent and descent. Jeremy Lin vibes. First of all, no, because TJ Warren did not get as high as Jeremy Lin, no matter what the bubble tells you.
He also had a longer, like TJ Warren was a decent player for a while. Yeah.
Jeremy Lin started for the Lakers for 2 years. Granted, it was the Lakers that were tanking. He also started for the Nets for a year. The Nets that were tanking.
No, but like his rise to whatever he got, the height he got to here in New York, and then what came, whatever. TJ Warren's a very good player.
Yes.
He also hasn't played in 2.5 years.
Everybody get your drinks. And John, read it.
I don't even have I might have an empty wine glass, an empty whatever this is can, an empty Guinness can. Zach Lowe literally said today in NBA Today that because it's the Knicks, it's getting clowned nationally. He said we're Kings East. I'm going to be very curious to see Zach's analysis. I think this is a compliment, right, to the Knicks?
Yeah.
I'm going to be very curious to hear Zach's analysis. He said at the very tail end of the pod he did with Marks, I think, earlier this week, that he likes the fit of Brunson with the Knicks. I'd love to have the opportunity to pick his brain more about that.
Same.
We'll see what he says, and yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Jeremy E. There's an interview with Davion Mitchell circulating on Twitter where he asked who the most difficult player to guard is. His answer: Jalen Brunson. Interesting. Listen,
if we let this become the new Ann Edwards Cam Reddish clip, I am gonna be so mad. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes. No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't. Go ahead, elaborate.
Right, so there's a clip. This is actually not this clip itself, but I think part of why Cam Reddish is kind of like a Mo Bamba type of super talented, hasn't gotten better at anything in 4 years, right? Like even Mitch, but Mitch wasn't as highly touted of a prospect as those guys. Oh, he was McDonald's All-American. There's a clip he was a guy. There's a clip of Anthony Edwards hanging out with Tyrese Maxey and a couple other now NBA studs, and there's someone with access recording them, interviewing them, and they were like, "Ant, who's been the hardest player to guard?" And Ant looks around, like kind of looks around the room, and he's like, Cam Reddish. And Cam Reddish is the hardest player I've ever had to guard in my life. And some of the guys like Maxey was like, "Oh my God, like Cam gave me 30, whatever." Someone was like, "Cam gave me 40." And Ant was like, "I'm not saying mine. We're not talking about that. Like, I'm not telling y'all how much Cam gave me because it was too much." Right. And ever since then, like it's like, I think Cam was so naturally good at the game that he didn't feel the need to grind his way. Like, this is all speculation, but I don't want, now Davion Mitchell has a clip coming out that says Brunson's the hardest guy to guard in the league for him. And it's because when I was talking to Jeremy about this on Cap or No Cap, it's like when you are physically smaller, you need to have really great footwork and really great skill to make up for that. So I was just saying, I don't want this clip of Davion Mitchell to become the new Cam and Edwards clip that like Hawks fans for years were like, "This is the guy we still have, don't worry." And then the Knicks traded for Cam and they're like, "This is who we're getting." Like that's my least favorite trend of like, hey, here's someone praising this guy 6 years ago, which is why he's going to be good at a professional level of play now. All right.
I hope for your sake, Chris, that doesn't happen. Okay.
You know why, before you go to the next question, you know why I'm not surprised that Davion Mitchell said that? Because as I was saying before, Davion's a small guy. Brunson cooks smalls. He cooks them. Like, he hunts them and he cooks them.
Gonna be fun when the Knicks play whatever team Kemba Walker's on then.
Ooh, goodness.
Matthew,
are the Knicks playing a team in China?
Yeah, I was gonna say that assume he's getting
that's not right.
That's
I love John. Go ahead, John.
I
got rationally too high on Kemba, and I tweeted about it. And Celtics fans have been cooking me nonstop. It's so
for your pain and suffering, you're gonna get these jokes off at Kemba's expense.
The Guangdong Tigers.
John, rapid fire. Go ahead.
Gents, great job as always. I may have missed this while putting my 3 little ones to bed. Shout out to you. You have 3. My goodness. If not a sign and trade with him, Fournier could we could deal him solo, or with Rose to take back $32 million in salary. Hashtag go New York, go New York, go. Is he asking basically could we deal Rose and Fournier elsewhere? I'm not sure what the question is.
There's an echo all of a sudden.
Jinx.
No, I don't know. It's not
You
me.
owe me a Coke, Andrew.
You
can't talk until you give
sending
me a
it
Coke.
to you. Who's the echo? This is gonna get annoying. We'll figure it out before we go.
Is it me?
I don't know. Is it? It's not me.
Whoever doesn't hear it, it's you. Is the old Xbox party adage, and I hear it, so it's not
All right.
me.
In any case, if not a sign and trade with him Fournier, we could deal him solo or with Rose. Yeah, I don't know who we'd be dealing Evan Fournier and Derrick Rose for. In short,
At this point,
yeah,
same. Okay.
From Tommy Beer, hearing that the contract structure of Jalen Brunson's $104 million deal with the Knicks descends annually, starting at just north of $28 million next season in year 1 and ending at just south of 24 in year 4, would be an ideal team-friendly format. If true, because he's saying he's hearing, not sure, whatever. If true, my invisible cap comes off and gets tipped to Mr. Cohen.
There you
go. Thank you, Constantine Mitrakos. I hope I got that right.
Yeah, Mitrakos.
Appreciate that.
There you go.
Josh Kyle, there has to be another move. ... Randall ? Evan. It's been hinted at that there's going to be something else. Right now, sitting here today, the fact that we still haven't heard about Mitch. If I had to bet on whether they're not even counting Mitch, if I had to bet on whether there was another move, I would bet yes. Between Fournier or Cam, one of those two, maybe Randall, I would bet there was one more move.
Let's talk about it.
No way, Rose.
Sure, maybe Rose.
But here's the thing, right? What would it be? Because if it's not Ayton, because now the Knicks are a cap space, are no longer, they're above the cap, so to speak. So the math gets weird, right? Unless you're doing a 1-for-1 with Ayton and Mitch and the math works perfectly, the math is not going to work perfectly. It's going to be a really ugly thing. So what is it, right? Like, it's not going to be Lavine because Lavine's a base year compensation guy. So if the Knicks are moving Randle or Fournier or Rose or any combination, it would have to be for someone who's earning a high salary, and that works. And at the same time, the presumption is, are the Knicks going to be, well, again, I don't want to be presumptuous because what happens if the Knicks are a team under the cap next year? But that would include moving Randle and Cam Reddish. And like, I don't really know what that would entirely be. I don't know what player is currently under contract where the Knicks would be trading 1, 2, 3 of these guys and getting something back that makes sense for them. I'm perplexed.
I don't pretend to know. I don't have any. I mean, we could throw shit out there. Nothing's obvious based on what we've been hearing or what has been reported, but you never know. You never know. That's all.
Same. You never know. Hold on a second. So Josh Kyle asks.
Yeah, we got that one.
Okay. Here you go.
Shane Berthoud. One of those. Been here since you guys went live. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. Thanks for the contribution.
Wow.
Thank you for all the work you do. And here's to getting Julius Randle as far away from this team as possible. Shout out to that. Next up, Kevin.
That indeed. Go ahead, Kevin Danishevsky.
Is it me or is JB 2021 Randle trapped in a 6-1 bod? He likes to do what?
That's pretty funny.
He likes to do more of his work from closer range, the short mid range, more than the long mid range. But Julius in 2021 was just so much long mid range, so much.
That baseline jumper,
the baseline fade,
baseline jumper,
special,
and also
special real hoops.
And Brunson he's just more efficient, you know. Like I know we all loved that year from Randle. He was not terribly efficient that year either. He was much better than last year, that's for sure. Brandon Sultan, thank you so much for the generous contribution. Congrats on all your work.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Brandon.
As we near in on how many hours we've been on here? Near 6. Oh my god,
about 10 minutes away from 6 hours.
Yeah, we're 5 hours and 50 minutes in. and I joined too late. So
Ben Kim Gervey, what do you think Julius is thinking now, and how do you think he'll respond?
Jeez.
Probably the best question of the night.
I mean, getting Julius Randle's head.
the worst person to ask that to is John, who's gonna say
no, I'm not. I'm really not.
he's thinking I'm a giant loser, and he's gonna respond by being a giant loser.
Jesus Christ.
No, here's my. Is he like engaged? And what's going on is like, is he hyped about getting to the gym and working with Jalen Brunson? Is he like already thinking about how like adjustments that he's going to need to make? Has he been in contact with the team about like, what are we doing? I want to be involved, not help you decide what you're going to do, but like, what's going on? Like, how can I fit in this and that? Or is he on a beach somewhere still in the mode of like, man, I got to clear my head after this year. I just got to get away from it all. And then come back and, find the true Julius Randle. Like, you could tell me either of those things. Wouldn't be shocked. I don't know. There's a lot of me going on with Julius Randle last year. That's my fear. So.
Same. Next up.
Yili. Thoughts on how IQ fits into this team? Still just a backup 1-2 role, especially if Grimes, Fournier are starting, or would IQ Brunson be too small? No, I wish we had Benjy here because I'm curious what he would think. Against backups perfect. Hi, Benjy.
Timing.
Can Jalen Brunson and IQ play, 8 minutes together a night against backups?
I think IQ and Brunson could play 8 minutes together against the right starters.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I think
you go.
I think there would be issues, but I think like our IQ's a better defender than Fournier. So like as much as I think a Fournier Brunson backcourt to start is like untenable, IQ Brunson is better than that. It's not a great defensive backcourt, but it's better. Yeah, it spurts for sure.
I mean, it's funny we were talking about Grimes over Fournier is a starting too. Is there? I guess maybe we shouldn't have a conversation now. We were almost done, but like, is there any world where Quickley starts at the 2 next year? I don't see it, but
not with your guy.
Yeah, I think
running the squad.
I think Tibbs has told us all we have to know about that. But I also legitimately don't know. Like that was one thing I said about the Brunson signing was for people that wanted to see 35 minutes of IQ a night, you're not going to. You're just not.
You were never going to see that.
You're probably never going to, and now you're definitely not going to because it's just not enough room back there. And Rose, it's just not enough room back there.
John Kim, do you guys think Dolan will stay away from cleaning house after next season if we don't make the playoffs? It seems like he likes to clean house every 3 years. He did it to the Rangers. Kind of worried for the Knicks. I think this year would have to be unmistakably bad. And I don't know what unmistakably bad looks like. Maybe unmistakably bad could be another 37-win season, and it just stinks to high hell like this year kind of sort of did. I think that's the only way. But even then, honestly, I don't know. I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if this front office lost their jobs next summer.
Yeah, Tibbs would go first, if anything.
Oh, yeah.
And then the other thing to consider, because I've seen the Rangers comment brought up a few times, things seem to go okay with the rebuild and Dolan cleaned house. And it apparently, there was an issue where the Islanders were a really physical team and the Rangers were very embarrassed. Or an issue where there's a player on the Capitals who was very aggressive with Aaron.
Tom Wilson.
Tom Wilson, yep. And bashing his head. It didn't really get any penalty, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The rumors, those were the types of things. But a reason why the Rangers also did poorly and fell below expectations, number one was coaching, but they hired the coach. But they didn't fire the coach and then, get the chance to make a new coach. And the other thing was that season was the COVID year where the Rangers played only the teams in their division. And that division at the time was absolutely stacked. So when you only play in a division where the teams you're facing are ridiculously good, then they're just going to beat up on you constantly. And that's not going to happen here. We're not going to see that situation. The Knicks are going to play, the Spurs and the Thunder and the Pistons of the world. So they're going to get enough games and they'll beat some good teams. And sure, they'll lose to some of the bad teams every now and then too. But that's why I think it's a very different concern of Dolan stepping in with the Knicks than it was when he did it with the Rangers.
Good call. David Kolenko, it is hard for the rest of you. Is it hard for the rest of you having to bask in the brilliance of Jeremy every day? He radiates cap genius like he's in the Matrix. It is. The weight of it is just very heavy.
It would be difficult, but he's my alter ego, so it's actually not at all.
There you go.
It's emotionally tolling, I think. Is the
Try living with my brain. That's too much sometimes. One quick thought I had. I don't know if this is in the comments and we can move on. But in terms of Mitch, teams are flying off the board. Exceptions are going. Is there a point where he signs just a really short-term deal? And here's the other thing. Does this also extend to the whole fact of, remember how the Knicks could have traded Mitchell Robinson at the deadline and they didn't? You have to think that the deals, even though we don't have the reports, again, weren't great if this is the market that it looks like.
I was just about to say, I don't have Spotrac, I think, does a good job of keeping up with this stuff. I know there are teams with the full mid-level left, although if you put a gun to my head, I couldn't tell you who they are. Is there a cap space team left?
Well, there's the Pacers.
Pacers had 20-something, right?
Yep, Pacers, Spurs have
a bunch of money.
Detroit's over now?
Oh, Detroit, they're done.
Yeah,
they're done, yeah. And also with Noel and Duran and Bagley, they're not going to want Mitch.
So it's the Pacers and the Spurs.
Turner and Jackson, they're good.
Well, no, you mean Turner. Turner and Jackson on Indiana, and as of at the moment at least, Jakob Poeltl is still a Spur.
I could see the Spurs trading Poeltl and then signing Mitch on a ridiculously low deal, but I think the Knicks are basically just saying, find the best offer, we'll match it.
I'm pretty sure San Antonio just wants Wembanyama. I think they're just in full on.
Well, they would see him as an asset play, right? We can sign. We have money to spend. We sign him.
Really?
But I don't think they're going to go that direction either. That's the thing. So then it's the mid-level exception. How many teams have that? Is he getting the non? It's crazy. I'm not shocked, but at the same time, I'm a little surprised.
I don't think his agent's happy today.
Which one? Because five of them, I'm sure, are okay with it. One of them is probably like,
man. Hold on. Fisher reported 4 for 60, right?
Yeah, that's insane.
Yep. And
what did Bagley Bagley reported that they expect Mitch back, right? Bagley didn't give numbers.
No, and he said on Draft Class that it was going to be surprisingly low.
So maybe it's not going to be anywhere near 4 for 60.
Yeah. I think they backed him into a corner.
So Benjy, going back to the conversation, if Mitch's amount is so low, are you comfortable with 4 full years?
I'm not.
I'd still rather not, but I'm certainly less opposed. I think he's the kind of guy you want to continually incentivize.
I have a very celebratory next one. Shout out to our next super chat. Go ahead, John.
Hoon Song. What's going on, Hoon? Today was a great day. Got to bring home my newborn son.
Congratulations.
Hi, brother. That's awesome.
And the Knicks got some good players. May he only know Knicks greatness. Congrats, KFS team. Man,
name him Jalen.
Nothing would make us happier than if your son knew winning Knicks basketball.
Agreed. Nice. Seconded. Ooh. Congratulations, Hoon. Everybody in the chat. Congratulations to Hoon, and then get those likes up for
first night. You'll never forget your first night home with your newborn. It's it's a trip.
What the hell is this?
John's getting all emotional up in here. Look at you.
You'll never forget. Yeah.
No, you'll never forget it. You don't ever forget it. It's pretty shocking.
Right? Am I wrong? Right?
No, it's like, wait, what am I doing with this thing?
Exactly.
What do I do?
That's exactly it. It's what do I do?
Yeah, I was just like really confused almost.
Yeah, me too, Chris. Right? The first day. It's just
never
weird.
I'd never forget it.
Chris remembers when his parents left him first day. Just what do I do with this Chris?
What do I do with this Chris? I'd join in with Jeremy and Chris on this, but I'm probably next. So I'm just gonna wait for it to happen. No. I'm just saying I'm the next to get married. So
I was gonna say in terms of bringing home a kid, I was like, you're Yeah, you're next.
I'm next. Yeah, I
You're
know.
next.
Oh, as far as
Don't-
I'm not having a kid right now.
Don't rush. Okay, let's keep
Trust me,
going.
I'm not. Go ahead, John.
Glee. Thank you.
Clee.
Thank you very much.
That's a
Amen
Glee.
to that.
Not
F,
Glee.
F,
Glee, I
M, and
can't read.
K. It's a K.
It's definitely okay. Thank you. Get some rest. God bless.
How
God
about
bless you.
I
no?
don't know what that is right now.
What is that?
Oh God. Chris Kastner, can our front office be trying to do what we did to the Mavs and tie up the Pistons and Wiz due to the protections out until 2027?
Could be, but that would involve a sign and trade, and then it goes back to the conversation. If you're the Knicks, is it more advantageous to say no? We'd rather just steal your second best player and have you be in pick hell, and we're cool with it. If you want to file a tampering charge, go for it, but we're not going to work with you.
That's fair. Sean Ford, what's going on, Sean? Thanks for the great content tonight, fellas. Still like the Brunson move. Might be modified to include Evan Fournier, sign and trade. Thrilled to get Brunson. You know who didn't extend? Well, so you know who didn't extend tonight? Zion.
Yet.
So restricted free agents or players who are entering restricted free agents agency after their third years. Those announcements cannot come until after midnight. So I know there was already a tweet about John Moran is expected to extend for, max contract.
One would think.
I would be surprised if oh my God, Garland didn't get the max. We'll see on Zion. We'll see. Mr. Matt, important question for Kris whatever that is. Pursiainen.
You spelled the national fish of Hawaii. Was it
Respect Chris's name. Respect his name.
Listen, I actually know it by heart because I have to write it on the graphics every time I put it on.
What's your
the
last
pod.
name, Matt?
Yeah, Matt.
Mr. Matt. That's why he goes by Mr. Matt.
I think Mister's his first name and Matt's his last name.
Yeah, well, easy for you to
Matt.
say then, Mr. Matt.
Yeah.
Hello.
Super villain, Dr. Doom.
What is this thing? Hello, Christoph. How are you this evening? What are your thoughts on the day today?
Chris, what are your thoughts on the day today? Concise though.
I think I love that. That's like a benchmark warning for me now. Brunson and Hartenstein is a good haul. It's a good haul, and I like the details of both contracts. Assuming Brunson's deal is descending, I think Hartenstein that's good value for him. The Knicks went out and made their team better without using any future first-round picks to do so, just second-round picks to open that space up. So I'll take.
Matt has answered. His last name is Masson, Masson, and then he says, "I have ass in my last name."
Respect, Matt. Respect for you opening up.
Respect, Matt.
Respect, Matt. The Knicks Mafia. Respect.
Go ahead, John.
Brandon Sultane, thank you for the contribution. Knicks could give Reddish, Rose, and Fournier contracts for the D'Angelo Russell contract. We can go for an all CAA, all lefty lineup. LOL. I would not make that transaction.
Why would you not?
I'm not a Russell guy.
Okay. Plain and simple.
Benjy, Reddish, Rose, Fournier.
No, we don't need smaller men.
There's one
go.
reason.
Wow.
Seriously, there's
pretty
one
rude.
reason you would want D'Angelo Russell, and the reason is that no matter how questionable his decisions on the ball are, and Edwards and Cat made him look like Houdini in the playoffs with how dumb they were on the ball. Russell, I tell you guys all the time, the ultimate Chris bait trait is a guard that can control the pace of a game. It's why Jean Montero is someone I enjoy watching a lot. And even though Jalen Brunson is not someone who is like A1 on my target list, I really like his game because he controls the pace of a game. That signing just makes Russell a redundant, useless addition. And Brunson's already short. All right.
Yeah, don't need more small men. Mr. Matt,
Oh,
plus
come
ratio,
on.
Chris
Back
plus
again.
ratio.
Come on, man. Ratio on a live stream is crazy. Come on. Come on, man.
I'm here for it. Bronx Born, what's going on? Thanks for the contribution. Isn't Randle dysfunction an indictment of Tibbs? Here we go. Let's go. And doesn't Brunson change everything? Peace.
Oh my God. It's 11:07, Bronx Born.
His allowance to continue having his dysfunction wreak havoc on the team is absolutely indictment on the head coach. And
which, if you've been listening to this podcast I'll back up my host as a producer. John's been saying this for months. Just flat out.
But doesn't Brunson change everything? I mean, I don't know. I hope he changes some things about that. We'll see. We'll see. I hope so. Robert Cross. I can't believe this is still going on.
Oh
Chris,
my God.
Just act naturally your first time. It will work out.
Oh my God.
Hell is hot, Robert.
Call it.
Hell is a hot place, Robert.
I don't even have a witty response.
Oh
That's just
God.
great.
I'm gonna put the next super chat up and mute my mic.
I'm composed. I got it.
That's the greatest thing I've ever seen. First, Robert. First, he calls Jeremy Captain Kickball. Now he calls. Oh my God.
Captain Kickball.
Oh my God. All
Oh,
right.
don't take the no, Chris. This is your moment.
No, this is your moment.
I wasn't here for.
Oh, this is a pretty good one too.
I wasn't here earlier. I wasn't here for that earlier.
God, that's good.
Reynaldo Roberts, Jeremy and the unbearable weight of massive cap knowledge. That's a good one. I
liked Nick Cage in his movie a lot better than I like me
That
in that
movie
one.
was
This
so
is better.
weird.
It was good. I enjoyed it. I mean, it wasn't Top Gun Maverick.
I haven't
I was
seen it.
so confused by it.
There are tears in my eyes.
It's just meta. You roll with it.
Are you talking about the Nick Cage movie?
It's above
Yeah.
my small
Yeah, I
brain.
haven't seen it.
So
Love
I
you too,
watched
Robert.
it and walked. As I was walking out, I turned my phone on and I was like actually happy that I saw the movie. Then when I got out, the Mets were in the 8th inning of a no-hitter, and I was like, "Oh, I could have been watching this tonight instead." And it all of a sudden changed my entire grade of the movie.
Thanks for bringing up the no hitter again, Andrew.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go, Mets.
Sorry, Jeremy. I forgot.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Big Papa H, thank you so much for the contribution, my man. Great job tonight, guys. What's the situation with D Rose's contract? There is no situation. He has a $14-point-something million contract for this year that could be an expiring contract if the Knicks want to make it an expiring contract. They have a team option for 2023-24. As of now, he's a Knick. We'll see if he's a Knick as we keep going.
And we are caught up.
Oh,
We did it.
all right.
Oh my gosh.
6 hours.
You really enjoyed that, Andrew, didn't
7
you?
minutes.
I didn't think he was gonna put it in the super chat, man.
All right. Should we all close out with a let's go,
Final thoughts.
fi-
Yes.
the
It
parting
is Knicks
shot.
Film School. We teach. We're educators. right
oh,
now.
All right.
God.
We'll
What's
go
he said?
age. We'll go age order. So, Chris, you go first. Doesn't have to be anything crazy.
All right. I'll just repeat my sentiment. What I said to Matt. I thought we had a good haul today. Day one of free agency. Brunson actually happened. Hartenstein, loved that signing, and it would seem that there's room left maybe for one more vet to be cleared out. Maybe a day 2 or 3 move as we see how this market continues to settle. Also waiting on Mitchell Robinson, so can't quote unquote grade this front office just yet. But day 1 haul, B+, which is a really, really good grade from me because I always get told I try to leave room at the top, B+, pretty solid. And just Brunson wasn't some value steals like I think Hartenstein was, because I think Hartenstein's going to play himself to being worth like 11, 12 a year, which isn't monumentally different from what he signed for, but that would be value for New York. Brunson is going to have to play up to his pay, raise that he got. But I also think this is a guy who, for as corny as I can get here, like this is a guy who's been defying expectations his whole career. Now everyone's laughing that he made this much money. I know what he's going to be doing the rest of this offseason after wine and schmooze sessions with Leon. Will be working out and actually looking to get better and make this team better, which is something I know he wants to do. So yeah.
Jeremy.
I'm happy with tonight. I mean, to be honest, it checks off a lot of the boxes that I have really wanted. Been a really big fan of Brunson. Wanted to bring him in here on a descending contract. Ideally, signing and trading Evan Fournier if that's the opportunity. We'll see if that goes. I'm a big fan of Hartenstein's. I just feel like obviously there's more to come. They can't not operate with more. I'm really curious what that's going to be. It obviously means more pods from us, which I'm really excited about. So that'll be fun. But I'm happy. I'm content with how it is. The Knicks just needed to get better as a team. And, a lot of the concerns, especially with Brunson, revolve around how he does in the playoffs. We don't need to worry about that right now. We just need to worry about the Knicks being a better regular season team. And then we can cross the bridge that is what happens in the playoffs when that occurs. So I'm happy with how things have turned out. I'm excited for more. It's been a great night, and I thank all of you for joining us. I've had a blast.
Who's older? Andrew?
Let Benjy go. I'm older, so Benjy goes next.
Yeah.
My turn?
Yeah, your turn.
We just know the Macca's last. It's just
Yes, there's no question in that. Don't worry.
All right.
Go ahead, Benjy.
Spoke a lot about Mike Francesa today. Mike Francesa wrote the following tweet. Knicks got a player in Brunson. Good move. And while that's hilarious because it's Mike Francesa and it's so simple, I do think there's something very profound, even if unintentionally so, about that. Because there's a lot of hemming and hawing, and there's a lot of questions about how much money they just paid this guy. And at the end of the day, what it really does come down to, because after all, this is a basketball team, is that the Knicks got a player in Jalen Brunson. And he is a player. He's a really good player. And I am very excited to watch him play for this team. And so here's to you, Mike Francesa. And the same thing with Hartenstein, really. Honestly, same thing with Hartenstein. He's a good basketball player, and I'm excited to watch him play. And if it all comes down to we're fans, we want to be entertained watching this team, these are two guys that will entertain us and we'll enjoy watching. So in that sense, it's a good night. It's one that we should be happy about. And that's that. And then I think I just, keep an eye out. I'm hopefully going to finish up this film thread, so I'll get that out tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. I hope if I can do it.
And you just had an article drop, which I have not had time to read yet.
Yes, and I had an article drop about, comparing RJ's extension to Andrew Wiggins and the parallels and the similarities there, which are very striking and interesting, and what that means for RJ. And check that out. It's on the Strickland. And this film thread on Brunson is going to be a big one, so check that out. And just thank you everybody for tuning in. It's really, really cool to see how many people tune into this and listen and enjoy. Thanks to all my friends up here on the stage. Thanks all.
Andrew.
I have very few basketball thoughts, to be completely honest. I think I wanted Jalen Brunson, then got Jalen Brunson. I think this now softens the blow of any disappointment from my end from draft night. I understand if there are Knicks fans that wanted to go a different route and philosophically disagree with the route the Knicks are going. What you can't say is that the route the Knicks are going, that this wasn't a move in the right direction toward that. We'll see on the court with the rest of this offseason, and then going forward, what if they can continue to capitalize on that plan. I just want to, for the 1 millionth time tonight, to go along with the 1 million downloads we've crossed here in 2022, just send a hearty thank you to we just dipped under 1,000, but we were 1,000 strong for 6 hours tonight. And it's because of this incredible community that I love working and doing this work for this team, as well as for this audience. To just repeat the numbers: 200,000 this month, 1 million for the year. The rankings that we've joked around about tonight, all of it is possible because of all of you. And so, just from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You make working here kind of worth it. So, and look, we've joked around with each other tonight, but these are 4 very good people and 4 people that mean a lot to me. And I'm excited to maybe to expand a bit this off season, which should be fun. But I appreciate everybody for hanging out with us all night, and Cheers to hopefully we'll see if there's an emergency podcast that's going to start in like 15 minutes when they announce the signing of Mitch. But cheers to 500 episodes, and here's to 500 more.
My wife just walked in half asleep, and she's like, she mouthed, "Are you still alive?" I said yes.
Yes.
That's what we do here. All right, I'll try to make this brief. The Knicks front office was given a nice opportunity last summer to do some things, continue to make the team better, and didn't work out. They fucked up. The signings did not work as they intended. One in particular, Kemba Walker, the Julius Randle thing. God knows we've spoken about that enough. They entered this offseason with, I would say, as negative a shine on them as almost any team in basketball, all things considered. And despite all of that, and despite not having any cap space, they turned around basically all of the players that they definitely wanted to get rid of. They picked up 2 future first-round picks in the process, right? 2? Did I get that right? I've lost track at this point. They've increased their draft stable where first-round picks are concerned, and they added the best player on the market who, and it's not even close, the best player on the market who actually it seemed like had a chance of switching teams. And I'm sick and fucking tired of people critiquing this team and their moves because they do not have a star. We are all aware of the fact that they do not have a star. But if they went out and did a whole bunch of shit and intended to tank this year, they'd get clowned for the next 7 months for losing a bunch of games. And then when they fell out of the 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th pick in the lottery, like, oh, by the way, the Blazers did this year, who tanked more mercilessly than any team in the history of professional sports ever tanked before. Well, they had to get for it, the 7th pick in the draft. The clowning would have increased 3-fold, 4-fold. So what do they do instead? Like I just said, they went and got the best guy that they could get on the market at the position that they absolutely needed, and he matches everything about what this team is trying to define itself by in terms of their ethos, their play style, their attitude, all of those things, the culture, if you want to throw that word around. And they are going to get clowned for this because they're the Knicks. And to anyone still watching, I would just encourage you, do not pay 1 iota of attention to it because it is not worth your time. I'm not saying that they're going to win a certain amount of games. I'm not saying they figured anything out. But this team did the thing that they should have done, and they did it, right? Instead of all those years where they couldn't get the thing done, they got it done. So good job by them. Good job all of you guys. And good job everybody watching. This was fun.
5 outstanding super chats to get to before we get out of here. So
okay,
we'll start with Vivek. Vivek, shout out to you, my friend. I owe you a phone call, so stay tuned for that later this week. Hey there, Knicks fans. The first 48 to 72 hours of the offseason is the greatest high ever. In all seriousness, don't know how you've done this for 5 hours. Salute. Well, guess what, Vivek? We've done it for 6 hours. And if this keeps going, we're currently in hour number 7 as we keep going.
Thank you, Vivek. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Vivek. We love it, man. Jessica Clarice Elsner. Wow, the length of this has entered George Lucas talk show levels. A deep cut. Well done, Chris. It's past your bedtime.
All right.
Fingers Robert crossed. Fingers Robert crossed. We trade. Yeah.
Robert Cross getting used as a verb is just.
I told Jessica last night, I've brought that into like other forms of conversation. Like I was texting Oz yesterday and I was like fingers Alex crossed yesterday. So that's a genius play.
That's great.
Shout out. Will Oliver, thank you for all you do. Thank you all for all you do. The pod kept me sane during lockdown.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And same. Cheers to 500 episodes, and the next 500 are more and beyond.
Hope so.
Amen.
Yes, absolutely.
Lunas
And Murad, before this ends, can we laugh at the Nets one last time?
The famous 87. Rest in piss.
Oh my gosh, who was that?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
That is terrifying. Benji, is that you?
Yes.
It's gotta be.
Benji's laughing too hard for that not to be him. That's all I gotta say there.
Benji, I appreciate that. Forgotten NYC, Mavs Twitter going crazy about the tampering stuff.
I have a comment for that. I have a response for this one, and it goes as follows.
Well done, Chris. He was.
There's a meme of Luka actually doing that to somebody. What game was that in?
That would be
That's
wiping
what we
tears.
should post, yeah.
For those on the podcast listening, Chris did the fist at your eyes, so you're motioning like you're crying, like, oh, poor baby. Yes,
couldn't happen to a better franchise, really.
Yeah, there you go. Holy cow!
Hey,
DP the franchise who makes his debut on Sirius XM tomorrow night. Good luck, CP.
Shout out.
This is CP
with friend of the pod, Howard Beck.
Yes, friend of the pod, Howard Beck. Well, friend of our pod, maybe not all Knicks pods, but just shout out to Howard Beck. And CP, this is a KFS telethon. 6 hours, you animals. Great job eating a late dinner and locked in.
This is a normal time to eat dinner. Don't let society tell you otherwise.
Listen,
don't let John and Andrew's normal wake up.
I'm about to get a bowl of Cocoa Pebbles.
Chris, we've been over this. I'm not going to bed after this. Okay,
I'm
literally gonna order an Uber, ordering Uber Eats as soon as I get done, and then waiting for this pod to become available to edit later. CP, the man who paved the way for a lot of us in this content game, and as well as just a great person as well. Good luck tomorrow on Sirius XM. I hope you and on the boys over at Knicks Fan TV had a great night. And go Giants. Hold on. Last one.
Oh.
That was funny. From
Manny Campos. I got this. The only reason I'm still here is because I'm waiting for Chris's parents to bust into his room and tell him to go to bed.
You guys missed it about 30 minutes ago. My dad came in and looked at me.
Really?
It's like he looked at me and he goes, I was like,
really?
Yeah.
My fiance came home like 3 hours ago. She was out all day. She went upstate with her friends. So this started with her in Connecticut and ended with her in bed.
I was about to say it doesn't end with your dad, Chris. Like my wife came, like peeked her head through the door, did the same thing. She's like, "Let's get to what are you doing, man?" So
yeah,
now it's your dad. One day it'll be your wife. Doesn't matter.
My dad actually knocked on the door, which is super weird because I don't even live with my parents. So I don't know how that but it did. I was like, Dad, what are you doing here?
Well done, Jeremy.
I'm concerned. You don't know if they're over the cap or under the cap.
Last but not least.
Last. Dom
Cappuccini.
Is the silence on the Mitch front concerning at this point for you guys? I think I said this same thing like an hour or two ago.
Don't care.
Concerning is not the right word.
Well, concerning for whom? For Mitch's wallet and his bank account?
That's the thing. I'd be very concerned if I Mitch
for the New York Knicks. Yes. Listen, I'm pro player through and through, but
nope.
Yeah, market's drying up.
All righty, John, take us home.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody listening. Thank you, everybody watching. Thank you, Jeremy, Andrew, Chris, Benji. My goodness gracious. We will have more great content coming at you in the days to come before we kind of take a little bit of a break during the summer, or at least ease up during the summer. Hopefully a special guest next week. We'll see about that. Until then, peace out.